Chapter 2171. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were close to the Holy Spirit fruit tree. Lu Ming stretched out a hand. With a grab, a huge hand condensed and grabbed a Holy Spirit fruit, putting it away. Then, he reached for the second one. "You're courting death." An elite of the monarch race shouted and slashed a sword light at Lu Ming. That was an elite of the great circle of the absolute saint realm. In the eyes of everyone in the divine wilderness continent, that sword was extremely terrifying. It was impossible to resist. Even if one was swept by the sword light, one would be smashed to pieces. "That kid is dead meat." Someone sneered. Han Zhong and the other three shook their heads and sighed. But in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming did not even bother to look at it. With a slap, he smashed the sword gleam into smithereens. Then he took the opportunity to grab another Holy Spirit fruit with his palm. He blocked it. No, he didn't block it. He shattered the sword light. Everyone had a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Han Zhong and the other three were the same. Not only did Lu Ming block the sword light, but he also shattered it with a palm. It seemed easy. The elite of the monarch race narrowed his eyes and then burst out cold, murderous intent. "Kill!" He abandoned his opponent and charged at Lu Ming with the Emperor's sword in his hand. The sword light rushed into the sky and slashed at Lu Ming. "Phantom Spirit," Lu Ming whispered. He stepped in the void and endless runes appeared. Then these runes turned into a black shadow like a grim reaper holding a grim reaper scythe. It was really the law of Array Dao, the Phantom Spirit Scroll. The Phantom Spirit Scroll could transform into any creature. Lu Ming used the Phantom Spirit Scroll to transform into a Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper held the Grim Reaper scythe and slashed at the elite of the monarch race. The first slash made the elite of the monarch race retreat and vomit blood. The second slash made the elite of the monarch race lose his head. Gulp! Gulp! The sound of saliva being swallowed was heard. Everyone was truly stunned. The scene was deathly silent. In the eyes of the people of the divine barren continent, an expert of the complete saint realm was invincible. But now, he had been killed by Lu Ming's Grim Reaper with 2 slashes. What kind of battle prowess was this? Could this young man be a quasi-emperor? This scene caused the people from the other 3 factions of Yuan continent to reveal grave expressions. Lu Ming grabbed the 3rd Holy Spirit fruit after killing one of the D clan members. "Everyone, why don't we join forces and kill this person before fighting for the Holy Spirit fruit?" A quasi-emperor from the Emperor clan spoke. "That's exactly what I was thinking. This person is too arrogant and doesn't put us in his eyes at all. He deserves to die." A person from the Divine Ox Palace said coldly. Soon, the 3 sides reached an agreement and stopped fighting. Then, they suddenly charged towards Lu Ming. "Brat, you dare to kill someone from my Emperor clan? Die. How dare you pluck the Holy Spirit fruit? Die. Kill." The experts from the Emperor clan, the Divine Ox Palace, and the Barbarian Dragon Palace all charged towards Lu Ming, including the quasi-emperors. Their power was terrifying to the extreme. Even if Lu Ming was a quasi-emperor, he would be instantly killed. However, although Lu Ming was a quasi-emperor, he was no ordinary quasi-emperor. Boom! Lu Ming unleashed his power and slashed out with his palm. This palm strike was like a heavenly blade that could even slice through space. One had to know that the current divine barren continent was no longer the same as before. The space was now incomparably stable and was almost comparable to Yuan continent. Even a quasi-emperor could not break through space. Everyone's attacks were completely destroyed. A terrifying power surged out. Nearly 20 experts trembled violently and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. They were severely injured. A few of the weaker ones' bodies directly exploded. "Phantom!" Then Lu Ming stretched out his hand and pointed. Endless runes appeared and turned into dozens of Grim Reapers. These Grim Reapers were not purely formed from array laws. They also contained other laws. The dozens of Grim Reapers charged towards the people from the 3 factions. Uft, uft, uft. Blood splattered everywhere and heads rolled. The people from the three factions were already severely injured by Lu Ming's move. How could they withstand the attacks of the Grim Reapers? They were instantly killed one by one. In just a few breaths, all the experts from the three factions were killed. Not a single one was left alive. Lu Ming also plucked the 9 Holy Spirit fruits one by one. It seems that the legend is wrong. A Holy Spirit fruit can't directly create a saint. Lu Ming grabbed the last Holy Spirit fruit and carefully sized it up. With Lu Ming's current insight and his understanding of alchemy laws, he could clearly see the medicinal effects of some sacred medicines. It was impossible for the Holy Spirit fruit to directly create a Saint Realm expert after consuming it, as the legend had it. However, if a third-stage half-saint consumed it, it could indeed increase the chances of becoming a saint and increase the chances of condensing a saint heart. Speaking of which, it was a rare and precious fruit. At this moment, everyone was petrified. Some people rubbed their eyes desperately, thinking that they were dreaming. The experts from the three factions from the Yuan continent, including many boundary emperors, were killed by Lu Ming just like that. In particular, Han Zhong and the other 3 were indescribably shocked. After all, Lu Ming had come with them, especially the burly man who had previously mocked Lu Ming. At this moment, he was drenched in cold sweat and had a lingering fear. If Lu Ming wanted to argue with him, he could kill him with a puff of his breath. Autumn Moon, let's go. Lu Ming smiled and walked away with Autumn Moon. When he passed by Han Zhong and the other 3, he waved his hand and a force wrapped around the 4 of them and brought them away. It took a while for the others to react. Instantly, there was an uproar. They guessed that Lu Ming should be an expert from the Yuan continent. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so strong. However, they did not know Lu Ming's name. Therefore, the name Black-Faced Death God spread and shook the entire Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming led Han Zhong and the other 3 and traveled thousands of miles in an instant. They only stopped when they were out of the mountain range. All right, it's safe here. Lu Ming left these words behind and left with Autumn Moon. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Han Zhong and the other 3 were in a daze. Then they sighed. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon headed south. Soon, they left the northern plains and arrived at the Middle Continent. The Middle Continent was extremely prosperous. Large cities stood between the heavens and the earth. This was not there in the past. Clearly, it was built in recent years. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon found a large city and walked in. Lu Ming wanted to find out about the current situation of the Dragon Alliance and how the members of the Dragon Alliance were doing. The best place to find out was a restaurant. This was a human characteristic. In a restaurant, one could reveal many secrets while eating, drinking, and chatting. Lu Ming and Autumn Moon walked into a large restaurant. They ordered some food and wine and started eating. Lu Ming spread out his spiritual consciousness and eavesdropped on the conversations of others. Chapter 2172. Voices entered Lu Ming's ears one after another. It's really a great era now. The world has changed, precious herbs are everywhere, and experts are emerging in large numbers. My cultivation can also break through to the martial emperor realm. An old man with snow-white hair sighed with a complicated expression. Originally, with his talent, he could only break through to the spirit god realm and didn't have much lifespan left. However, when he was about to die, the world had changed and everything had recovered. His cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds. He had even broken through to the martial emperor realm not long ago, and his lifespan had increased greatly. How could he not sigh? The world was now rich in origin chi. Not only had the cultivation speed increased greatly, but there were also some sacred fruits that could transform one's bloodline and achieve evolution. It could be said to be terrifying. However, there were only a few of those sacred herbs. Still, many people had obtained them, and their talents had increased greatly. Yeah, the cultivation environment now is too good. It was unimaginable in the past. Didn't you see that even the experts of Yuanlu have come to occupy the territory? Speaking of which, there's a big event that will start soon. It's about the 3 major forces of Yuanlu. I heard that the three major forces of Yuan Lu will have a battle in 3 months to redivide the territory. Is there such a thing? Many people in the restaurant were shocked. I heard it through the grapevine. It's probably going to be made public soon. There's no doubt that the Eastern Wilderness has the best environment. Many people are coveting it. Now, it's occupied by the Divine Bull Palace. The Monarch Clan and the Barbarian Dragon Palace both want to occupy the Eastern Wilderness. There will definitely be a battle. That's right. However, the three major forces of Yuan Lu seem to have similar strength. Once the battle starts, there will be heavy casualties. No, I heard that the three major forces will use a special method this time. The three major forces will send out their young geniuses to fight. Moreover, they must be the local geniuses of Divine Wilderness. The division of territory will be decided according to their achievements. There's actually such a thing? A battle between the local geniuses of Divine Wilderness? Looks like there'll be a good show in 3 months. Many people in the restaurant were interested and gathered around the person who knew the grapevine. Being surrounded by so many people, that person enjoyed it very much. He rattled on and on, talking a bunch more. That person said that the battle in 3 months would most likely be held in the former headquarters of the Dragon Alliance, the Dragon Emperor City. Currently, the Dragon Emperor City was occupied by Indra. I wonder about Dad and Mom. Are they in Dragon Emperor City? A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He was also worried. Speaking of geniuses, the Divine Wilderness is now filled with geniuses, especially the top 10 geniuses. They are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Their cultivations are unfathomable. That's right. It said that the top 10 prodigies are all disciples of Yuan Land's experts. How can they not be strong? Especially the number 1 prodigy, Ren Xianxia. He's an unrivaled prodigy that's rarely seen in all of history. His talent is unparalleled, and even Sakura Buddha has personally taken him in as a disciple. Yes, speaking of Ren Xianxia, this child is indeed shocking. No one can compare to him now. In my opinion, only the leader of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming, can compare to Ren Xianxia. Indeed, everyone continued to discuss. Towards the end, the topic actually shifted to Lu Ming. They were completely unaware that the main character was sitting right there. A bunch of ignorant people. What do you know? At this moment, a cold laugh resounded throughout the restaurant. Then, a young man walked out of one of the private rooms. This person was skinny, and his eyes were long and narrow. As he blinked, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. "Young master, what do you think?" The old man who had been discussing just now cupped his fists and asked, "A bunch of fools. How dare you talk about the heroes of the world? Who does Lu Ming think he is? How can he be compared to Ren Xianxia? He's not even fit to carry Ren Xianxia's shoes. Let's not talk about Ren Xianxia. Which one of the top 10 prodigies can compare to Lu Ming?" The skinny young man sneered. Everyone else's expression changed. However, when they thought about it, things are different now. Back then, what was Lu Ming's cultivation level? He hadn't even broken through to the martial emperor realm. Now, the top 10 prodigies' cultivation levels were unfathomable. It was said that many of them had reached the sage-to-be realm. The difference was too great. The achievements of these prodigies were indeed far above Lu Ming's. If Lu Ming was still here, any one of the top 10 prodigies would be able to suppress him. The skinny young man said again, "You're boasting shamelessly. The leader of the Dragon Alliance is the best of all time. How can those so-called prodigies be compared to the leader of the Dragon Alliance? What a joke." At that moment, a cold voice was heard. "Who is it? Come out." The skinny young man shouted coldly. Then, footsteps were heard from the stairs of the restaurant. A young man and a young woman walked up. "Xiaoshan, Xiaoro." Lu Ming's eyes lit up in surprise. The young man and woman were Lu Ming's in-name disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro. What a coincidence. He didn't expect to meet them here. After more than 10 years, the two of them had matured a lot. They looked like they were in their 20s and had extraordinary auras. However, the two of them both had angry expressions on their faces. They were furious that Lu Ming had been humiliated. "Who are you?" the skinny young man asked with a cold smile. Zhuang Xiaoshan, Zhuang Xiaro. The two of them reported their names. So it's you, the two disciples of the legendary Lu Ming. Hee, what's the matter? Are you trying to avenge your master? However, I'm telling the truth. Your master might have been good in the past, but now he's just average. How can he be compared to the current top 10 elites? The skinny young man sneered, and his voice was filled with mockery. Before the world changed, my master came from a remote place in the eastern wilderness. He went against the flow and fought against the heroes of the world. In the end, he defeated all the overlords of the divine region and created the Dragon Alliance. Such a battle record has never been seen before. Who can compare to him? The so-called 10 great prodigies are merely relying on the good environment and the guidance of Yuan Lu's experts to have some achievements. Compared to my master, they are nothing. Zhuang Xiaoshan said loudly. How dare you? The skinny young man shouted, and his body emitted a cold, murderous intent. Kneel down and slap your own mouth. Take back what you just said. Hee, I'm just telling the truth. If my master hadn't left, there wouldn't be any top 10 elites. When my master was still around, Ren Xianxia was nothing. He didn't even have the right to meet my master. Zhuang Xiaoshan sneered and stood straight. He was not afraid of the skinny young man. You really know how to flatter yourself. Today, Li Ku, will have a taste of the skills of the Dragon Alliance leader's disciple. The skinny young man's face turned colder, and his murderous intent flashed. His cold aura caused the temperature in the restaurant to drop rapidly. What? He's Li Ku, one of the top 10 elites. After the skinny young man said his name, someone exclaimed. This skinny young man was one of the top 10 elites. No wonder he was furious when Zhuang Xiaoshan said that the top 10 elites were not as good as Lu Ming. I heard that Li Ku is Ren Qianxing's loyal supporter and has a good relationship with him. Someone said softly. Chapter 2173. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaro knew that the top 10 elites of the Divine Wilderness were all very talented. Most importantly, they were disciples of the elites of Yuan continent and had cultivated powerful realm martial techniques. Their combat strength was unfathomable, and they might not be able to defeat them. However, they had no choice but to fight now that Lu Ming's reputation was at stake. Let's go out and fight, Zhuang Xiaoshan said. He then flew out of the window in a flash. Zhuang Xiaro followed him. Li Ku's eyes flashed coldly as he flew out as well. Let's go and have a look. The people in the restaurant also flew out one after another, wanting to go and watch the show. Autumn Moon, let's go out as well, Lu Ming said to Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon nodded, and the two of them flew out of the restaurant. Lu Ming knew that Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaro were no match for Li Ku. Currently, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao's cultivation were rank 8 martial royal realm. Compared to back then, he was already many times stronger. Originally, it would have been difficult for them to reach this stage with their talents. However, the world had changed. When the world had changed, the elites of Yuan continent had yet to arrive. The Dragon Alliance was the ruler of the Divine Wilderness, and they must have obtained many sacred medicine's spiritual roots. As Lu Ming's unofficial disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaro must have obtained a lot of benefits. It was not surprising that their cultivation had reached this stage. However, Li Ku was more powerful. He was a rank 1 sage to be and was much stronger than the two of them. Zhuang Xiaoshan, Zhuang Xiaro, and Li Ku stood facing each other in the sky. They were surrounded by people. Many people became interested when they heard that Li Ku was one of the top 10 elites and Lu Ming's disciple was one of the Dragon Alliance's former leader. The two of you attacked together. Let's end this quickly. I'm going to have a drink, Li Ku said confidently. I'll fight you alone. Zhuang Xiaoshan stepped forward and a long spear appeared in his hand. Boom! He pressed the long spear down and the realm of earth spread out toward Li Ku. Insignificant skill, Li Ku sneered. The sword light in his hand exploded and soared into the sky, slashing out. Zhuang Xiaoshan's earth domain was split apart by Li Ku's sword light. Zhuang Xiaoshan retreated quickly, but there was still a sword wound on his chest that was bleeding profusely. One move, and Zhuang Xiaoshan was injured. Haha, what a piece of trash. You can't even block a single move. So this is Lu Ming's disciple. You can see that Lu Ming isn't that great. You guys even bragged about how powerful he is. Li Ke laughed mockingly. You're not allowed to insult my master. My talent is foolish. Not even a 10,000th of my master's. Zhuang Xiaoshan shouted as his eyes turned red. You're still bragging. I said, both of you can come at me together. Li Ke looked at Zhuang Xiaoro and said disdainfully. Zhuang Xiaoro stepped forward and stood beside Zhuang Xiaoshan. Boom, boom. The two sides started fighting again. This time, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro joined forces to fight Li Ke. However, they were still no match for him. In just a few moves, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro were defeated. Ha ha, what a piece of trash. Even if your master is here, he won't be a match for me. Li Ke laughed maniacally. Shut up. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro shouted. How dare you be so arrogant after being defeated? Today, I'll cripple the both of you and turn you into a real piece of trash. Li Ke's eyes turned cold as he charged towards Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro. His sword light was powerful. I'll fight you to the death. Zhuang Xiaoshan roared and swept out with his spear. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down. Xiaoshan, Xiaoro, your talent is still too weak. In the crowd, Lu Ming shook his head. Then, he took a step forward and a surge of energy silently entered Zhuang Xiaoshan's body. Other than Xiao Automoon, no one else noticed this. Child's play break. Li Ke shouted arrogantly as his sword light burst forth. He wanted to break Zhuang Xiaoro's spear attack and cripple Zhuang Xiaoshan. Boom! Suddenly, Zhuang Xiaoshan's spear attack increased in power. The spear light became 1,000 meters long and pressed down on Li Ke like a mountain range. Li Ke's sword light was like a candle flame that was extinguished as soon as it appeared. How is this possible? Li Ke screamed in disbelief. Then, Zhuang Xiaoro's spear attack pressed down on Li Ke, and he fell to the ground like a dead dog. A huge pit was formed as he lay there and vomited blood. What's going on? Zhuang Xiaoshan was stunned. He suddenly felt a surge of energy entering his body and increasing his strength. Someone is helping me. Zhuang Xiaoshan immediately thought of this. Zhuang Xiaoro, who was beside him, was also stunned. When did Zhuang Xiaoshan become so powerful all of a sudden? Around them, the others were also dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Zhuang Xiaoshan was completely suppressed by Li Ke. How did Zhuang Xiaoshan become a different person in the blink of an eye? He completely suppressed Li Ke and severely injured him. What's going on? Boom. How could Zhuang Xiaoshan miss such an opportunity? He took a step forward and a terrifying force pressed down on Li Ke. Li Ke screamed and used all his strength to defend himself. However, Zhuang Xiaoshan was now supported by Lu Ming's strength. How could he defend himself? The powerful force was like an ancient mountain pressing down on Li Ke. Li Ke was like a toad with his 4 limbs on the ground. He kept twisting, but it was useless. Under the pressure of the force, he screamed and vomited blood. He was in a terrible state. Who is it? Who is helping him? My master is a boundary emperor from the monarch race. Who are you? Tell me your name. Li Ke screamed. He was not stupid. He immediately realized that there must be an expert secretly helping Zhuang Xiaoshan. Otherwise, Zhuang Xiaoshan's strength would not have increased so much. The spectators around them were also stunned. It was most likely that someone was secretly helping Zhuang Xiaoshan. Who is it? Come out if you have the ability. Those who dare to go against the monarch race will not have a good ending. Li Ke screamed. Hee, you are a person from the divine wilderness continent. When did you become a member of the monarch race? Perhaps you were just a dog of the monarch race? A faint voice sounded and Lu Ming stepped forward. You're the one who attacked? Li Ke glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. It was equivalent to admitting it. You dare to go against the monarch race? The monarch race will not let you go. Li Ke screamed. I will visit the monarch race sooner or later. Tell Di Shi Tian to wash his neck and wait. Lu Ming said coldly with killing intent. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming was too arrogant. Tell Di Shi Tian to wash his neck and wait. Who was Di Shi Tian? He was a martial emperor expert, a peerless expert from the Yuan continent. This dark-skinned young man was too arrogant. Also, 3 months later, the two of them will challenge you in the Imperial Dragon City. They will defeat you with their own cultivation. So, I will not kill you today. Get lost. Chapter 2174. Many people turned to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked very young, but his strength was unfathomable. Previously, he secretly helped Xianxia and was able to crush Li Ke. How strong was his cultivation? However, his tone was too arrogant. He actually asked Sakura to wash his neck and wait for death. He was too arrogant. Many people secretly shook their heads, thinking that Lu Ming was just spouting nonsense. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao walked over and thanked Lu Ming. At the same time, they were also surprised. They had never seen Lu Ming before, so they didn't know why Lu Ming helped them. Follow me, Lu Ming said. After that, he turned around and walked out of the city. Xiao Yu followed Lu Ming. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao looked at each other and followed Lu Ming obediently. Soon, they were out of the city and came to a remote place. There was no one here. At this moment, Lu Ming stopped and turned around. You two little guys, long time no see, Lu Ming said with a smile. Now, he didn't disguise his voice and returned to his original voice. Hearing this voice, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao's body shook violently. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Then, the disbelief turned into endless joy. Master, is it really you? Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao asked in surprise. Lu Ming smiled. His appearance began to change, and he returned to his original appearance. Looking at Lu Ming's appearance, which had not changed much over 10 years ago, the two of them trembled even more violently. Master, you're back. The two spoke incoherently, especially Zhuang Xiao. She was so emotional that she cried. Still crying? How old are you now? Lu Ming smiled and wiped away Zhuang Xiao's tears. After a while, the two siblings finally calmed down. Master, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell us? Zhuang Xiao smiled. I just came back not long ago. When I came back, I discovered that the world had changed greatly. I was afraid that you would be controlled by Yuan continent's experts, so I didn't transmit my voice to you. I wanted to secretly gather information. Lu Ming said, and then asked, What's the situation now? Are Xiao Wan and the others okay? And my parents? Senior Xiao Wan and the others have always been controlled by the Emperor clan, forced to work for the Emperor clan. On the other hand, Grand Preceptor Master and Grand Preceptor Madam are fine. They are not far from here. Zhuang Xiaoshan said. The Grand Preceptor and Grand Preceptor Madam he was talking about were Lu Ming's parents. My parents are not far away. Lu Ming was delighted. In Great Grand Preceptor Master and Great Grand Preceptor Master's cultivation base is relatively weak. Therefore, the Emperor clan didn't care about it and left Dragon Emperor City long ago. Now, they are together with Senior Mo Tian and Kong Jin. Zhuang Xiao said, Senior Ma Tian fatty? Let's go take me there, Lu Ming said. Immediately, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao led Lu Ming and Autumn Moon towards the south. On the way, Autumn Moon also returned to her original appearance. The Zhuang siblings were so surprised that they almost called Autumn Moon Grand Preceptor Madam. Later, they found out about Autumn Moon's true identity. On the way, Lu Ming asked the siblings about what had happened in the past few years. The siblings talked about it in detail, allowing Lu Ming to understand more about the situation in the Divine Wilderness continent. Soon, they arrived at a mountain range. This mountain range was majestic and magnificent. They kept flying toward the valley. From afar, they could see a few wooden houses in the valley. Grand Preceptor Master, Grand Preceptor Madam, from afar, the Zhuang siblings shouted. From the wooden house, a figure walked out. From afar, Lu Ming saw his parents. It's Xiaoshan. Xiao is back. Li Ping smiled, but in the next moment, Li Ping's voice stopped abruptly. She saw Lu Ming and couldn't take her eyes off him. At the same time, Lu Yintian also saw Lu Ming. Like Li Ping, he couldn't take his eyes off him. Ming, it's really you. Ming, you're back. Old man, help me take a look. Am I seeing things? Am I seeing Ming again? Li Ping muttered to herself. As she spoke, tears flowed down her cheeks. You're not seeing things. Ming is back, Lu Yintian said with a trembling voice. Lu Ming's nose turned sour. It had been more than 10 years since they had left in a hurry. In the martial world, the concept of time was different from ordinary people. Seclusion could last for a few years. However, after not seeing each other for more than 10 years, the two elders must have missed him very much. Moreover, Lu Ming was going to the Yuanlu continent alone. The dangers were unknown. It would be strange if they weren't worried. Father, mother. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and came to the two elders. Li Ping held Lu Ming's hand and looked at him carefully. She was completely speechless as tears flowed down her cheeks. I say, why are you crying? It's a good thing that Ming is back. Why are you crying? You're really a woman, Lu Yintian said. However, his eyes were also filled with tears. Ming, let your friend take a seat inside, Lu Yintian said as he looked at Autumn Moon. He was stunned when he saw her. Autumn Moon. Lu Yintian couldn't believe it. Li Ping also looked at Xiaoyu. She was also stunned. Autumn Moon. It's really you. You're back too? Li Ping was extremely surprised. Autumn Moon's eyes were already filled with tears. She couldn't hold it in anymore. She rushed into Li Ping's arms and said, Madam, Master, Autumn Moon is back. Autumn Moon is back to see you. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Li Ping stroked Autumn Moon's hair and was extremely happy. In their hearts, Autumn Moon was like their daughter. However, it had been almost 20 years since they last saw each other. Naturally, they were excited to see each other again. After a long while, everyone calmed down. Li Ping pulled Xiaoyu aside and asked her a lot of questions. Lu Ming, haha, it's really you. At this moment, two burly figures flew over. Lu Ming smiled when he saw them. Who else could it be if it wasn't Fatty Kong Jin? The other one was the demonic sky divine emperor. Of course, Lu Ming found that the demonic sky divine emperor was no longer an emperor. His cultivation had reached the minor achievement of the bright divine realm. That made sense. When the origin chi was scarce, those who could break through to the martial emperor realm were definitely top-notch in terms of talent, wisdom, and perseverance. Moreover, at the beginning of the world's metamorphosis, those martial emperors had an absolute advantage and could obtain a lot of resources. Therefore, it was not surprising that the demonic sky divine emperor had broken through to the sacred realm. Perhaps those emperors back then had all broken through to the sacred realm. As for Fatty Kong Jin, his cultivation was also different from before. He had reached the third stage of the half-saint realm. However, his body had become even fatter. He looked like a meatball. Fatty, Lu Ming said with a smile. Ha ha, come, give me a hug. The fatty dashed toward Lu Ming like a physical body. His fats wobbled like waves. Chapter 2175. In the valley, in front of the wooden house, everyone gathered around a stone table. Fatty took out a large amount of wine and delicacies, and everyone chatted while eating. Lu Ming learned that the demonic sky divine emperor was used to living in seclusion in the mountains. When he joined the Dragon Alliance, he did not stay in the Dragon Emperor city, but lived in seclusion in the mountains. Later, when the world changed, he brought Kong Jin with him and obtained a large number of sacred herbs and strange fruits. His bloodline evolved, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Because of this, when the Emperor race came, he was not in the Dragon Emperor city, so he was not controlled by the Emperor race. The Emperor race did not care about those with weaker cultivation, such as Li Ping and Lu Yintian. Lu Ming, what's your realm now? The demonic sky divine emperor looked at Lu Ming, because he found that he could not see through Lu Ming's cultivation at all. At the same time, he could not see through Autumn Moon's cultivation at all. Boundary Emperor. Lu Ming did not hide it and said bluntly. The demonic sky divine emperor, Li Ping, Lu Yintian, and the others were silent for a moment before they were overjoyed. Lu Ming had reached the boundary emperor realm. In their eyes, it was unimaginable. Humph, that Li Ku said that master is not as good as them. They are not even worthy to carry master's shoes. Xianxia said. Lu Ming, the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger, Kong Jin said with a bitter face, as if he had suffered a great blow. Autumn Moon has become an emperor, Lu Ming said all of a sudden. Then, she saw Kong Jin's entire body stiffen. His mouth was wide open, and his pair of beady eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu. The others were not any better. They were staring at Autumn Moon in shock. Autumn Moon had become an emperor. It was simply unimaginable. In their eyes, martial emperors were unsurpassed existences. However, there was a person sitting right beside them at that moment. I don't want to live anymore, Fatty wailed. Autumn Moon, you really became an emperor? Li Ping held Autumn Moon's hand excitedly. Now that the world had undergone a metamorphosis and all living things had awakened, the cultivation level of the divine wilderness had increased by several levels. Although Li Ping was born unable to cultivate, under the accumulation of countless resources, she had now reached the Spirit Sea realm. On the other hand, Lu Yuntian's cultivation was at the domain enlightened spirit god realm. So, they naturally knew what the martial emperor realm represented. Autumn Moon's face flushed red. She was a little embarrassed. She whispered, although I've become an emperor, my strength is still far from young masters. Sai, I'm old, I'm really old. In the future, the world will belong to you young people. The Devil Sky Emperor sighed. Everyone drank and chatted, and a few hours passed quickly. For the next few days, Lu Ming would spend time with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping, chatting with the two elders. A few days later, Lu Ming called Kong Jin, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Xiaoro to a nearby mountain peak. I've heard that the three great factions of the Yuan continent will have a duel in less than 3 months. Xiaoshan, Xiaoro, I've told you that you'll be able to defeat Li Ku in 3 months. Are you confident? Lu Ming said. Master, that Li Ku is at the first stage of the half-martial sacred realm. We're only at the 8th layer martial dominator realm. It's quite difficult to catch up to him in 3 months. Zhuang Xiaoshan said softly. He was being tactful. His and Zhuang Xiaoro's talents were average. Although their bloodlines had evolved after consuming the rare fruit, their bloodlines were only at the 7th grade divine realm. Over the years, they had refined many elixirs and sacred herbs to improve their cultivation. However, it was impossible for them to defeat Li Ku in 3 months. With me around, do you think you won't be able to catch up to Li Ku? Lu Ming glared at them. He then took out a jade bottle and tossed it to Zhuang Xiaoshan. There are top-grade nirvana pills inside. You and Xiao Ro can refine them. 1 pill is enough to improve your bloodlines to the 9th grade divine realm. Thank you, Master. The siblings were overjoyed and bowed before Lu Ming. Naturally, they were pleasantly surprised. Lu Ming's first move was a peerless treasure pill. Although there were many mutant fruits in the world, and some of them could allow one's bloodline to evolve, there were too few of them. And now, Lu Ming had given them an entire bottle. Lu Ming, do you have any pills that are suitable for me? The fatty rubbed his hands together in envy and stared at Lu Ming. His bloodline was already at the 8th grade divine realm. After consuming the rare fruit, it was now at the 9th grade divine realm. There was no need for him to improve his bloodline. Fatty, I'll help you rank up to the martial sacred realm in a few days. Lu Ming let out a smile. Rank up to the martial sacred realm in a few days? Are you serious? The fatty's eyes glistened. Of course, but it will be a little painful. Let's see if you can endure it. Lu Ming let out a smile. Of course, who am I? Master Kong Jin. The fatty patted his chest, and the fat on his body rippled like water. All right. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the great pill derivation furnace appeared on the ground. Go in. Huh? Into the furnace? The fatty was dumbfounded. That's right. Go in, and you'll rank up to the martial sacred realm in a few days. Lu Ming said. That's amazing. Here I come. The fatty jumped into the furnace. Lu Ming began to activate the furnace. Alchemy fire spread out and enveloped the fatty's body. Then, a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered came from the furnace. Oh, it hurts so much. Ah! The fatty screamed nonstop. Lu Ming continued to add sacred herbs and 2 Holy Spirit fruits into the furnace. The Holy Spirit fruit could increase the success rate of becoming a martial sacred and make it easier for one to condense a martial sacred heart. Fatty, stop screaming. Focus on absorbing the energy and prepare for the breakthrough. Lu Ming said. The fatty endured the pain and began to cultivate. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro also ran to the side and swallowed a nirvana elixir each and began to refine the elixir. 3 days later, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro's bloodline successfully evolved under the effects of the nirvana elixir and reached divine level 9. This time, Lu Ming bought a large number of nirvana elixirs, all of which were top-notch. Naturally, their bloodline evolved to the highest level. Nirvana elixir was a very cheap elixir in Yuan continent. However, it was a treasure in the divine wilderness continent. At the same time, the fatty's cultivation had reached a critical moment. Boom! A powerful aura came out from the great pill derivation furnace. The fatty rushed out of the furnace and floated in the air. His aura exploded wildly. Ha! I've broken through. I've finally broken through. I've become a martial sacred. The fatty could not stop laughing. He was so excited that he could die. Isn't that number 1 sky pride, Ren Xianxia arrogant? The next time I see him, I'll chop him up with my axe. The fatty continued to laugh, as if he was invincible. You've become a martial sacred? Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro were also shocked. Then, their admiration for Lu Ming grew. After a while, the fatty finally calmed down and retracted his aura. Fatty, here's a divine power that suits your laws. Take it and cultivate. Chapter 2176. When he was in Yuanlu, Lu Ming had killed many strong enemies, especially in the ancient Moon Sacred Ground, where he had destroyed the Feng clan and 5 other powerful forces. Each of these forces had been around for countless years, and they had a lot of resources. Lu Ming had obtained a lot of resources. Elixirs, treasures, sacred weapons, emperor weapons, divine powers, and many more. There were various kinds of mystical abilities of laws inside. Lu Ming found a mystical ability that was suitable for the fatty and passed it to him. Fatty was overjoyed and took it happily. Then, Lu Ming took out an axe, which was a great sacred weapon, and gave it to Fatty. Fatty was even more overjoyed. Although the world had changed, it was only because the origin chi was more abundant and there were more sacred herbs and spiritual herbs, which made it easier to break through. However, divine powers and weapons were still the same as before. Many people did not have a suitable weapon after their cultivation had increased. After the fatty received it, his eyes narrowed into slits as he grinned. Then, he ran off to the side and started cultivating. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro looked at Lu Ming eagerly. Both of you have refined a lot of sacred herbs in your bodies, but most of the medicinal effects are still in your bodies. This will be a huge hindrance to your cultivation in the future. Both of you enter the cauldron, and I will help you refine them. At the same time, it will increase the grade of your spirit bodies. Lu Ming said. The siblings were shocked. Even the grade of their spirit bodies could be increased. In the end, Zhuang Xiaoshan entered the cauldron first. Refine. Lu Ming controlled the law of alchemy and used the alchemy fire to refine Zhuang Xiaoshan's body. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had increased and he could control the law of alchemy, it was easier for him to control the cauldron. The effects of the cauldron were many times stronger than before. Soon, the remaining medicinal effects in Zhuang Xiaoshan's body were completely refined by the alchemy fire. Afterward, Lu Ming added in the panacea. He used the medicinal effect of the panacea to temper and raise Zhuang Xiaoshan's spirit body level. The process was very painful, but Zhuang Xiaoshan gritted his teeth and endured it. This was because he could feel that his spiritual body was constantly improving. He was originally an ordinary spirit body, but now he was improving at a crazy speed. A day later, his spiritual body was upgraded to an inferior earth spiritual body. However, it was not over yet. The improvement was still ongoing. After a few more days, his spiritual body had risen to a high-grade spiritual body. At this moment, Lu Ming released Xianxia. It couldn't be too long, or it would be harmful. My spirit body, Xianxia sensed carefully and realized that his spirit body's power had increased tremendously. His combat power was several times stronger than before. Xiaoro, go in. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. Xianxia also entered the Great Evolution Pill Furnace, and Lu Ming did the same. A few days later, Xianxia's spirit body also rose to a high-grade spirit body. Then, he let Xianxia in. After more than 20 days, the two spirit bodies rose to an inferior heaven spiritual body. Lu Ming sighed. The siblings' talent was limited. An inferior heaven spiritual body was their limit. It would be difficult for them to improve further unless they had a heaven-defying opportunity. However, their cultivation was not over yet. This was because the Great Evolution Pill Furnace had another use. It could refine pills using the laws. It could also refine people using the laws, allowing them to comprehend the laws faster. As for Xianxia and Xianxia, they had not reached the martial saint realm and had only comprehended the domain. In the past, Lu Ming could not use the Great Evolution Pill Furnace. However, now that Lu Ming had comprehended the laws of alchemy, he could do it. Then, he let the siblings take turns to enter the Great Evolution Pill Furnace and channel the power of the laws of heaven and earth into the furnace. The siblings' comprehension of the domain increased by leaps and bounds. Their cultivation base also advanced by leaps and bounds. During this time, Lu Ming also let Kong Jin enter the Great Evolution Pill Furnace to refine Kong Jin's spirit body and raise its grade. Kong Jin's talent was very high. His spirit body was raised to a medium heaven spiritual body before reaching its limit. Time flew by. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 months, Kong Jin, Xianxia, and Xiao's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. Kong Jin's cultivation was at the bright saint realm, but his spirit body had reached the medium earth spiritual body. He also cultivated the divine power technique, and his strength had increased by many times. As for Xiao and Xiao, their cultivation had increased from the 8th layer martial royal realm to the peak of the 1st stage half-saint realm. Together with their inferior heaven spiritual bodies, their battle strength was enough to crush a 2nd stage half-saint. They could even defeat a 3rd stage half-saint. The 3 of them were very confident. At that moment, the competition between the 3 forces of Yuan Lu in order to fight for territory had begun. During this time, the demonic Sky Divine Emperor had gone out to investigate and had obtained a lot of information. The Monarch race, Divine Bull Palace, and Barbarian Dragon Palace would compete for territory. This time, the competition would mainly be between the local geniuses of the Divine Wilderness continent. Among them, the strongest party could occupy the Eastern Wilderness. Now, the Eastern Wilderness was undoubtedly the best place. And this time, the location was the Dragon Emperor City. This news had spread all over the world. During this time, countless people had rushed to the Dragon Emperor City to participate in this grand event. Lu Ming bade farewell to Li Ping and Lu Yuntian. Then, he led Kong Jin, Xiao, and Xiao to the Dragon Emperor City. With Lu Ming's speed, they soon arrived at the Dragon Emperor City. The Dragon Emperor City was more majestic than before. Obviously, the Dragon Emperor City had been expanded over the years. Originally, there was a statue of Lu Ming in front of the Dragon Emperor City. However, this statue had long been torn down. The monarch race's people really deserved to die. They actually tore down Master's statue. Xiao was furious. Xiao and Kong Jin's eyes were also burning with anger. Lu Ming was calm, and he smiled faintly. This time, he would take back the Dragon Emperor's city. As for Sakura, it was time to deal with him. Around the Dragon Emperor's city, countless figures flew towards the Dragon Emperor's city. Lu Ming's group of 4 followed the crowd and entered the Dragon Emperor's city. After entering the Dragon Emperor's city, they found an inn to stay in. The battle between the three major forces of the Yuan Lu would begin tomorrow. The four of them waited in the inn. At the same time, in a mansion in the depths of the Dragon Emperor city, the two words Hua Mansion were written on the gate of this mansion. The people living here were Hua Qi and his clansmen. Back then, due to Lu Ming, the Hua family was also considered a big family. Later on, the world changed and many Chinese people rose to prominence. Many powerhouses were born and they had a pivotal position in the Dragon Alliance. However, similarly, when Sakura came, the Hua family was also controlled by the Monarch family. There were many experts guarding the Hua Mansion. They were all from the Monarch race. Now, the Hua Mansion welcomed a guest. It was the #1 genius of the Divine Wilderness continent, Ren Xianxia. Ren Xianxia was Sakura's disciple. Hua Qi led a group of people to receive him in the main hall of the Hua Mansion. "Young Master Ren, I wonder what brings you to my Hua Mansion?" Hua Qi asked. "Hua Qi, you already know the answer." Chapter 2177. Ren Xianxia sat at the head of the hall, lazily playing with the jade cup in his hand. He raised his head slightly, glanced at Hua Qi, and said, "You know very well why I'm here, but I'll say it again now. I like Huaro. Marry her to me." Hua Qi and the other members of the Hua family were startled. Ren Xianxia was indeed here for Huaro. Huaro was Hua Qi's youngest daughter. She was a famous beauty in the Dragon Emperor city. Ren Xianxia had always been pursuing Huaro. Ren Xianxia was a good match for Huaro with his talent and identity. However, Ren Xianxia was a playboy by nature. Now, he had already married a wife and 3 concubines. Moreover, it was said that Ren Xianxia was only interested in something new. After playing with the concubines for a period of time, he no longer cared about them and went on to find his next target. How could Hua Qi let his daughter marry such a person? Furthermore, Ren Xianxia's master was Sakura. He had occupied the Dragon Emperor's city and controlled the upper echelons of the Dragon Alliance. Therefore, he would not let his daughter marry Ren Xianxia. Furthermore, Huaro hated Ren Xianxia very much. "Young Master Ren, marriage is a big matter. It's related to my daughter's happiness. Ro needs to make her own decision. We won't interfere," Hua Qi said. "Hua Qi, what do you mean?" Ren Xianxia's face turned cold. "You mean Huaro won't be happy with me? It would be strange if she was happy." Hua Qi and the other members of the Hua family had the same thought, but they would not say it out loud. "Young Master Ren, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that Ro needs to make her own decision," Hua Qi explained. "Ridiculous. Since ancient times, it's always been the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. As long as you give the order, how would Huaro dare to disobey? Wouldn't she still have to marry me?" Ren Xianxia's expression turned even colder as he continued. "Hua Qi, don't give me all sorts of excuses. Who do you think I am? In the future, I will definitely dominate the Divine Wilderness and even head to the Yuan continent to become an overlord. It's your daughter's fortune that I fancy her. It's her fortune that she has cultivated for several lifetimes. Do you understand? Who do you think you are? You really know how to flatter yourself. A person like you would probably be slapped to death in Yuan Lu." At this moment, a voice sounded out from outside the hall, and then a young and beautiful woman walked in. The girl was 16 years old and was in her prime. She was an outstanding beauty and was Hua Qi's youngest daughter, Huaro. "Huaro, what did you say? Do you know how much trouble you'll bring to the Hua clan?" Ren Xianxia said coldly. His cold eyes moved up and down Huaro's curvaceous body, flashing with an evil light. "What? Are you going to use your master to pressure us again?" Huaro was very stubborn and fearless. "I don't need to marry my master. I, Ren Xianxia, have an unprecedented talent. If I want to marry someone, those women who want to marry me could line up from the North City Gate of Dragon Emperor City to the South City Gate of Dragon Emperor City. Do you understand? It's your fortune that I like you. Am I clear?" Ren Xianxia said confidently. "Unprecedented? You really know how to flatter yourself. In my heart, only my uncle Lu Ming is unprecedented. Who do you think you are?" Huaro said. "Lu Ming? If he appears, I'll slap him to death," Ren Xianxia said in disdain. He then looked at Huaqi and said, Huaqi, do you agree or not? Since Ro doesn't agree, please forgive me. I can't agree, Huaqi said firmly. Good, very good. Since that's the case, I will take first place in tomorrow's competition. At that time, I will ask my master to grant me a marriage. Even if you don't agree, you have to agree. Ren Xianxia fiercely left behind these words, flicking his sleeves and leaving. Huaqi, Huaro, and the others' faces changed. If Di Tian personally granted them a marriage, what should they do? If they rejected Di Tian, the Hua family would be annihilated. That despicable man, Huaro said with hatred as tears flowed down her cheeks. Rower, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let you marry him. Huaqi gritted his teeth. Everyone in the Hua family was worried. Time flew by, and a day passed by. Early the next morning, Lu Ming and the other three headed to the center of the Dragon Emperor City. In the center of the Dragon Emperor City, there was a huge square that was already crowded with people. Around the square, there were some banquets prepared. Of course, only those with status could take a seat. Ordinary people weren't qualified at all. The Emperor race is here. Suddenly, someone shouted, Whoosh! Whoosh! From the depths of the Dragon Emperor's city, rays of light flew over. The person in the lead was wearing an emperor's robe. He looked to be in his 40s with a jade crown on his head. He looked like an ancient emperor who had revived, filled with endless majesty. Di Tian. Needless to say, Lu Ming knew that this person was Di Tian. Beside Di Tian, there were some people. A few of them were abnormally tall and sturdy. They were covered in thick iron armor, and their bodies were covered in black light. Evil God tribe. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. These people were all from the Evil God tribe, and one of them had reached the martial emperor realm. Beside him, there were a few young men. That is Ren Xianxia, the #1 genius of the divine wilderness. Ren Xianxia's talent is amazing. Some people say that he is more talented than Lu Ming in the past, and is the #1 in history. Not necessarily. Around them, a group of people discussed. Zhuang Xiaoro and Zhuang Xiaoshan were indignant. Bright Saint Realm. Lu Ming looked at one of the young men. This person's cultivation had reached the Bright Saint Realm, and he should be Ren Xianxia. Beside Ren Xianxia, there was another young man. It was Li Ku. Di Tian and the others landed at the highest position and sat down. Moo moo. At this moment, a bull's roar shook the sky. In the distance, a group of divine bulls the size of a mountain stepped on the void, causing the sky to rumble. When they got closer, these divine bulls turned into tall and sturdy men. The people of the Divine Bull Palace had arrived. The people of the Divine Bull Palace also brought a few young men, and they landed on the east seat. Immediately, the roar of beasts resounded. Ferocious beasts pulled chariots, and a few chariots flew over. The people of the Barbarian Dragon Palace had arrived. Similarly, the Barbarian Dragon Palace also brought a few young men. The three major forces of the Yuan continent had arrived. The leaders of the three forces looked at each other in the air, and a terrifying aura spread out. An invisible pressure spread out. Everyone present felt as if they were facing several ancient universes. The suffocating pressure almost made them kneel down. Lu Ming released a wisp of aura that enveloped Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Xiaoro. The pressure on them lessened, and they let out a long breath. Third Martial Emperor Realm? Lu Ming muttered. The leaders of the three forces faced each other, and their auras spread out. Others could not see their cultivation, but Lu Ming could. Chapter 2178. Sakura, the Divine Bull Palace Master, and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master faced each other. Their auras filled the air as they revealed their rank 3 martial emperors. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. He did not take a level 3 martial emperor seriously. You two want to take over the Eastern Wilderness? No way. The Divine Bull Palace Master was a purple-haired middle-aged man. He smiled coldly. The Divine Bull Palace was the first force to come to the Eastern Wilderness. Therefore, they occupied the place with the densest origin chi. The monarch tribe and the barbarian dragon palace master had always wanted to take over the eastern wilderness, but they had never succeeded. This time, the monarch tribe and the barbarian dragon palace master had joined forces to put pressure on the divine bull palace. Where did the divine bull palace and the barbarian dragon palace master come from? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. These two forces definitely did not come from the Song state. They must have come to the divine wilderness through other means. You'll know after the competition. Don't go back on your word. Sakura smiled faintly. My divine bull palace won't go back on our word. Tell me, how are we going to compete this time? The divine bull palace master asked. How are we going to compete? We've already agreed that there's no need for you and me to fight. Both sides will send out their local geniuses to compete. How about this? Each side will send out 3 geniuses to compete in the group battle and individual battle. Sakura said. All right, it's decided then. I agree. The divine bull palace master and the barbarian dragon palace master nodded in agreement. Not long after, a battle stage rose in the middle of the square. 3 young men from each of the 3 forces rushed into the stage. Ren Xianxia, Ren Xianxia, Ren Xianxia. The monarch tribe naturally sent out Ren Xianxia. As soon as he stepped into the battle stage, many people shouted, including some ignorant girls. Ren Xianxia did look like a decent man. Many ignorant girls did not know how to differentiate between good and evil. They mindlessly idolized Ren Xianxia. Ren Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a peerless expert. What a show-off. I can't wait to step on his face. Kong Jin said unhappily. You'll have a chance. Lu Ming smiled. I'm mainly annoyed by those brainless girls. Ren Xianxia doesn't have anything he wants. How can he be compared to me? Those girls really don't have eyes. Kong Jin pursed his lips. Lu Ming was speechless. Brother Nyo, why don't we join forces? That Ren Xianxia is not easy to deal with. The barbarian dragon palace master secretly sent a message to the divine bull palace master. The eyes of the master of the divine bull palace flashed as he said, All right, then let's join forces first and defeat the people of the Emperor clan. Then we'll decide who's better. All right, that's what I meant. The barbarian dragon palace master nodded. Soon after, the barbarian dragon hall master and divine bull palace master sent voice transmissions to their respective supreme geniuses. At this moment, the 3 groups of geniuses were facing each other in the fighting ring. Around them, many people were watching nervously. From the discussions of the surrounding people, they knew that the 9 youths on the battle stage were 9 of the top 10 geniuses of the divine wilderness continent. Each of them had a very high cultivation level. On the Emperor clan side, Ren Xianxia and Li Ku were both there. At this moment, the divine bull palace and barbarian dragon palace's supreme geniuses looked at each other and suddenly moved. 6 youths from both sides suddenly rushed towards the Emperor clan's supreme geniuses from 2 different directions. Damn it, they want to join forces to deal with us first. Li Ku roared loudly. You're despicable. Another supreme genius from the Emperor clan also roared loudly. However, the supreme geniuses from both sides were extremely fast. In an instant, they closed in and attacked them. Li Ku and another supreme genius roared and charged forward. However, Ren Xianxia still had his hand behind his back, not moving at all. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions rang out. How could Li Ku and the other youth block the other party? They were directly blasted back, blood flowing out of their mouths. The 6 youths from the Divine Bull Palace and Barbarian Dragon Palace surrounded Ren Xianxia. Ren Xianxia admit defeat. One of the Divine Bull Palace's supreme geniuses said. This person was ranked 2nd among the top 10 supreme geniuses and had a cultivation level of 3rd stage half-saint. Admit defeat? What a joke. You want to defeat me with trash like you? Ren Xianxia said indifferently, boasting shamelessly. Then I'll have you get lost now. The supreme genius roared. The 6 supreme geniuses all released their powerful auras. They were all half-saints, and the weakest among them was a 2nd stage half-saint. Boom! However, at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Ren Xianxia's body. Vast sage aura spread out in all directions. At this moment, Ren Xianxing's cultivation level of the bright Sage Realm was revealed. Sage Realm. You've broken through to the Sage Realm. You've actually broken through to the Sage Realm. The 6 supreme geniuses from the 2 major forces roared in disbelief. This guy's actually broken through to the Sage Realm. Xianxia and Xianxia were also a little surprised. The Sage Realm was a hurdle that was difficult to cross. For example, if Fatty Kong Jin did not have Lu Ming's help, it would probably take a long time for him to cross the Sage Realm. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. They were shocked by Ren Xianxing's cultivation level. Those ignorant young girls were even more agitated as they screamed and screamed. Now, you're the ones who have lost. Ren Xianxing roared as rays of sword light bloomed from his hand. His master was Sakura, so naturally he had also cultivated divine powers that were extremely powerful. Bam! Bam! The supreme geniuses from the 2 major forces could not resist at all. They were directly sent flying by the sword light and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. A sage-to-be was no match for a Sage Realm cultivator. The supreme geniuses from the 2 major forces had been defeated in an instant. There was no suspense in the competition. Damn it! The Sacred Bull Palace master roared, his face gloomy. The crowd was also in an uproar as countless people cheered for Ren Xianxing. Too powerful, really too powerful. Ren Xianxing has reached the Sage Realm at such a young age. This is defying the heavens. Isn't that so? No wonder he's the top supreme genius of the divine wilderness. This is rare since ancient times. Someone actually put Lu Ming and Ren Xianxing on the same level. In my opinion, Lu Ming and Ren Xianxing are not even on the same level. Lu Ming is far from being comparable. Not bad, not bad. A series of discussions could be heard all around the square. Damn it, what do these people know? How do they know how powerful Master is? That's right, a bunch of ignorant people. Xianxia and Xianxia were very unhappy. These people actually said that Lu Ming was far from being comparable to Ren Xianxing. It was ridiculous. They knew how powerful Lu Ming was. In just 3 months, he was able to make their strength soar. They did not know how many times stronger he was than Ren Xianxing. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not care. With his current cultivation level, why would he care about these people's discussions? Many people sighed. They reckoned that in this competition, there was already no suspense. The Emperor clans were definitely going to win. Sakura was full of smiles. In order to help Ren Xianxing break through to the Sage Realm, he had paid a great price. But it was all worth it. The cultivation environment in the Eastern Wilderness was too good. As long as he occupied the Eastern Wilderness, he planned to move the entire D family over and make it their base camp. The D family would definitely continue to grow stronger and rise. Chapter 2179. As expected, the individual battles became Ren Xianxing's show. He defeated everyone in his way, and no one was a match for him. He won the first place without exception. Meanwhile, Li Ku won the 8th place. Although the other 2 from the Monarch race didn't have good results, Ren Xianxing's ranking meant that the Monarch race's points were still the highest. The entire Monarch race laughed their heads off. Those from the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace looked gloomy. This battle had pushed Ren Xianxing's reputation to the top. Many people even said that Ren Xianxing was a prodigy that had never appeared in the Divine Desolate region. They said that Lu Ming wasn't even worthy of carrying Ren Xianxing's shoes. Xianxia and the others gritted their teeth. Ren Xianxing stood on the fighting stage with his hands behind his back, enjoying the envious gazes of many people. There was a smug smile on his face. He was enjoying himself immensely, and his entire being was floating. He felt as if he was invincible since ancient times. After a long time, he restrained his thoughts and cupped his fist toward Sakura as he said, "Master, disciple has a matter to request of Master today. I hope that Master will grant my wish." "Haha, Xianxing, you have won the first place today. Tell me what you want. Treat it as a reward from me." Sakura laughed out loud. "Thank you, Master. I would like to ask you to marry Huaro, the daughter of Hua Qi, to me." Ren Xianxing said. "Hua Qi, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Ren Qianxing wanted to marry Hua Qi's daughter. He had left the Divine Desolate region for more than 10 years, and Hua Qi already had a few children before he left. Lu Ming remembered that Hua Qi did have a daughter called Hua Rou. Could it be that Hua Rou and Ren Qianxing were in love? Lu Ming frowned. He was about to take action, but he held himself back and wanted to see what was going on. Oh, that's it. I'll call Hua Qi and the other members of the Dragon Alliance and ask them to get ready to move to the Eastern Desolate region with me. Sakura nodded and then asked someone to pass the message. Not long after, a group of people flew over. Hua Qi, Xiao Wan, Senior Jiuyang, Brother Yin. At a glance, Lu Ming saw a familiar face in the crowd. Hua Qi, Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, Yin Kuangtu, etc. were all high-ranking members of the Dragon Alliance. Of course, there was also Hua Qi's daughter, Hua Rou. Hua Qi's face was somewhat ugly. He had a bad premonition. When he came here and heard that Ren Qianxing had already broken through to the Saint Realm and even obtained first place, his heart sank. Hua Qi, today, Qianxing told me that he is interested in your daughter, Hua Rou. I will bestow your daughter, Hua Rou, to Qianxing. Today, they will get married. It can be considered a double blessing. What do you say? Sakura asked smilingly. No, I won't agree. A crisp voice rang out. It was Hua Rou. Hua Qi said with an unpleasant expression, Senior Martial Emperor, my daughter Hua Rou is still young. She doesn't want to get married. I hope Senior Martial Emperor will take back the order. What do you mean? Ren Qianxing's face darkened as he stared at Hua Qi and Hua Rou. I, Ren Qianxing, have the greatest talent since the ancient times. Could it be that I'm not worthy of Hua Rou? Don't be ignorant of your good fortune. The #1 talent since ancient times. How shameless. Hua Rou went all out and scolded. Sakura's face also turned gloomy as he said, I called you guys over, not to ask for your opinions, but to inform you that I have personally spoken. No one can refuse. You guys go and prepare. We'll get married in a while. Hua Qi and Hua Rou's faces turned pale. Ren Qianxing, on the other hand, wore a smug expression. Senior Martial Emperor, marriage is a big deal. I'm afraid it's not good for you to force a marriage. Xiao Wan stepped forward and cupped his fists. That's right. I hope Senior Martial Emperor will take back the order. Following this, Xia Jiuyang, Yin Kuangtu, and the others also stepped forward and spoke. Who do you think you are? Since my master has already spoken, there's no reason for him to take it back. Are you going to disobey him? Ren Qianxing scolded. Around them, everyone just watched. No one said a word. Xiao Wan, Xia Jiuyang, Yin Kuangtu, Hua Qi, and the others wore unpleasant expressions. Unfortunately, the monarch tribe was too strong. If they resisted, they would probably be crushed to death by Sakura. There was no hope at all. No, I won't marry him. I won't marry him even if I die. Hua Rou shouted stubbornly. You have to marry him even if you don't want to. If you die, your family will be buried with you. Have you thought it through? Ren Qianxing transmitted his voice to Hua Rou. His voice was cold. Hua Rou's delicate body trembled. A look of despair flashed across her face as tears streamed down her face. Fatty, Xiaoshan, Xiaoro, it's your turn. At this moment, Lu Ming said to Fatty and the others, Haha, it's finally my turn. I can't hold it in any longer. Fatty laughed loudly. He carried his battle axe and rushed out. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro followed Fatty and rushed out. Ren Qianxing, who do you think you are? Hua Rou is an outstanding beauty. How can you be worthy of her? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? A loud roar resounded throughout the entire place. Ren Qianxing's face instantly darkened. He shouted, Who is it? Come out. Your grandfather. Fatty carried his battle axe and walked out. Beside him followed Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro. Hua Qi, Hua Rou, Xiao Wan, and the others also saw Fatty and Zhuang Xiaoshan. Fatty, Xiaoshan, Xiaoro, why are you here? This has nothing to do with you. Leave now. Hua Qi shouted. Today's matter was a little mysterious. He didn't want to involve Fatty and the others. Haha, it's okay. We're here today to beat this sissy up. We'll leave after we're done. Fatty carried his battle axe and looked at Ren Qianxing in disdain. You guys are courting death. Ren Qianxing squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. It was extremely eerie. Courting death? You're not qualified. Also, you're not qualified to marry Huaro. Fatty said lazily. Ha ha, what a joke. I'm not qualified. If I'm not qualified, who in the world is qualified? My talent is unparalleled since ancient times. Who can compare to me? Ren Qianxing laughed. What a joke. You're just a piece of trash. How dare you say that your talent is unparalleled? Fatty said in disdain. What did you say? Ren Qianxing's face was incomparably gloomy. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Ever since he became Sakura's disciple, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He was sought after by countless people, and many people said that his talent was unparalleled since ancient times. Now, Fatty actually said that he was trash. Instantly, he had sentenced Fatty to death in his heart. Saying that he was trash was unforgivable. Are you deaf? I said that you're trash. Unless you can defeat me, only then will you be qualified to be with Huaro. Do you understand? Fatty said indifferently. These words made many people speechless. This Fatty wanted to challenge Ren Qianxing? Who is this Fatty? Why is he so arrogant? I recognize him. He seems to be Lu Ming's friend. He's not even 50 years old. He can be considered as someone from the younger generation. Chapter 2180. Discussions broke out around the square. Huaqi, Xiaojiuyang, and the rest had an ugly look on their faces. They didn't understand why Fatty and the rest were here. There was no benefit in provoking Ren Qianxing like this. Instead, they would get themselves into trouble. Also, Fatty actually challenged Ren Qianxing. It was impossible for him to be Ren Qianxing's opponent. They knew about Fatty's cultivation. He wasn't a saint yet. Moreover, even if Fatty became a saint, he wouldn't be Ren Qianxing's opponent. Ren Qianxing was Sakura's disciple and could cultivate divine arts. Divine arts didn't exist in the divine wilderness continent. If they were at the same level, they wouldn't be Ren Qianxing's opponent. Fatty, Xiaoshan Xiaoro, you guys leave. Huaqi roared. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro were Lu Ming's disciples. If something happened to them because of him, how could he explain it to Lu Ming? Leave. Today, none of them can leave. Ren Qianxing's voice was cold. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as a powerful aura spread out from his body. Fatty actually dared to provoke him. He must kill Fatty today and let everyone know that his dignity couldn't be offended. No matter, I'll beat this guy up and let everyone know that he's a piece of trash. Then I'll leave. The Fatty grinned at Huaqi. Previously, Lu Ming had told him to just attack. There was no need to worry about the Sakura and the other powerful figures. Therefore, Fatty wasn't afraid at all. Huaqi, Xiaojiuyang, and the rest were dumbfounded. They didn't understand why Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Xiaoro were so confident today. Were they crazy? Even the spectators felt that Fatty and the rest were crazy. They were going to die today. Courting death. Ren Qianxing took a step forward. His killing intent was even stronger. Young Master Ren, there's no need for young Master Ren to deal with these trash. Wouldn't it dirty your hands? Let me do it for you. At this moment, Li Ku stepped forward and took the opportunity to flatter Ren Qianxing. This flattery made Ren Qianxing feel very comfortable. He nodded and said, "That's good too. A few clowns are indeed not worthy of me taking action. You take action on my behalf. Cripple them first. I want them to regret it. Rest assured, young Master Ren." Li Ku nodded and bowed. Then he stepped towards Fatty and the others, emitting a cold, murderous intent. "Li Ku, let me fight you." Zhuang Xiaoshan stepped out and faced Li Ku. "Zhuang Xiaoshan, you trash. How dare you fight me? 3 months ago, you couldn't even take a single blow from me. You were really courting death. That's fine. Today, I'll let everyone understand that Lu Ming's disciple is a piece of trash, and he himself is also a piece of trash. He was just bragging too much." Li Ku sneered. These words caused many people's expressions to turn ugly. There were quite a few people here. They were all members of the Dragon Alliance back then. Many of them had personally witnessed Lu Ming's heaven-defying rise to power back then. But now, Li Ke said that Lu Ming was trash. Didn't that mean that they were trash too? How dare you insult my master? I'll kill you today. Zhuang Xiaoshan was enraged. His eyes were filled with killing intent. A long spear appeared in his hand, and a powerful aura burst out. The first stage of half-saint. Ew. How could your cultivation level increase so quickly? Li Ke screamed in disbelief. 3 months ago, Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation level was only at rank 8 Martial Royal Realm. How could he break through so many levels in just 3 months and reach the first stage of the half-saint realm? In the past 3 months, with the help of the Emperor tribe, he had only broken through 1 level and reached the second stage of the half-saint realm. Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation level was higher than his. However, he quickly came to his senses and a ferocious look flashed across his eyes. He said arrogantly, "You must have had a fortuitous encounter and obtained some powerful sacred medicine. But so what? Your cultivation level is still too weak to withstand a single blow from the powerful medicine. I can defeat you with a single blow." So what if Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation level was at the first stage of the half-saint realm? He was now at the second stage of the half-saint realm. Moreover, his master was a boundary emperor of the Emperor tribe. He had taught him territorial martial techniques. He was confident that he could defeat Zhuang Xiaoshan with a single blow. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Li Ke's body. At the same time, a combat sword appeared in his hand. Sword radiance burst out, and with the power of the precepts, he charged towards Zhuang Xiaoshan. In the divine region, those who were at the first stage of the half-saint realm and had not cultivated any territorial martial techniques would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. However, although Zhuang Xiaoshan had yet to cultivate a domain martial technique, his spiritual body had already reached the low-grade celestial spiritual body. And low-tier heaven spiritual body was considered a genius in the Yuanlu. In the past, there was not a single low-tier heaven spiritual body in the Xianxia state. Li Ke's spiritual body was just an ordinary spiritual body. Zhuang Xiao's spiritual body's power was enough to crush Li Ke. Boom! Zhuang Xiao waved his spear and smashed it down. This spear did not have any technique to speak of. It was just a simple spear strike. Under the infusion of true essence, the long spear rapidly grew in size. It was like a giant pillar that supported the sky as it smashed towards Li Ke. Bam! Bam! Li Ke's sword radiance collapsed under the spear. The giant spear smashed onto Li Ke's body. Li Ke's body was like a broken sandbag as he landed heavily on the fighting ring, causing it to tremble. Li Ke lay on the fighting ring and vomited blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had been crushed by Zhuang Xiaoshan in a single blow. 3 months ago, Zhuang Xiaoshan was a piece of trash that could not withstand a single blow from him. Now he had been crushed in a single blow. He could not accept this. Everyone in the surroundings was a little stunned. Li Ke was one of the top 10 elites in the divine region. In other words, other than the top 10 elites, no one else was a match for Li Ke. However, he had been defeated by Zhuang Xiaoshan in a single blow. Was this Lu Ming's disciple? If his disciple was so strong, how could his master be weak? Brother Xiaoshan is so powerful. Huaro exclaimed. Hua Qi, Xia Zhuyang, and the rest were stunned. They knew Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation and combat strength very well. They had not seen him for a while. How did he become so strong? You cheated. You cheated. There are other experts secretly helping you. Li Ke shouted crazily. Do you remember the last time? Last time, someone had secretly helped Zhuang Xiaoshan. Li Ke was defeated by Zhuang Xiaoshan in a single blow. It was exactly the same as this time. No one secretly helped. The divine Bull Palace Master said lightly. His voice reverberated throughout the area. The divine Bull Palace had lost this time. They had lost to the monarch tribe and had to give up the eastern wilderness. This made him very unhappy. Now that he saw the monarch tribe suffer, he was naturally happy. No one doubted the divine Bull Palace Master's words. He was a martial emperor realm expert and an expert among the martial emperors. How is this possible? Li Ke could not believe it. You're a piece of trash, and you dare to talk about others. Chapter 2181. Li Ku was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Sakura, who was high up in the stands, was displeased. However, with his status, he would not lose his temper just because a junior had been defeated. You have some skills. Let me fight you. Ren Xianxing's eyes flashed coldly. He stepped forward and was about to approach Zhuang Xiaoshan. However, the fatty stood in front of Zhuang Xiaoshan and said, "Trash, your opponent is me. Then I'll kill you first." Ren Xianxing shouted coldly. The fatty had called him trash time and time again, which made him want to kill him. Ren Xianxing's cultivation of the sage realm was fully unleashed. The precepts surged and the sage force surrounded his body. The sage force swirled around and caused a storm to sweep towards the fatty. However, the fatty did not react at all. He was still grinning. What's so great about the sage realm? It's as if no one has seen it before, the fatty said disdainfully. Many people were shouting in their hearts. The sage realm was indeed amazing. Not many people in the divine wilderness could reach it, let alone the younger generation. However, the next moment, everyone's eyes widened. That was because a powerful aura had also erupted from the fatty's body. That was also the aura of the sage realm. It was the aura of the sage realm and was not any weaker than Ren Xianxing's. Sage realm. This fatty has reached the sage realm. Oh my God, I couldn't tell. The heavens are unfair. This fatty is so fat and ugly, but he has reached the sage realm. It's not fair. A group of girls shouted. The fatty had put on the demeanor of a peerless expert. However, when he heard this, he was stunned and furious. He cursed in his heart that these girls had no taste and liked sissies. Therefore, he vented all of his anger on Ren Xianxing. Ren Xianxing was also stunned. He was very unhappy that there was someone in the younger generation who had reached the sage realm like him. So what if you have reached the sage realm? You are still weak in my hands. I will defeat you in one move. Gale's sword. Ren Xianxing attacked. The first move was a divine skill. Rays of sword light appeared in the air and shot towards the fatty at an alarming speed. Watch me break your divine skill. Fatty roared. He swung his battle axe and swept it out. Whoosh! A beam of axe light shocked the heavens. It was incomparably huge, sweeping away thousands of soldiers, as if it could split open the heavens. This was the divine ability that Lu Ming had given him. Although he had only cultivated it for a short period of time, his mastery was still low. However, Fatty's current spiritual body was a mid-heaven spiritual body. When he unleashed his full power, his power was incomparably shocking. Ren Xianxing's spiritual body was only a mid-tier earth spiritual body. In the divine wilderness, it might have been rare, but compared to Fatty, it was far inferior. As the axe light swept out, all of Ren Xianxing's sword lights were destroyed. However, the axe light didn't stop and continued to slash at Ren Xianxing. Ren Xianxing was almost scared to death. He roared in fear and frantically retreated. In the end, he was almost cut in half by the axe. Although he avoided it, his chest was still swept by the axe, and a deep wound appeared with blood flowing out. The terrifying destructive power surged into his body, causing him to vomit blood. The entire place fell silent. Most people looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Ren Xianxing was actually defeated. He was defeated in one move. He was the #1 Sky Pride in the Divine Wilderness, and was even known as the #1 Sky Pride since ancient times. Yet, he was defeated by Fatty in one move. How is this possible? How is this possible? No, this can't be real. Many ignorant girls shook their heads in confusion. They couldn't believe that their idol was so weak and couldn't even withstand a single blow. Impossible! Ren Xianxing roared in disbelief. Previously, he said that he would defeat Fatty in one move, but now, he was defeated by Fatty in one move. He was known as the #1 Sky Pride since ancient times. He couldn't accept such a blow. His eyes were red, and he couldn't wait to chop Fatty into pieces. Bastard, go to hell. He charged towards Fatty in a frenzy. I'll play with you. Fatty kept his battle axe and rushed towards Ren Xianxia, throwing out a punch. This punch was unstoppable. It directly shattered Ren Xianxia's attack and landed on his face. Ren Xianxia screamed as he flew out, his teeth mixed with blood flying everywhere. Those ignorant girls were dumbfounded and felt that their faith had collapsed. It turned out that their idol wasn't invincible. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Hua Qi, Xia Zhuyong, Xiao Wan, and the others were stunned. They were extremely confused. How did Fatty's combat strength suddenly increase to such an astonishing level? Xiao Wan, Xia Zhuyong, and the others had already broken through to the Bright Sage realm, but they would definitely lose to Ren Xianxia because they didn't have the corresponding divine arts. However, Fatty could easily crush Ren Xianxia. In addition, Zhuang Xiaoshan's cultivation and combat strength had also increased greatly. What was going on? Could it be that they had a fortuitous encounter? They couldn't figure it out. Ren Xianxia couldn't figure it out either. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fatty. Bam! But in the next moment, Fatty threw another punch on his face, and he flew out again. He couldn't even recognize his own face. It was too horrible to look at. A piece of trash like you dares to call yourself the #1 sky pride since ancient times? You're shameless. You're not even fit to lick Lu Ming's shoes. A piece of trash like you dares to marry Hua Rou's niece. You're even more shameless. If I were you, I'd kill myself. Living in this world is shameful. Fatty continued to mock Ren Xianxia. Ren Xianxia roared. He was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Men, skin that Fatty and pull out his tendons. Ren Xianxia roared. Kill. Instantly, an expert from the D clan stepped out from the side of the emperors, rushing towards the Fatty. This person was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. His aura was earth-shattering. Sakura's face was gloomy, but he didn't stop him. Wow, how despicable. You can't beat me, so you call for help. I'll run. Fatty scampered off. Let's see how you're going to run in my hands. The absolute saint of the monarch race reached out his hand and tried to grab the Fatty. His hand covered the sky, and Fatty couldn't run away. Oh no! Hua Qi, Xiao Wan, Xia Zhuyong, Yin Kuangtu, and the others' faces changed drastically. They wanted to help, but their cultivation base was too weak compared to the other party. Whoosh! At this moment, a black light burst out from the crowd. It was thousands of meters long, and it cut off the hand. The black light didn't stop. It was unbelievably fast, and it slashed through the Absolute Saint Realm expert's forehead. Pucci, the Absolute Saint Realm expert's body was cut in half, and his corpse fell to the ground. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. A Absolute Saint Realm expert was killed just like that. He couldn't resist at all. Chapter 2182. Boom! Boom! At this moment, all the Arch Race experts erupted with shocking auras and cold, killing intent. Who is it? The Arch Race expert roared as he looked at the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace. To be able to kill a perfected Absolute Sage, the person's strength was definitely above that. It was very likely that the person was a quasi-emperor. However, the people of the Divine Wilderness did not have such high cultivation. It was very likely that the person was an expert from the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace. They suspected that the people of the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace secretly attacked. Don't look at me like that. I didn't send anyone. I didn't either. The Divine Bull Palace Master and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master denied it with innocent expressions. Who is it? Get out here. Otherwise, these brats will die. A quasi-emperor from the Arch Race stepped out. Cold killing intent enveloped the Fatty and the others. However, an aura erupted from the crowd, crushing the quasi-emperor's killing intent. Then, a dark-skinned youth stepped out. This youth was naturally Lu Ming. Before he came here, he had already used his divine breath technique to change his appearance. Brat, was it you who attacked just now? The quasi-emperor asked with a cold gaze. Why are you asking the obvious? Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Are you from the Divine Bull Palace or the Barbarian Dragon Palace?" The Quasi-Emperor asked. "I'm from the Dragon Alliance." Lu Ming continued to smile. Many people were stunned, especially Xiao and the others. They were even more stunned. Lu Ming said that he was from the Dragon Alliance, but they did not have such a strong expert. The Quasi-Emperor clearly did not believe it. He thought that Lu Ming was playing with him. He asked coldly, "You should be from Yuanlu, right?" "You can say so." Lu Ming continued to smile. "Are you alone?" The Quasi-Emperor asked again. "Nonsense, which eye of yours saw that there were two of me?" Lu Ming berated. The Quasi-Emperor's gaze turned even colder. "You killed a member of my arch race. Today, you can forget about leaving." Boom! The Quasi-Emperor of the Monarch race made his move. He took a step forward, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming smiled and took a step forward. Countless runes appeared and condensed into a Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper held the Grim Reaper scythe in his hand and directly slashed at the Quasi-Emperor of the Monarch race. Pucci, the Death God, scythe easily chopped the sovereign race Quasi-Emperor in half. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A series of gasps could be heard. That was a Quasi-Emperor, yet he was killed in an instant. He did not even have the chance to fight back. Could it be that he was also a martial emperor? I know who he is. Black-faced Reaper. It's the Black-faced Reaper. Suddenly, someone shouted, "What? Black-faced Grim Reaper?" That's him. Legend has it that the Black-faced Reaper is a dark-skinned young man who can summon the Reaper to do battle. He's extremely terrifying. There were constant exclamations. Many people looked at Lu Ming with awe and respect. 3 months ago, during the battle for the Holy Spirit Fruit at Wuyuan Mountain, the Black-faced Reaper appeared out of nowhere and displayed terrifying combat strength. He killed the experts of the Monarch race, Divine Bull Palace, and Barbarian Dragon Palace in one fell swoop. During this period of time, the news had already spread throughout the Divine Wilderness continent. Most people had heard of the Black-faced Reaper. However, the Black-faced Reaper was very mysterious. Ever since he appeared last time, he had disappeared without a trace. The three great forces sent experts to hunt down the Black-faced Reaper, but to no avail. Unexpectedly, the Black-faced Reaper suddenly appeared now. It's him. He's courting death. How dare he kill the people of my Divine Bull Palace? We must eliminate him today. Not only the Monarch race, but the experts of the Divine Bull Palace and Barbarian Dragon Palace also spoke coldly, their cold gazes sweeping towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming smiled and did not care at all. So, the backer of that fatty and the others is him. Many people's hearts skipped a beat. They finally understood why the fatty and the others were so bold to cause trouble. It turned out that their backer was the Black-faced Reaper. Boom! At this moment, Sakura stood up from his seat. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Many people trembled and almost knelt down. So, the Black-faced Reaper is you. However, since you dare to show off in my territory today, I think you've come to the wrong place. Sakura said coldly. Your territory? Lu Ming said with a strange expression. This is the Dragon Emperor's city, the territory of the Dragon Alliance. It's the territory of the alliance leader of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming. When did it become your territory? You're really shameless. Lu Ming? Ridiculous. A little guy who's not even a martial emperor. What qualifications does he have to control the Dragon Emperor's city? Sakura said coldly. You're not allowed to insult my master. Xianxia glared at Sakura. Haha, ridiculous, insulting your master? Your master, Lu Ming, is nothing. He's already a thing of the past. If he appears again, I can crush him with a finger. Ren Xianxia mocked to the side. Oh. Lu Ming looked at Ren Xianxia with a strange expression and said, I'm right here. Come and crush me. After saying this, Lu Ming's appearance changed rapidly and returned to his original appearance. What? When everyone heard Lu Ming's words, they were stunned. However, when they saw Lu Ming's appearance, many of them were tongue-tied. They were completely dumbfounded. In the Divine Wilderness continent, it could be said that most people had seen Lu Ming's appearance before. In the past, Lu Ming had unified the divine wilderness and established the Dragon Alliance, which was supreme. Large and small forces had a portrait of Lu Ming. In the Dragon Emperor city, there was also a huge statue of Lu Ming. Now that they saw Lu Ming's true appearance, they were all stunned. Lu Ming, it's really Lu Ming. Xia Zhuyang, Xiao Wan, and the others were the first to react and shouted in disbelief. It's really Lu Ming. The leader of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming, is back. Oh my God, it's true. He's many times stronger than before. He even killed a boundary emperor in an instant. Countless people exclaimed. It turned out that the famous black-faced killing god was Lu Ming, the leader of the Dragon Alliance. Then someone thought of even more. It turned out that the fatty Xianxia and Xiao's backer was Lu Ming. Could it be that their battle strength had suddenly increased because of Lu Ming? Ren Xianxia, what right do you have to be compared to my master? What's even more ridiculous is that you said that you're the #1 genius of the divine wilderness continent, and that you've surpassed my master. Zhuang Xiaoshan looked at Ren Xianxia with disdain and sneered. He's just a piece of trash. Why does he have to be compared to Lu Ming? Lu Ming only taught me for a few months, and he couldn't even take one attack from me. What a piece of trash. The fatty mocked. Ren Xianxia's face turned ugly. Lu Ming could even kill a boundary emperor. His battle strength was extremely terrifying. Moreover, if what the fatty said was true, it would be even more terrifying. He only taught the fatty for a few months, and he could kill him in an instant. He was too far away from Lu Ming. Chapter 2183. When Lu Ming revealed his true form, the scene was in an uproar. There were only a few experts from the Yuan continent present. Most of them were from the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming's status in the Divine Wilderness continent was too high. More than 10 years ago, Lu Ming had left the Divine Wilderness to cultivate in the Yuan continent. Now that he had returned, he had indeed displayed shocking combat strength. Greetings, Alliance Leader. At this moment, Xiao Wan, Xia Zhuyang, Yin Kuangtu, and the others bowed to Lu Ming. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Then, more people bowed to Lu Ming. When the Dragon Alliance ruled the world, they had countless members. There were a large number of Dragon Alliance members present. When they saw Lu Ming, they were extremely excited. Senior Xia, Senior Zhuyang, Brother Yanhua Qi. Let's drink and chat after we deal with these people from the Yuan continent. Lu Ming spoke and nodded to Xiao Wan and the others. His words made the Sakura and the others' faces turn cold. Their bodies emitted a cold aura. Lu Ming, you have cultivated in the Yuan continent for some time and have made some progress. However, you are still far from being able to go against me alone. You must have someone supporting you. Call out the person behind you. The Sakura said coldly. I am dealing with you alone. Why would I need help from others? Lu Ming said faintly. Many people were stunned. Lu Ming was really going to deal with the Sakura alone? How is that possible? I can suppress you with a flip of my hand. The Sakura said coldly. His aura became even colder. Dong! Then, the Sakura took a step forward. That step caused the entire sky to explode. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the entire world. His body emitted endless golden light. He was like an invincible emperor overlooking the world. The pressure came in waves. It was too terrifying. Many people with insufficient cultivation immediately knelt down. It was difficult for them to resist. Many people roared. They were unwilling to kneel down and resisted with all their might. At this moment, the Divine Bull Palace Master and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master released their aura. It rippled out like water and reduced the pressure on the others. Many people let out a long sigh of relief before revealing looks of horror. Too strong. Sakura is too strong, completely unfathomable and unrivaled. Indeed, just the overflowing aura is enough to make me explode. How can there be such a strong person in this world? Lu Ming is finished. No matter how strong he is, it's impossible for him to be Sakura's opponent. Many people were discussing. After sensing the overflowing aura of the Sakura, many people were alarmed by the Sakura's strength. They believed that Lu Ming was basically unable to contend against the Sakura. Although Lu Ming was a prodigy, he had only cultivated for a few years. How could he possibly fight against such a character? Insolent Sakura, you dare to attack me. At this moment, Lu Ming's loud shout reverberated throughout the entire area, leaving many people dumbfounded. Sakura himself was also taken aback. Why didn't he dare to attack Lu Ming? At this time, a token appeared in Lu Ming's hand, flashing with golden light. Sakura, why aren't you greeting me after seeing me? Lu Ming said coldly. Hunyuan Sect's gold inheritance token. So you're the Hunyuan Sect's gold inheritor. Sakura's eyes shone with a bright radiance. It's good that you know. Lu Ming looked at Sakura indifferently, his face calm. When he became the Hunyuan Sect's gold inheritor, he received a name list. On the name list, Sakura was a bronze inheritor. No matter if it was a bronze inheritor or a silver inheritor, they had all sworn to obey the gold inheritor. Lu Ming took out the gold inheritance token now to see how Sakura would react. Sakura's face changed, and then he laughed. Lu Ming, you're really funny. You actually want to use the gold inheritance token to suppress me. Don't you know that after reaching the martial emperor realm, you have the ability to resist oaths? Ordinary blood oaths can't do anything to me. Today, I'll kill you and take your gold inheritance token. Sakura laughed, full of ridicule. These people really don't follow the oath of that year. Lu Ming shook his head and kept the gold inheritance token. He didn't want to rely on the gold inheritance token to make Sakura submit. He just wanted to test it out. Boom! Sakura took another step forward, and the terrifying pressure became even stronger. Hua Qi, Xiao Wan, Xia Zhuyong, and the others were nervous. Fatty, Zhuang Xiaoro, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and the others were also nervous. Although they believed in Lu Ming, the other party was too strong, beyond their imagination. The alliance leader is very calm. He should be confident, Xiao Wan said. With their understanding of Lu Ming, they knew that Lu Ming wouldn't fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. Now that he was so calm, he should have something to rely on. D-clan leader, leave this brat to me. I can feel that this brat's hands are stained with the blood of my clan. At this moment, an unusually burly figure stepped out from behind Sakura. This person was wrapped in heavy iron armor and was 4 meters tall. Lu Ming could see that this was a member of the Evil God tribe. Although the aura emitted by this Evil God tribe member wasn't as strong as Sakura, it was still terrifying. He was a 1-star Void Emperor expert. Sakura stopped in his tracks. Since there was someone to do it for him, he couldn't be bothered to do it. Brat, your hands are stained with the blood of my clan. Die. The Evil God tribe expert held a spike club in his hand and swept it out. Boom! The space exploded. The mace carried a terrifying power and blasted towards Lu Ming. What a terrifying power! Many people were shocked. Today was different from the past. Now, the space of the Divine Wilderness continent was incomparably stable. Everyone's flying speed was several times slower, let alone breaking through space. But now, the Evil God tribe members' mace had blasted the space. It could be seen how powerful this attack was. Many people's hearts were in their mouths, worried for Lu Ming. But Lu Ming's expression was calm. He reached out a claw and grabbed outwards. A large hand formed and grabbed the mace. Bang! The mace struck the large hand, but the large hand didn't move at all. It grabbed the mace and then shook violently. Buzz! The mace shook violently. A terrifying power followed the mace and blasted out. The Evil God tribe member let out a blood-curdling scream. The heavy armor on his body directly exploded. His arm also exploded, sending flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Die! Lu Ming said coldly. Then, with a shake of his hand, the huge mace flew back and collided with the Evil God tribe member's body. Bang! The Evil God tribe member's entire body exploded like a big watermelon. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and his soul scattered. A 1-star Void Emperor Realm Evil God tribe member was instantly killed by Lu Ming. The scene suddenly quieted down. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Just now, the aura that the Evil God tribe member revealed was very strong. Although it couldn't be compared to Sakura, it was still very terrifying. To the people of the Divine Wilderness continent, It was an unfathomable and unrivaled existence. Chapter 2184. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Huff, huff, huff. After a long time, many of them heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Wan and the rest of the Dragon League were overjoyed. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Indra's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. Lu Ming, it seems that I have underestimated you. You can actually kill a 1-star Void Emperor. Indra said coldly. However, he was still confident and wasn't worried. He was a 3-star Void Emperor. The difference between a 1-star Void Emperor and a 3-star Void Emperor was too big. He could easily kill a 1-star Void Emperor. He didn't think that Lu Ming could fight with him. Moreover, he could also see that Lu Ming hadn't broken through to the Void Emperor realm. He was just a quasi-emperor. How strong could a quasi-emperor be? How could he be a match for a 3-star Void Emperor? Lu Ming, let me end you personally. Indra's body emitted a cold, killing intent again. His aura was monstrous. Kill. This time, Lu Ming directly attacked. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Indra and charged forward. Boom, 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 boom. In the process of rushing out, Lu Ming's aura was constantly exploding and rising. One law after another erupted. One after another, 5 laws erupted, forming a 5-colored law river. This is the law of primal chaos and a law of death. How is this possible? Impossible. This is impossible. In an instant, Indra's face changed drastically. He roared crazily as if he had discovered something unbelievable. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Heaven and earth roared as it pierced through the space. Emperor's sword. Indra roared. At this moment, he was extremely frightened. He erupted with all his strength, hoping to block it. In that instant, Lu Ming erupted with 5 laws. 2 of them were the strongest laws, and 3 of them were the Emperor Dao. It almost scared him to death. At this moment, the experts of the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace were almost scared to death. The people of the Divine Desolate Continent did not know how shocking Lu Ming's display of 5 nomological laws was. However, the people from the Yuan continent naturally knew. Waves of shock rose in their hearts. Dong! And at this time, Lu Ming and Sakura's attacks collided. Boom! Lu Ming's palm force landed on the Emperor's sword that Sakura had slashed out. Wong! The Emperor's sword vibrated crazily as if it couldn't bear the burden and finally exploded. Lu Ming's palms didn't stop. He continued to attack Di Shi Tian's chest. Di Shi Tian's chest was directly penetrated, and a hole appeared. The terrifying destructive power crazily rushed into Di Shi Tian's body, destroying his life force. How is this possible? Blood kept gushing out of Sakura's mouth. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, still in disbelief. Until now, he still found it hard to believe that a person could control 5 nomological laws before breaking through to the martial emperor realm. 2 of them were the strongest laws. This simply broke his understanding of the martial Dao. In the next moment, the terrifying destructive power rushed into Di Shi Tian's body. Di Shi Tian's body exploded and turned into ashes. Even his soul was destroyed. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept Di Shi Tian's storage ring. At this moment, the scene fell into dead silence. Countless people were dumbfounded as they looked at the scene with their eyes wide open. In their eyes, the supreme expert of the Yuan continent, the invincible Di Shi Tian, couldn't even withstand one move from Lu Ming. He was killed in one move. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be like a fairy tale. Master is invincible. Master is invincible. After a long while, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro finally reacted. They were so excited that their bodies trembled as they shouted, "Alliance leader is invincible." Then, the members of the Dragon Alliance also reacted and shouted crazily and excitedly. At this moment, Lu Ming was supreme and invincible in their eyes. Wave after wave of shouts shot up to the sky. Hua Qi, Shuelyin, Xia and the others were also trembling with excitement. As for the people of the imperial race, Divine Bull Palace and Barbarian Dragon Palace, their faces were pale. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the scene quieted down. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Ren Xianxia indifferently. Didn't want to crush me with one finger just now? Do it, Lu Ming said indifferently. Plop. Ren Xianxia's body went limp and fell to the ground. His face was pale, and he almost cried. Asking him to attack Lu Ming? Was he looking for death? Even Sakura wasn't a match for Lu Ming. In front of Lu Ming, he was simply an ant. Lu Ming could probably kill him with a single blow. Such a person wants to be on par with my master and even brags that he's better than my master. What a joke. Xianxia mocked. Many people also sneered. Indeed, Ren Xianxia wasn't qualified to be compared to Lu Ming. They weren't on the same level at all, especially those who thought that Ren Xianxia had surpassed Lu Ming and thought that Ren Xianxia was the best in history. Their faces were flushed red, and they were too ashamed to show their faces. Ren Xianxia wasn't even worthy to carry Lu Ming's shoes. Legend, he's still a legend. An old man sighed. Everyone immediately nodded. They were touched. Yes, a legend was still a legend. Back then, Lu Ming was the legend of the divine wilderness continent. He rose from the wilderness and, in the end, he was able to unify the divine wilderness. He was an unprecedented legend in the divine wilderness continent. Now, after cultivating in the Yuan continent for more than 10 years, his combat strength had reached an unimaginable level. Even someone as strong as Sakura was killed in a single move. Now, Lu Ming was still a legend. Let's go. At this moment, the people from the monarch race and the remaining people from the evil god tribe reacted. They all rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. You want to leave? All of you can stay here. Lu Ming said coldly and punched out. Roar! Roar! This punch was filled with endless runes. Then, the runes condensed into true dragons that pounced out with a roar. The monarch race's martial emperors had already been killed by Lu Ming. Those below the martial emperor realm couldn't even withstand a single blow. When the true dragons pounced out, regardless of whether they were martial emperors or absolute saints, they were all killed instantly. They couldn't resist. Screams rang out. Not long after, it quieted down. The experts from the monarch race and evil god tribe were all killed. Plop! At this moment, Li Ke directly knelt down and screamed, Lu Ming, no, Alliance Leader Lu, spare my life. Just now, his master had also been killed by Lu Ming. He was scared to death now. Alliance Leader Lu, spare me. Ren Xianxia also begged. Fatty, Xiao, I'll leave these people to you. Lu Ming said. Okay. Fatty carried his battle axe and rushed out. No, I don't want to die. Ren Xianxia roared and turned to run. Li Ke was the same. Chapter 2185. Now, everyone knew why the fatties, Xianxia's, and the rest combat abilities had skyrocketed. It was all because of Lu Ming. At the same time, everyone's respect for Lu Ming increased. In just a few months' time, Fatty, Xianxia, and the others' cultivation had increased so much that they could easily crush Ren Xianxia and the others. It was unbelievable. They thought of that sentence again. Legend, he was still a legend. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at the Divine Bull Palace and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master. Greetings, Alliance Master Lu. The Divine Bull Palace Master and the Barbarian Dragon Palace Master felt a chill run down their spines. They had an ugly smile on their faces as they came over to greet Lu Ming. Just now, they wanted to run away, but Lu Ming was too terrifying. What could they run to? Lu Ming would probably catch up and kill them. Therefore, they decided to stay and show their goodwill to Lu Ming. I'm curious, which part of Yuan continent are you from? Lu Ming looked at the two palace masters. Alliance Master Lu, I'm from the land of divine beasts. The Divine Bull Palace Master said. I'm from Sky Barbarian Land. The Barbarian Dragon Palace Master said. How did you get here? Why did you suddenly come to a remote place like the Divine Wilderness? Lu Ming asked again. He was curious about this and wanted to find out. If they could come, others could come too. Lu Ming was worried about this. It would be troublesome if stronger existences, such as high-level void emperors or true emperors, came. I once found an ancient map by accident. The ancient map recorded that there was a paradise in the barren land. The cultivation environment there was better than many sacred grounds in Yuan continent. I followed the map and found an ancient teleportation formation. That's how I came to the divine wilderness. The divine bull palace master said. Me too. The full dragon palace master nodded, similar to the divine bull palace master. Where's your map? Let me have a look. Lu Ming said. The divine bull palace master and full dragon palace master looked at each other. Then each took out a jade talisman and handed it to Lu Ming. The other sighed. They were the two overlords from Yuan land. Previously, they had occupied an area and were basically the rulers of the divine region. But now, they were like two servants who were trembling in fear in front of Lu Ming. The difference between before and after was simply too great. This made countless people sigh with emotion. Lu Ming took the two jade talismans and scanned them with his spiritual sense. Sure enough, they were two ancient maps. Apart from you, no one else knows? Lu Ming asked. No, I didn't tell anyone. He only brought some of his subordinates to the divine wilderness. Me too. Both of them shook their heads. The two of them were ordinary emperor-class forces in the Yuan continent. They were similar to the emperor clans. Lu Ming pondered. Alliance leader Lu, since you're back, how about we split the divine wilderness equally with the Dragon Alliance? The master of the divine bull palace cautiously glanced at Lu Ming and suggested. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, You still want to divide the divine wilderness? The master of the divine bull palace and barbarian dragon palace masters' faces turned ugly. In the end, the master of the divine bull palace gritted his teeth and said, Alliance leader Lu, I'm willing to join the Dragon Alliance and work for you. I'm willing too. They had no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. Now they can only do so. Oh, join the Dragon Alliance? Lu Ming touched his chin and pondered. That's fine too. After a while, Lu Ming nodded. The master of the divine bull palace and full dragon palace master were delighted. A cold light flashed in the depths of their eyes. As long as they could keep Lu Ming calm, they would send people back to Yuan land and invite more experts. At that time, they did not believe that they could not kill Lu Ming. But at this moment, Lu Ming made his move. It was very sudden. The masters of the divine bull palace and barbarian dragon palace were not prepared at all. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming threw out two palm strikes, bombarding the two of them. Their bodies were directly penetrated. A terrifying destructive force crazily rushed into their bodies. The two of them opened their eyes wide and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. I still believe in dead people. At the martial emperor realm, the power of O's is already too weak. If you secretly return to Yuan land and find even stronger experts, wouldn't I be putting myself in danger? Therefore, you'd better be on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. After saying that, his palm strike exploded and the masters of the two forces turned into ashes. Let's go. The remaining people of the two forces were shocked. Some of them reacted and wanted to run away. Kill. After killing the masters of the two forces, Lu Ming did not stop and directly attacked the masters of the two forces. These two forces had martial emperor realm experts, but they could not withstand a single blow from Lu Ming and were instantly killed. Then, those below the martial emperor realm did not escape and were all killed in the blink of an eye. This was a shocking scene. The three forces of Yuan land that had been dominating the divine wilderness for many years were turned into ashes because of Lu Ming's return. Greetings, Alliance Master. At this moment, everyone in the Dragon Alliance knelt down and paid their respects to Lu Ming. They understood that the Dragon Alliance was going to unify the divine wilderness again. No one could rival them. Those who were not part of the Dragon Alliance, or those who had betrayed the Dragon Alliance, were trembling in fear. From today onwards, the Dragon Alliance will be rebuilt and reorganized. Lu Ming's voice echoed throughout the place. Leave all of this to Xiao Wan, Xia Zhuyang, and the others. I will go and eliminate the remaining members of the three forces." After Lu Ming finished speaking, he took a step forward and rushed into the depths of the Dragon Emperor city. He spread out his spiritual consciousness to search for the remaining members of the Emperor race and Evil God race. Once he found them, he would kill them on the spot. After that, Lu Ming rushed to the eastern wilderness to kill the remaining members of the Divine Bull Palace. Then, he went to the southern underworld to kill the remaining members of the Barbarian Dragon Palace. After that, Lu Ming rushed out of the sea. The ancient teleportation array that was connected to the Yuanlu continent was not the only one in the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. There were also teleportation arrays in other continents. Lu Ming wanted to find all of them and destroy them to prevent more experts from the Yuanlu continent from coming. In the following month, Lu Ming traveled through the Divine Ruins and found more than 10 teleportation altars. All of them were destroyed by Lu Ming, leaving only the teleportation arrays that led to the Tsang continent, Cloud continent, and Emperor continent. At this time, the Dragon Alliance had been reorganized. Some of the people who had betrayed the Dragon Alliance because of the arrival of the Yuanlu continent's forces were killed. However, more people joined the Dragon Alliance. Now that Lu Ming had returned and killed the three forces of the Yuanlu continent, everyone was shocked. It could be said that the Dragon Alliance with Lu Ming was the true overlord. No one could shake them. Many experts joined the Dragon Alliance. The Dragon Emperor city was rebuilt again. When Lu Ming returned to the Dragon Emperor city, another huge statue of Lu Ming was erected. Compared to before, it was bigger and more majestic. After Lu Ming returned, he held a banquet and brought Li Ping, Lu Yintian, and the others back to the Dragon Emperor city. After that, Lu Ming stayed in the Dragon Emperor city and took out a large amount of resources to give to Xiaowan and the others. Chapter 2186. After that, Lu Ming had Xiaowan, Huaqi, Xiaozhiang, Yin Kuang-tu, and the others enter the Great Pill Development Furnace to refine their spiritual bodies. The spiritual bodies of the Dragon Alliance's upper echelons were greatly strengthened, and their cultivation speed increased rapidly. Of course, Lu Ming also tempered Li Ping's and Lu Yuntian's bodies and upgraded their bloodline level. Their cultivation levels were also skyrocketing. The resources that Lu Ming brought back were too abundant, especially the Nirvana pills. Lu Ming bought a lot of them. The bloodlines of the Dragon Alliance's disciples increased rapidly, and they evolved continuously. In addition to the excellent cultivation environment, the strength of the entire Dragon Alliance was increasing rapidly. In the past, when the Divine Wilderness continent underwent a metamorphosis, the cultivation environment had changed drastically. However, they did not have any cultivation techniques or divine abilities, so it was difficult for them to increase their strength. But now was the real explosion. In order to obtain domain martial techniques, divine abilities, and various pills, more people joined the Dragon Alliance. The Dragon Alliance's influence expanded rapidly and covered every corner. Not only that, but Xiaowan and the others also sent out armies to conquer the other continents. The Divine Ruins continent was completely under the Dragon Alliance's control. Time flew, and half a year passed. In this half a year, other than helping others refine their spiritual bodies, Lu Ming did not stop cultivating. He focused on comprehending the law of alchemy, and his understanding of the law of alchemy became deeper and deeper. Let's go to Nine Dragon City to take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. After returning for so long, Lu Ming had not been to Nine Dragon City. He was very curious about what had happened there. Lu Ming tore through the air at an astonishing speed. Soon, he entered Eastern Wasteland and flew toward Nine Dragon City. The origin chi in Eastern Wasteland was even denser. Countless people were cultivating in seclusion in Eastern Wasteland. The closer he got to Nine Dragon City, the denser the origin chi became. What a strong killing intent. When he arrived outside Nine Dragon City, Lu Ming frowned. He could feel the killing intent in Nine Dragon City. In this kind of murderous aura, those who did not have a high enough cultivation base would not be able to survive in Nine Dragon City. Their minds would be affected by the murderous aura, and they might even go mad and die. Lu Ming felt that even a bright saint expert would find it difficult to gain a foothold in Nine Dragon City. One would need to be at least a great saint to gain a foothold. Currently, there was no one in the Nine Dragon City. The original residents of Nine Dragon City had long since moved out. I heard that the killing intent fluctuates. Every once in a while, it will disappear for a period of time. At that time, countless people will rush to Nine Dragon City to cultivate. Lu Ming muttered. He had heard of this long ago. No one knows why. However, this murderous aura did not affect Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming stepped out, entering the Nine Dragon City. In the past, there were 9 enormous dragon veins entrenched in the Nine Dragon City, and at the head of each dragon vein, there was a divine 9-dragon cauldron. 9 dragon veins, 6 on the outside and 3 in the middle. But now, there were only 3 dragon veins left in the Nine Dragon City. The 6 on the outside had already flown away. It was said that they flew into the middle of the 3 dragon veins in the middle and disappeared. Lu Ming went all the way to the center of Nine Dragon City. In the center of Nine Dragon City, there were 3 enormous dragon veins entrenched. The 3 dragon heads faced each other, and there was a large open space in the middle. Back then, the Emperor Sky Divine Palace was built in this location. But now, the Emperor Sky Divine Palace had long disappeared, and in its place was a huge cave. Lu Ming stood at the entrance of the cave and looked in. Inside the cave, there was a vast expanse of white mist. This was the result of yuan qi reaching a certain level of concentration. Extremely rich yuan qi continuously seeped out of the cave. Lu Ming looked carefully and realized that this should be a passageway, but he did not know where it led to. The rich origin qi was surging from the opposite side. Moreover, the fluctuations of the laws were also coming from the opposite side, stabilizing the divine wilderness continent. At the same time, the rich killing intent was also emanating from the passageway. Roar! At this moment, a dragon roar resounded, shaking heaven and earth. Lu Ming was alarmed because this dragon roar came from one of the dragon veins. Roar! Roar! Then, the dragon roar continued, resounding through the sky. Then, the earth rumbled and shook. Lu Ming realized that one of the dragon veins was moving. Rumble! One of the dragon veins kept shaking, and in the end, it moved like a real dragon. The dragon vein, which was thousands of miles long, twisted and turned like a huge real dragon. In the end, it soared into the sky, and its roar resounded through the sky, spreading far and wide. At this moment, people outside Nine Dragon City could hear the commotion even though they were thousands of miles away. Nine Dragon City's dragon veins are acting strangely again. I guess another dragon vein is flying away. Every time a dragon vein flies away, the killing intent in Nine Dragon City will weaken rapidly. Let's go. We can enter Nine Dragon City to cultivate for a while and look for spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. At this moment, countless people rushed towards Nine Dragon City. Roar! Roar! In Nine Dragon City, the dragon vein shrank rapidly, and one could clearly see the 9 dragons cauldron above the dragon vein. In the end, the dragon vein roared and rushed into the passage, disappearing from sight. Another dragon vein flew away. What is on the other side of the passage? Lu Ming was extremely curious and wanted to rush in to find out, but he held back in the end. What if he couldn't return after entering? He had just returned to the divine wilderness and didn't want to leave yet. Lu Ming planned to wait for a period of time until the divine wilderness's situation stabilized. Then he would leave and enter the passage to investigate. Right, let's take a look at the blood pool. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared. Not long after, he arrived at the blood pool. The blood pool was located on a cliff on a mountain. On one of the cliffs, there were 3 words, blood pool. Beside the 3 words, there was a platform that protruded from the cliff. Behind it was a cave, which was the entrance to the blood pool. Looking at the entrance of the blood pool, Lu Ming reminisced. Back then, Not long after they arrived at Nine Dragon City, they were hunted down. Qinfei Ryu's cultivation was crippled, and he was seriously injured. They brought Qinfei Ryu to the blood pool, but later, a wisp of remnant soul in the blood pool took away Qinfei Ryu, and there was no trace of him until now. Today, Lu Ming was going to explore the blood pool. The blood pool contained a strong, murderous aura and killing intent. Back then, Lu Ming couldn't go deep at all. Before Lu Ming went to the Yuan Lu, he was able to kill a martial emperor with his cultivation. Lu Ming had also been to the blood pool once, but the blood pool was unfathomable. The deeper he went, the stronger the killing intent. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation back then, it was difficult for him to explore the bottom. But now, Lu Ming's cultivation was many times stronger than before, so Lu Ming wanted to explore again. Lu Ming moved and entered the entrance. But once he entered, Lu Ming was stunned. Chapter 2187. There was not a single drop of blood in the blood pool. It had completely dried up, leaving behind only a pitch-black cave. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Could this be related to the change in heaven and earth? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Then, Lu Ming rushed into the cave and flew down. The cave was very deep. Lu Ming kept going down. After 100 miles, the cave slanted in one direction. That direction was clearly leading to the center of Nine Dragon City. Lu Ming kept flying. In the end, he saw a huge passageway. It was filled with dense white fog. Isn't this the passage in the center of Nine Dragons City? The blood pool is connected to the passage in Nine Dragons City. Could it be that Qinfei Ryu is in the depths of the passage, in another world on the other side of the passage? Lu Ming guessed. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and did not go in. He went back the way he came. Not long after Lu Ming returned to Nine Dragons City, he realized that the murderous aura in Nine Dragons City was getting weaker. He believed that soon, many people would rush into Nine Dragons City to cultivate. Lu Ming did not stay. He left Nine Dragons City and returned to the Imperial Dragon City. In the following days, Lu Ming would occasionally give public lectures. Countless people from the Dragon Alliance would come to listen to his lectures to improve their cultivation. At the same time, Autumn would also give lectures occasionally. When everyone knew that Autumn was also a martial emperor, the Divine Wilderness Continent was shocked again. With the help of many resources, the Dragon Alliance had more and more experts. Everyone's cultivation was also getting stronger. There were constantly people breaking through to the martial royal realm and the Saint realm. The main reason was that Lu Ming's resources were too abundant. In addition, Lu Ming also took out a large number of Golden Crow corpses and Divine Wolf corpses. These were the corpses of the Golden Crow clan and Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's experts. Many of them were absolute saints, empty emperors, and true emperors. The corpses of such experts would not deteriorate even after thousands of years. They would remain fresh. Of course, the spiritual essence of a god emperor's body was too strong. Everyone used the Golden Crow meat and Divine Wolf meat to make meat soup. Even so, it was still very nutritious. As long as they drank a bowl of it, they would be filled with spiritual essence. At the same time, Lu Ming would select some people to enter the mountain and river diagram and cultivate under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. They would comprehend concepts and laws. In this way, his cultivation would increase very quickly. For example, the siblings Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro quickly reached the Saint Realm. Lu Ming's father was Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming had spent a lot of resources to make Lu Yuntian's cultivation skyrocket to the martial emperor realm. He was constantly moving towards the Saint Realm. Li Ping didn't possess any natural talent in cultivation, and she'd forcefully attained the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm with the help of Lu Ming's resources. So, even if she attained the Martial Monarch Realm, she wouldn't be far away. The cultivation of Huaqi and the others also skyrocketed. As for Xiao Wan, Xia Zhiang, Yin Kuangtu, and the others, their talents were very high to begin with. The fact that they were able to achieve so much in such an environment was enough to explain everything. Now, With the help of various conditions, their cultivation had also improved rapidly. As for Lu Ming himself, he didn't stop either. He had been comprehending the laws of alchemy. However, the further one cultivated the laws of alchemy, the slower the speed of improvement. Therefore, Lu Ming had comprehended a new kind of law, the law of tools. The three kinds of laws that had evolved from the path of inscription were the laws of formations, the laws of alchemy, and the laws of tools. Now, Lu Ming had comprehended all three kinds of laws. As for the other laws that had reached perfection, Lu Ming didn't bother about them for now. He focused on comprehending the laws of alchemy and the laws of tools. In the blink of an eye, it had been 2 years since Lu Ming returned to the divine desolate continent. In the past 2 years, the Dragon Alliance had been thriving and growing stronger. Lu Ming's cultivation had also improved significantly. The laws of alchemy had reached 90% mastery. The laws of tools had also reached 80% mastery. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased greatly compared to 2 years ago. It's time to make a trip to the Eastern Wilderness. I haven't seen Senior Sister Mullins for many years. I wonder how she is now. On a mountain peak, Lu Ming looked at the Eastern Wilderness and muttered. Actually, he had wanted to see Mullins for a long time. However, he had been hesitating previously. How could he not know Mullins' thoughts? Back then, Mullins had avoided him. As for him, he didn't know how to face Mullins, so he had never gone to see her. However, Mullins had helped him a lot back then. If not for Mullins' recommendation, he wouldn't have been able to enter the D. Tian Divine Guards back then, and he might not have been able to achieve what he had today. Now, he had made up his mind. Since he had returned, what was the harm in meeting him? Taking a step forward, Lu Ming headed towards the Eastern Wilderness. Soon, he arrived at the Mu family's residence. Lu Ming, Brother Lu. When he arrived at the Mu family's residence, he saw Mu Zheng and Mu Shiyuan. The two of them smiled and greeted Lu Ming. Then, he saw Mullins' father, Mu Tian, and Mullins' grandfather, Yin Lan. Senior Yin, Senior Mu. Lu Ming greeted them with a smile. Now, the Eastern Wilderness's earth qi was extremely rich. Even though they weren't very talented, their cultivation had skyrocketed. When they saw that Lu Ming didn't put on airs as the leader of the Dragon Alliance, they relaxed. They set up a banquet and chatted with Lu Ming. Senior Mu, is Senior Sister Mullins here? Lu Ming asked. These words caused Mu Tian, Yin Lan, Mu Zheng, and Mu Shiyuan to fall silent. Lu Ming had a bad feeling. What happened to Senior Sister Mullins? Lu Ming asked again. Sigh, that girl is too stubborn. Yin Lan suddenly sighed. Senior, what happened? Lu Ming asked. The bad feeling in his heart was getting stronger. That girl is too stubborn. She has always wanted to catch up to you and not be too far behind. But with her talent, how could she catch up to you? But this time, the change of the world gave her hope. Lu Ming, you should have been in Nine Dragon City, right? Yin Lan sighed and asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. After a while, the murderous aura in Nine Dragon City would weaken and people could enter. Whether it's origin chi or killing chi, they're all gushing out from that passage. Therefore, some people speculate that the other end of the passage must be a supreme holy land for cultivation. Some even say that anyone who can pass through the passage to the other side will be able to obtain a supreme opportunity. Yin Lan explained. Could it be? Lu Ming thought of something and his heart skipped a beat. That's right. That girl entered the passage alone and didn't come back. That was before you came back. Yin Lan sighed. Mu Tian and the others also sighed, saying that there was a supreme opportunity on the other side of the passage was just a legend. But Mullins wanted to seize this opportunity. She wanted to take a gamble. Otherwise, she knew that she would never be able to catch up to Lu Ming. She has been gone for almost 6 years. Mu Tian sighed. His eyes were filled with longing and worry. Senior Sister Mullins, why did you do this? Chapter 2188. Mullins had first met Lu Ming in Firestorm City. At that time, Lu Ming had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. In the early stages of Lu Ming's cultivation, Mullins had given him a lot of help. However, as time passed, Lu Ming's cultivation continued to improve. The gap between the two grew larger, and their relationship seemed to be drifting apart. Senior Mu Tian, Senior Yanlan, don't worry. I will definitely find Senior Mullins. Lu Ming said firmly. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Do you also want to enter that passage? Don't act rashly. We don't know where that passage leads to and what dangers there are. If you rashly enter, I'm afraid you will put yourself in danger. Yanlan advised. Senior, don't worry. I'm confident. Lu Ming said. In fact, he had long wanted to explore that passage. However, when he had just returned to the Divine Wilderness, he wanted to spend more time with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping because he didn't know where that passage led to. What if he took a long time to return? Moreover, during this period of time, he had used the Origin Stone to let the Heavenly Emperor's body absorb. The energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body had already exceeded 10%. Now that he could control the Heavenly Emperor's body, he was much more confident, especially now that he heard that Mullins had entered that passage 6 years ago. Lu Ming was even more determined to explore it. The few of them chatted for a while more before Lu Ming bade farewell. Before he left, Lu Ming left behind a storage ring. Lu Ming stored a lot of cultivation resources. Lu Ming didn't enter that passage immediately. Before he left, he had to make some arrangements. First, he went to the Divine Ruins continent and returned to the Tsang state through the teleportation array. He told the Cloud Dragon Valley Master about the Divine Wilderness continent and allowed some talented geniuses of the Dragon God Valley to cultivate in the Divine Wilderness. At the same time, both sides could take care of each other. After that, Lu Ming returned to Dragon Emperor City and told Xiaowan about what happened in Dragon God Valley in Sangzhou Province. Then, he left his remaining puppets, 1 Martial Emperor Realm puppet and 18 Quasi-Emperor Realm puppets, in the Dragon Emperor City to guard it. After that, he bid farewell to his parents on Autumn Moon, saying that he would be away for a while. After making all the necessary arrangements, Lu Ming once again went to 9 Dragon City. Now, there was only 1 dragon vein left here. Half a year ago, another dragon vein rushed into the passageway and disappeared. No one knew when the last dragon vein would charge in. Senior Sister Mullins, don't let anything happen to you. Lu Ming muttered, then took a step forward and rushed into the tunnel. The passageway was filled with white mist, greatly obstructing one's vision. Even Lu Ming could only see a few dozen kilometers ahead. This passageway was very large, at least a few thousand miles wide. Lu Ming figured out the direction and flew toward the passageway. The surroundings were silent. Lu Ming flew for 3 full days, but he still had not reached the end of the passageway. Suddenly, after Lu Ming flew for a distance, his vision suddenly widened. The origin chi here was no longer in the form of mist, but in the form of liquid. Strands of liquid origin chi drifted about like ribbons. Without the origin chi mist obstructing his vision, Lu Ming could see the surroundings clearly. Looking at the surroundings, Lu Ming was shocked. The passageway was no longer surrounded by stone-like walls, but pitch black. Moreover, spatial energy storms were constantly surging. However, there seemed to be a layer of barrier on the walls of the passageway, blocking the spatial energy outside the passageway. This was a void passageway. Lu Ming was shocked. This place was definitely not in the Divine Wilderness continent, but in the chaotic void. Where did it lead to? Lu Ming observed with rapt attention before continuing forward. He seemed to be traversing the void. In the void passageway, although he had only walked a mile, in reality, he had already traveled an unknown distance. Just like that, Lu Ming traveled for another 7 days. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of explosions came from ahead, as if someone was fighting. He was almost at the end. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he increased his speed. Boom, boom. As Lu Ming moved forward, the explosions in front of him became more and more intense, terrifying and astonishing. Waves of terrifying auras surged from ahead, making Lu Ming tremble with fear. He did not know how far away they were, but Lu Ming already had such a feeling. What kind of cultivation level were the people fighting? Lu Ming's eyes were somewhat solemn, But since he was already here, there was no reason to turn back. No matter what, he had to go forward and see what was ahead. Lu Ming continued to move forward. There were continuous booming sounds ahead. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. Wasn't that the direction of the divine wilderness continent? Roar! Roar! The roars of dragons echoed in the air. Soon, a massive true dragon flew over. It's indeed the dragon vein. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Behind him was the last dragon vein of Nine Dragon City. On top of the dragon vein's head was a huge divine nine-dragon cauldron. It was flying over at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming hurriedly moved aside. Otherwise, he would be hit by the dragon vein. The dragon vein whizzed past. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and leaped onto the dragon vein. The dragon vein was originally a huge dragon-shaped mountain range. It was extremely huge and spanned tens of millions of miles. But now, it had shrunk by many times. Lu Ming landed on the dragon vein and followed it forward. Not long after, he saw a light in front of him. He had reached the exit, but here, an even more shocking explosion came, shaking heaven and earth. The dragon vein let out a long roar as it charged out of the cave. The moment he rushed out of the cave, Lu Ming jumped down from the dragon vein. He found that outside the cave was a pitch-black land. Lu Ming landed on the ground and looked ahead. His pupils dilated rapidly. In the void in front of him, there were 8 huge true dragons. He didn't know how big they were as they traversed between heaven and earth. On top of each of the 8 true dragons, there was a huge cauldron that emitted a bright light. At this moment, the 9th dragon vein rushed over and also turned into a huge true dragon. Buzz! The divine 9-dragon cauldron vibrated, and the 9 cauldrons emitted a bright light, resonating with each other. In front of the 9 true dragons, there were 2 huge demonic shadows. Their bodies were as tall as the heavens, standing between the heavens and the earth, all the way above the clouds. The aura that these 2 demonic shadows exuded was earth-shattering. Although Lu Ming did not know how far away they were, Lu Ming still felt a great sense of horror. He felt that it was hard to resist and that he could not resist them. Lu Ming didn't feel this feeling even from Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin. This is the evil god race. Lu Ming stared. Although they were very far away, judging from their appearance, those 2 demonic shadows belonged to the evil god race. Such a terrifying evil god race. Could this be the heaven realm? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Boom! Boom! The 9 huge true dragons gathered. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shone and fought with the 2 demonic shadows. The scene was world-shaking. Chapter 2189. Roar! A heaven-shaking dragon roar was heard. This heaven-shaking dragon roar actually came from the depths of the firmament. Lu Ming looked up and his eyes widened involuntarily. High in the sky, there was a true dragon. It was unknown how big it was, but its body circled and covered the sky. The true dragon's aura was even more astonishing and unpredictable. The true dragon, on the other hand, had encountered a powerful foe. It was fighting with a gigantic demonic shadow. You can't guard this passage. In the near future, our army will enter the primordial realm en masse. A rumbling voice came from the demonic shadow in the sky. Don't even think about it. The true dragon roared and fought with the demonic shadow. That aura was too terrifying. Even though he was far away, Lu Ming still felt immense pressure, as if he was about to kneel down. Lu Ming unleashed all his strength and gritted his teeth to withstand it. Boom! Boom! The battle became more and more intense. You want to stop me with just a drop of blood? Kill! The demonic shadow in the sky roared and attacked wildly, forcing the true dragon to retreat. In the distance, the 9 dragons' dragon vein carried the divine 9-dragon cauldron and fought with the 2 demonic shadows. It was also very intense. A bunch of losers want to stop us? Kill them all. A voice came from afar. Afterward, Lu Ming saw another demonic figure. It stood tall and upright as it walked over. Its vast and terrifying aura caused the entire world to tremble. As soon as this figure arrived, it attacked the true dragon in the sky. Facing the two demonic shadows, the true dragon was no match and retreated. In the direction it retreated in was Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming's expression was ugly. He turned and ran, wanting to rush into the void passage and escape back to the divine wilderness continent. He did not expect to encounter a great battle the moment he arrived. Every living being that attacked just now was terrifying to the extreme. Their combat strength was unbelievably powerful, even stronger than Heavenly Emperor Kong In that he had seen. They were definitely peerless powerhouses. He did not run. As long as a wisp of energy hit him, he would die. Little guy, don't run there. This passage can't be left. I'll send you away. At this moment, an old voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Then, a beam of energy shrouded Lu Ming's body. Then, Lu Ming's body was thrown out. Lu Ming was speechless. He wanted to return to the divine wilderness. Why was he thrown out? Then, Lu Ming saw a shocking scene. The huge true dragon suddenly turned its head and slammed its claws into the tunnel. The tunnel violently trembled, then collapsed and caved in. Then, the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons smashed into the passage. Rumble. The passage was constantly collapsing and the space was exploding. Don't even think about destroying the passage. Those demonic shadows roared and suddenly attacked. Heaven and earth trembled, and endless crazy winds blew. The terrifying destructive force swept in all directions, and Lu Ming was instantly engulfed in it. Pooh! Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The energy that enveloped his body was radiating. 2 small true dragons were swimming around and blocking the energy outside. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have been turned into ashes in an instant. Lu Ming had a feeling that even if he used his Heavenly Emperor body, it would be useless and he would not be able to block it. Even so, there was a trace of vibrating energy that passed through the energy shield and acted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body almost exploded. Crack! Lu Ming's bones made cracking sounds. Some of his bones were broken and some of his muscles were torn apart. Lu Ming was seriously injured and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! Roar! At the passage, there were continuous rumbles and dragon roars. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The space was torn apart like paper and exploded into pieces. Lu Ming was swept away by the void energy storm. His body was involuntarily pulled away from this place. Slowly, the intense rumbling could no longer be heard. Lu Ming did not know how far he was swept away. Then, he fell heavily to the ground. The energy on his body had also disappeared. Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood and looked around. This was a desolate land. There were potholes everywhere. There was no vegetation at all. It was dead silent, and there were no living creatures. Other than the sound of the wind, there was no sound. Senior Sister Mulin's. Lu Ming was worried. The moment he arrived, he encountered such a thing. A few supreme existences were fighting. If not for that energy enveloping him, he would have been turned into ashes. He wondered what the situation was like when Mulin's came here. Then Lu Ming thought of those supreme existences. It was obvious that those huge demonic shadows belonged to the evil god race. The evil god race must have discovered the void passage and wanted to snatch it. However, they were stopped by the 9 dragon veins and the huge true dragon. In the end, seeing that they could not stop them, the true dragon and the 9 dragon veins destroyed the passage, not allowing them to pass. It seems that the divine wilderness continent is connected to this place because of that passage. The origin chi here is poured into the divine wilderness, causing the origin chi of the divine wilderness continent to be extremely rich. Lu Ming pondered because he realized that the origin chi here was extremely rich. It was even richer than the ancient Moon Holy Land. Moreover, the space was filled with powerful killing intent. It was similar to the killing intent he felt in 9 Dragon City. It seems that the good days of the divine wilderness continent are coming to an end. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. The passage exploded, and the two places could not be connected. Without the origin chi here flowing into the divine wilderness, the origin chi of the divine wilderness would soon dry up and return to its original state. However, it was 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than the evil god race invading the primordial realm through the passage. Once the evil god race invaded through this passage, the divine wilderness will be the first to bear the brunt. Existences like those from before were too terrifying. They could probably destroy the divine wilderness continent with a single slap. No one would be able to escape. Now, the cultivation conditions would at most worsen. Moreover, the Dragon Alliance had a large amount of resources and origin stones left by Lu Ming. It was enough for them to cultivate for a long time. Moreover, Song State's Dragon God Valley would send people to the divine wilderness. When the cultivation conditions of the divine wilderness continent worsened, some people from the Dragon Alliance could also go to Song State to cultivate. Compared to before, it was much better. Where is this? Is it not in the Grand Pure Sky domain? Lu Ming thought of another problem. Lu Ming had heard Uncle Kong, Emperor Wuxia, and the others mention it before. Now, only the Grand Pure Sky domain was left in the 9 heavens domain of the Heaven Realm. The other 8 heavens domains were occupied by the outsiders. The Heaven Realm guarded the passage to the Grand Pure Sky domain and fought with the outsiders for countless years. The outsiders did not invade the Grand Pure Sky domain. This was because only the Grand Pure Sky domain was connected to the primordial realm. However, if this was the Grand Pure Sky domain, how did the outsiders get in? They would definitely be blocked by the Heaven Realm's experts, right? Chapter 2190. This is troublesome. Lu Ming sighed. If this was not the Taiching heavenly domain, but another heavenly domain, it would be troublesome. The other heavenly domains were completely occupied by the evil god tribe. How could he break out, head to the Taiching heavenly domain, or return to the primordial realm? Lu Ming furrowed his brows deeply. Forget it. Let's heal first. Lu Ming shook his head, sat down cross-legged, and began to heal his injuries. His body's recovery ability was amazing. In less than half a day, his injuries were healed, and his cultivation was restored to its peak. Let's observe the surroundings first. Lu Ming intended to observe for a while to see where this place was. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Looking around, all he could see was desolation. Ravines and pits covered the entire ground. There were no living creatures, nor were there any plants. There was only the howling wind. Could this be an ancient battlefield? Looking at the ravines and pits on the ground, it looked like they were left behind by a great battle. I wonder if that passage has been destroyed? Lu Ming could not help but think of that passage. Now, he hoped that the passage had been destroyed. If it was not, it would be over if the alien race rushed in. However, before Lu Ming was swept away, he saw that the entire passage had exploded and collapsed. It should have been destroyed. Kill! Suddenly, a roar sounded, and a shocking, murderous intent spread between heaven and earth. Lu Ming was shocked, and his hair stood on end. The sacred power in his body involuntarily circulated, and his body turned into a beam of light, retreating rapidly. However, no one chased after him. Kill! That voice sounded from high up in the sky. Lu Ming could not help but look in that direction. In the sky, light spread, and a figure appeared in the sky. This figure was clad in iron armor, holding a long spear, exuding a shocking, murderous intent as he roared. This is not a physical body. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He realized that this figure was not a physical body, nor was it formed by any energy. It was just a shadow. Kill, kill, kill. That figure shouted several times in succession. Terrifying, killing intent rushed into the heavens. Then, the light distorted, and that figure disappeared like a phantom. What is this? Lu Ming was flabbergasted. This figure was filled with terrifying, killing intent. It gave people the feeling that it was a terrifying expert. However, it didn't have any hostility towards Lu Ming. It also acted as if it didn't see Lu Ming. After roaring a few times, it disappeared. Could it be that the experts who died in battle back then left behind an indestructible mark? Lu Ming guessed. Lu Ming observed for a while and did not find anything unusual, so he continued to move forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, not long after Lu Ming moved forward, two streaks of light flew towards him. Two humans. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The two streaks of light were actually two humans and not from the evil god tribe. This made Lu Ming overjoyed. The fact that the humans could come here meant that Lu Ming's previous speculation was wrong. This was not the Eight Heavens domain that was occupied by the evil god tribe. The two of them obviously saw Lu Ming and flew towards Lu Ming. When they got close, the streaks of light disappeared, revealing two figures. One of them was a young man in a blue robe. He was tall and straight and exuded a powerful aura. The other was a middle-aged man in battle armor. The aura he exuded was also extremely powerful. A 3-star illusionary emperor and a 4-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly. That young man was a 3-star illusionary emperor. He was so young and had reached this level. He was definitely a genius. As for the middle-aged man, he was a 4-star illusionary emperor. The two of them carefully sized up Lu Ming. The young man was surprised. "Brother, how should I address you? I have never seen you in a military camp before." The blue-robed young man cupped his fists. Military camp? Lu Ming's mind spun rapidly. He then cupped his fists and said, "I am Lu Ming. I am not from a military camp. I was adventuring in a secret place and accidentally got swept into a spatial storm. I was swept here." Lu Ming lied. "Oh." The young man and middle-aged man exchanged a look. It was unknown whether they believed him or not. "May I ask where this place is?" Lu Ming asked. "You really don't know?" The blue-robed young man asked. "I really don't know." Lu Ming nodded. "It seems that Brother Lu really doesn't know. Then I will tell Brother Lu. This is a battlefield between the Taiqing Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain," the blue-robed young man said. "A battlefield between the Taiqing Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain?" Lu Ming's heart shook. A puzzled look flashed across his eyes. "Brother Lu, don't tell me you don't know about the battlefield between the two heavens?" The puzzled look in the blue-robed young man's eyes grew even stronger. "To be honest, I have been training on an island overseas and adventuring. Although I have heard about the battlefield with the foreign races, I am not very clear about it. Please enlighten me." Lu Ming cupped his fists together politely. "So you're from overseas? No wonder. Then I will tell you." The blue-robed young man immediately began to explain. As everyone knows, the heavens are divided into 9 heavens. The 9 heavens are like 9 worlds that are connected by a passage. However, the passage between the heavens isn't a spatial passage, but the earth. The earth connects the heavens like an astonishingly long and wide road. This is the passage between the Hunyuan Heaven Domain and the Taiqing Heaven Domain. Due to the invasion of the foreign races, the passage between the two heavens has become a battlefield. The blue-robed young man explained. Now that the Hunyuan Heavenly Domain had been occupied by the foreign races, this was the battlefield between the Taiqing Heavenly Domain and the Hunyuan Heavenly Domain. If the foreign races wanted to invade the Taiqing Heavenly Domain, they would have to attack from here. It was no wonder that he could see both the foreign races and humans here. Lu Ming breathed a long sigh of relief, his heart relaxing a little. Coming to the battlefield between two heavens was better than going to the other heavens that had already been occupied by the foreign races. The hell we're in right now is even more special. It's an ancient battlefield. Countless years ago, a terrifying battle took place here. Legend has it that the people who participated in that battle were the most terrifying experts in the world. After that battle, this ancient battlefield fell into eternal silence, and outsiders were unable to enter. The blue-robed young man continued. "Outsiders can't enter? Then we?" Lu Ming was puzzled. "The reason why we couldn't enter before was because of the terrible war between the heavens and the foreign races. No one knows how many peerless experts died in the war. This place is filled with endless killing intent, and many peerless experts have left behind immortal marks after their deaths. Those imprints can sense the people who come in here. Once they sense a powerful existence, those imprints will attack and kill that powerful existence. However, a huge change occurred in this battlefield not long ago, and things took a turn for the better. As long as one's cultivation isn't too high, one can enter. Brother Lu, you are in luck. This is the battlefield of ancient peerless experts. Although countless years have passed, there may still be peerless treasures left behind. Many people have come to explore this place. Chapter 2191. He finally understood the gist of the situation after listening to the youth's explanation. They were currently in the middle of the battlefield between the two heavens. It was an ancient battlefield. In the past, there had been many battles between peerless experts. This place was filled with terrifying killing intent, and there were also inextinguishable marks left behind by peerless experts that would take the initiative to kill anyone who entered. So in the past, it was impossible to enter this hell. However, something strange happened not long ago, and this place was now accessible. Lu Ming could not help but think of the figure that he had seen previously who was wearing iron armor and holding a long spear. Was he the one who had died in the battle and left behind an inextinguishable mark? His cultivation was too weak, so the imprint didn't attack him. Compared to the peerless experts of the world, his cultivation was indeed too weak. Could the changes in this area be related to the previous battle? Lu Ming thought about it and felt that there was a high possibility. However, there are still imprints left behind by the masters. Those below the true Emperor realm will be fine since the imprints won't attack them. However, it's hard to say what will happen to those above the true Emperor realm. The higher the cultivation, the more dangerous it will be. That's why this is our chance. A fiery light flashed in the youth's eyes. Then, the blue-robed young man looked at Lu Ming, and a strange smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Brother Lu, since you came here by accident, why don't we travel together? If we encounter any opportunities, we can share equally. All right. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before nodding. He had many questions to ask since he was new to Heaven World. It was best to team up. The three of them moved forward together. However, the three of them did not dare to go too fast. That was because no one had ever entered the ancient battlefield since ancient times. No one knew what kind of dangers there would be. Not long after, the three of them encountered another indestructible imprint. This time, it wasn't a human, but rather an enormous bird. Its aura was crazy, and its killing intent rushed into the heavens. The bird glanced at them coldly, but didn't attack. After a while, it disappeared. The three heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't strong enough. Otherwise, they would have been attacked by these imprints. These imprints were extremely powerful when they were alive. Legend had it that this battlefield was one of the battlefields between Heaven World and the foreign races. Those who were able to participate were all unimaginably strong. Therefore, the imprints left behind by these masters were extremely terrifying. Great emperors who entered this place were killed by the imprints. Even heavenly emperors died after entering this place. From this, one could see how terrifying these imprints were when they were alive. Along the way, Lu Ming made indirect inquiries and found out a lot of information. The youth in blue was called Blue Cloud. The middle-aged man was called Lan Songshi. They were training outside the battlefield and fighting against the foreign races in Grand Pure Heaven's camp. This time, many people knew about the changes that had occurred in the ancient battlefield. Apart from them, many people from the Celestial Realm's military camp had also rushed over. After all, the people who participated in the battle back then were too powerful. Even though countless years had passed and many things might have decayed, if there were any treasures left behind that hadn't decayed, as long as one could obtain one, it would be a great opportunity. It was not surprising that many people came to explore. I'm afraid the outsiders will also send people here. The three of them continued forward, searching the area. However, there was only a deathly stillness everywhere. It was completely empty. There was nothing. 2 hours later, Suddenly, their eyes lit up. There was a pile of messy stones in front of them. There was a skeleton sitting on the ground in the middle of the stones. He was holding a broken sword in his hand. When a martial artist reached the Saint Realm, their physical body would be extremely difficult to corrode. In the martial Emperor Realm, their physical body was known to be immortal. However, everything was relative. It could be immortal for 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. But what about 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even longer? Everything would eventually corrode in the passage of time. The skeleton in front of them was very likely to be a peerless master when he was alive. They glanced at the master's finger. Unfortunately, they didn't see a storage ring. Storage rings would also corrode over the years and disintegrate. The things inside could be swept into the turbulence of the void. Obviously, the master's storage ring had been corroded. Then, their eyes fell on the broken sword in the skeleton's hand. The broken sword was covered in rust. However, after such a long period of time, even the flesh of this peerless expert had corroded. Even his interspatial ring was corroded. However, the broken sword was still preserved. It was definitely an amazing treasure. In particular, Blue Cloud and Xianxia's eyes shone with a fiery light. "Brother Lu, why don't you go and get the broken sword?" Blue Cloud asked and looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile. "I go." Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but it disappeared in a flash. Blue Cloud asked him to go and get the broken sword. He definitely didn't want to give the broken sword to Lu Ming out of kindness. Instead, he wanted Lu Ming to test it out. After such a peerless master died, no one knew what dangers he would face even though countless years had passed. What if he left behind a trace of qi or some other means? Go to take the broken sword would be courting death. Hurry up and go and get the broken sword. Xianxia also said in a cold voice. Lu Ming sneered. He finally understood why Blue Cloud was so kind to answer his question and invite him to go with him. His purpose was to use him as a testing stone. If there was any danger, he would ask him to go first. "Brother Lu, hurry up," Blue Cloud urged. At the same time, he moved and formed a triangle with Xianxia, blocking Lu Ming's path of retreat. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. "Okay, I'll go and get it." Lu Ming spoke and smiled faintly. He stepped forward and walked toward the skeleton. Lu Ming obviously didn't dare to be careless. He was highly focused and constantly scanned the skeleton and the broken sword with his spiritual consciousness. However, he didn't find anything unusual or dangerous. However, Lu Ming still didn't dare to be careless. He held the sword of the Celestial Emperor in his hand. Now that the energy stored in the Celestial Emperor's body was more than 10%, the sword of the Celestial Emperor could erupt with great power. If anything went wrong, he could use the sword of the Celestial Emperor to block it. He slowly approached the skeleton, but still didn't find any danger. Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness was mainly focused on the broken sword. The broken sword was immortal. The most likely danger was on the broken sword. However, when he sensed it at close range, the broken sword seemed to have lost its spirituality. It was no different from a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. A palm condensed from Saint Power grabbed at the broken sword. Saint Power? He hasn't become an emperor yet? Chapter 2192. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming was at least a martial emperor expert. Now that they saw that Lu Ming was using saint energy and not the power of the heavens, they immediately looked at him with disdain. At that moment, Lu Ming's hand, which was formed by saint energy, had already grabbed the broken sword. There was nothing wrong with it. The saint energy retracted, and Lu Ming held the broken sword in his hand. It was cold to the touch, and there was nothing special about it. Lu Ming kept the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Unless it was a last resort, Lu Ming would not use the Heavenly Emperor's sword. After all, once the energy of the Heavenly Emperor's body was depleted, it was too troublesome to replenish it. The amount of resources needed was also shocking. After such a long time, the spirituality in the broken sword has already dissipated, and it has become a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming scanned the broken sword with his spiritual consciousness and found that it was useless. Seeing that Lu Ming had successfully obtained the broken sword, Blue Cloud and Lan Songshur smiled. "Brother Lu, quickly hand the broken sword to me," Blue Cloud said impatiently. "Brother Lan, I was the one who obtained this broken sword." Lu Ming turned around and looked at Blue Cloud. "Brother Lu, hand it to me first. When we get more treasures in the future, we'll split it equally," Blue Cloud said impatiently. If not for the fact that he still needed to use Lu Ming, he would have turned hostile. Lan Songshur was even more direct and said, "It's a waste for a peerless expert to leave such a treasure in the hands of a saint like you. Hand it to us first, and we'll compensate you later." Lu Ming sneered in his heart. On the surface, he deliberately pondered and said, "All right then." Then he tossed the broken sword to Blue Cloud. Blue Cloud was overjoyed and quickly took a look at it. He was disappointed after taking a look. It has no spirituality. It's like a piece of scrap metal. Blue Cloud shook his head but still kept the broken sword. "Both of you, I still have something to do. Let's part ways here." Right then, Lu Ming said, "You want to leave?" Blue Cloud's face darkened. "That's right. I still have matters to attend to in my hometown. I have to find the exit and return first. I want to accompany you too in your treasure hunt." Lu Ming casually found an excuse. "Lu Ming, I've explained so many things to you. How can it be so easy for you to leave just like that? Come with us." Blue Cloud said coldly, "Kid, come with us to search for treasures. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place." Lan Songshur appeared behind Lu Ming, emitting a cold, killing intent. They wanted to forcefully drag Lu Ming along as their pathfinder. Lu Ming sneered. The other party had indeed explained some problems for him, but he had already taken a risk for them and obtained the broken sword. Furthermore, the reason why the other party explained the problem to him was that he didn't have good intentions from the start. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. "All right, since that's the case, I'll accompany you. However, we must split the treasures equally." "Of course," Blue Cloud said. However, he sneered in his heart. Lu Ming was really naive to think that they could split the treasures equally. Even if Lu Ming didn't die during the pathfinding process, they wouldn't leave Lu Ming behind. Boom! At that moment, something strange happened. Lu Ming erupted. He instantly raised his battle strength to the peak and threw a palm strike at Lan Songshur. This move was too sudden. Lan Songshur was very strong. He was a 4-star illusionary emperor. Facing danger, he roared, and several types of laws spread out from his body. However, he was still a step too late. Previously, they thought that Lu Ming was just a person below the martial emperor realm. They could kill anyone below the martial emperor realm with a flip of their hand. Thus, they were not so cautious. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly attacked. Lan Songshur could only control his laws in time to block in front of him. Boom! Lu Ming's palm landed on Lan Songshur's body. The nomological laws that covered Lan Songshur's body vibrated violently. In the end, they were penetrated by Lu Ming's palm. The terrifying palm force surged into Lan Songshur's body, creating a huge hole that penetrated his body. Lan Songshur let out a cry of agony and backed away rapidly. His eyes were filled with astonishment. At that instant, he had sensed 7 types of laws from Lu Ming's body, 2 types of supreme laws, and 5 types of emperor laws. Lan Songshur was almost scared to death. This guy's strength is very strong. Lu Ming frowned too. Lu Ming's 5 types of laws had reached the perfection stage. However, the laws of alchemy and the laws of weapon arts had yet to reach the perfection stage. His body had yet to be refined, but his strength was significantly stronger than during the Battle of 10 Earths. With his current strength, he could easily kill a 5-star illusionary monarch with his full strength. However, Lu Ming had failed to kill Lan Songshur with a sneak attack. He had only severely injured him. Lan Songshur was only a 4-star illusionary monarch. He had sensed 3 types of laws from Lan Songshur's body, 1 type of emperor law and 2 types of ordinary laws. Moreover, the 2 types of ordinary laws had both reached the second realm. Lan Songshi's strength was much stronger than ordinary 4-star illusionary monarchs. At this moment, Blue Cloud also reacted. "Bastard, how dare you attack? You're courting death." Blue Cloud roared and unleashed his strength, charging towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed and charged towards Lan Songshi. He would deal with one first before dealing with the other. The other party wanted to use him as a testing stone. How could that be possible? Boom! Lu Ming's palms slashed out continuously. In an instant, he had slashed out dozens of palms. Each palm contained 7 types of laws. Its power was extremely shocking. Lan Songshi was severely injured by Lu Ming. He spat out blood continuously. His strength was not even 20% of his peak state. How could he resist? After a few moves, his protective laws were shattered. The surging palm force landed on his body. Lan Songshi did not even let out a scream before his body exploded. Boom! After killing Lan Songshi, Lu Ming's figure did not stop. Taking advantage of the momentum, he turned around and blasted a palm behind him. Because behind him, Blue Cloud's attack had also arrived. Lu Ming's palm slammed on a Blue Cloud's fist, erupting with a violent boom. Lu Ming felt a powerful force surge towards him. His figure retreated repeatedly. Blue Cloud was not much better. His figure also drifted backward. His strongest law has already reached the 2nd realm. There's still another type of Emperor law. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Blue Cloud was undoubtedly a top-notch prodigy. He was not weaker than some of the prodigies who came to Destiny Mountain with Heavenly Emperor Kong In back then. A 3-star illusionary monarch controlled one type of strongest law, one type of Emperor law. His strength was not weaker than that gray-robed youth who had fought with Lu Ming back then. At this moment, Blue Cloud was even more shocked. He also sensed the laws that Lu Ming controlled. He was extremely shocked. "It's you. I remember now. You're that trash from the Yuan realm. A peerless trash." Blue Cloud suddenly roared. He was also a top-notch prodigy in the Heaven Domain. Back then, some people went to the Yuan realm. After returning, they said that a peerless trash had appeared in the Yuan realm. Below the Martial Emperor realm, he had mastered many types of laws. He had even mastered 2 types of strongest laws. However, he could not become an emperor. Back then, it had caused a stir in the Heaven Domain. Now that he had fought with Lu Ming, he immediately remembered. "You're just a trash. How dare you kill someone from the Lan family? You're courting death." Chapter 2193. Blue Cloud's entire body was filled with ice-cold, killing intent. At the same time, he emitted a scarlet light. Even his palms were the same. Boom! Boom! Blue Cloud blasted out more than a dozen punches at Lu Ming. As he swung his fists, there was a violent lion roar. Lu Ming saw that on each of Blue Cloud's fists, there was a fiery red lion roaring. As Blue Cloud swung his fists, the fiery red lion also pounced. This was a terrifying divine ability that unleashed the power of the 2 laws that Blue Cloud controlled. Lu Ming waved his palm, erupting with 7 types of laws, and instantly struck out more than a dozen palms. Boom! Boom! Fists and palms collided constantly, erupting with shocking rumbles as energy swept out. However, countless years ago, this place had experienced a great battle between peerless powerhouses. The ground had become extremely hard. The energy from the battle between Lu Ming and Blue Cloud could only leave a shallow mark on the ground. The 2 attacked at an astonishing speed. The sky was filled with fist and palm shadows. In an instant, they had exchanged more than 100 moves, and lion roars were incessant. Damn it, this guy is even stronger than the legends say. Didn't the legends say that he only grasped 5 types of laws? Blue Cloud roared in his heart. After exchanging more than 100 moves, he could not defeat Lu Ming, which made him a little impatient. Lu Ming's expression was calm. This Blue Cloud was indeed not weaker than the gray-robed youth back then. However, Lu Ming was also much stronger than during the Ten Lands battle. During the Ten Lands battle, facing the gray-robed youth, Lu Ming had to borrow the power of his third bloodline to be able to resist. But now he did not need the power of his third bloodline to resist. The two continued to exchange hundreds of moves, but it was still difficult to determine a victor. "Tear him apart from me," Blue Cloud roared. The fiery red light on his body became even stronger. He waved his hands, and the fiery red lions in his hands merged into one, transforming into a huge red lion that pounced at Lu Ming. The power of this move was much stronger than before. This was Blue Cloud's ultimate move. It was his trump card, and its power was astonishing. Hammer of Chaos. Lu Ming used his self-created divine ability, the Hammer of Primal Chaos. During this period of time, Lu Ming had not stopped exploring the Hammer of Chaos and the Sword of Death. The power of these two mystiques was getting stronger and stronger. In particular, Lu Ming had fused the Alchemy Dao Law and the Tools Dao Law into it. The Law of Primal Chaos and the other 5 laws of the King Dao fused together in a miraculous manner, exploding out at the same time. A huge hammer was formed and smashed towards Blue Cloud. Boom! The Hammer of Primordial Chaos collided with the gigantic red lion, causing the space to explode continuously. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The two of them were locked in a stalemate in the air as they continued to fight. In the end, the red lion and the Hammer of Primal Chaos exploded at the same time. The two of them trembled and retreated. How is this possible? Blue Cloud roared in his heart. With his strength, he was actually unable to take down Lu Ming. This made him extremely shocked and furious. "Kill!" he roared. An even more intense red light spread out from his body. His glabella shone, and a huge seal was about to appear. As soon as this huge seal appeared, a shocking lion roar was heard, causing the void to explode continuously. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could feel that this was a terrifying Emperor weapon. It was at least a true Emperor weapon. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. His third bloodline appeared. He borrowed the power of his third bloodline to increase his strength greatly. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed towards Blue Cloud like lightning. The Hammer of Primal Chaos smashed out. Blue Cloud did not expect Lu Ming's strength to suddenly increase. In a hurry, he hurriedly blocked, but how could he block it? After being hit by the Hammer of Primal Chaos, Blue Cloud screamed and flew out, vomiting a large mouthful of blood. "Kill!" Lu Ming was very decisive. After injuring Blue Cloud with one move, he immediately rushed over to kill Blue Cloud. "Lu Ming, I'll kill you sooner or later." Blue Cloud roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then a fiery red jade token appeared in his hand, and he crushed it. Roar! After the jade tablet was crushed, a huge fiery red lion appeared. This lion even had a pair of wings. It grabbed Lan Yun, and with a flap of its wings, its body soared into the sky and flew into the distance at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming chased after it, but after a while, he realized that he could not catch up at all. The other party flew further and further away and finally disappeared from his sight. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed. Blue Cloud was definitely a disciple of a major force in the Heaven Realm. He had many treasures on him. That jade token was used to save his life. Lu Ming went back and put away Lan Song's storage ring. Then, his figure flashed and he left this place. After that, Lu Ming carefully traveled through this area alone. He encountered 2 imprints a few times. Among them, there were imprints of foreign races and experts from the Heaven Realm. Other than that, he found nothing. The key was that in this battlefield, Lu Ming could not tell the direction. He did not know which side was the exit and how to get out. He could only walk around randomly. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved. A sound came from ahead. In this land, there was no other sound other than the sound of the wind. But now, there were other noises. This meant that there was a situation ahead. Immediately, Lu Ming used the divine breathing technique to restrain his aura to the extreme. Then, he landed on the ground and walked along the ground. After 100 miles, Lu Ming hid on a low mountain peak. Using the rocks as cover, Lu Ming looked ahead. In front of him, there was a flat land. There were burly figures. Evil God tribe. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. There were a total of more than 10 evil God tribe members. However, these evil God tribe members were different from the evil God tribe members that Lu Ming had seen before. These evil God tribe members were also covered in scales. However, in the past, the scales on the evil God tribe members that Lu Ming had encountered were all black. However, the scales on these evil God tribe members were purple. Moreover, they were slightly smaller than the evil God tribe members that Lu Ming had encountered before. However, they were indeed members of the evil God tribe. Each of them had a third eye between their brows. More than 10 purple-scaled evil God tribe members surrounded an area. Their figures flashed continuously as if they were setting up something. That is, Lu Ming looked around again and discovered that the one surrounded by more than 10 evil God tribe members was a skeleton. This skeleton held a big bow in its hand. Obviously, the evil God tribe members were here for this big bow. However, they did not dare to get too close. These guys seemed to be setting up some kind of formation. Lu Ming observed carefully and discovered that the evil God tribe members should be setting up a formation. After a while, the evil God tribe members stopped and retreated in a flash. "Activate the formation," one of the evil God tribe members shouted. Then, purple light spread out from the bodies of the evil God tribe members and sank into the ground. The ground shone, and streams of jet black light shone out. Then, these jet black lights condensed into large words. Chapter 2194. The formation set up by the evil God tribe condensed many large, black, ancient words. The moment these words appeared, they flew toward the large bow. They shone brightly and suppressed it. However, at this moment, the large bow emitted a beam of light. It was like a light shield that enveloped the bow. Those large words were blocked by the light shield. More than 10 members of the evil God tribe exuded an even more intense purple glow that surged into the ground. The prowess of the great formation grew stronger, emitting black light continuously. Many large black characters appeared continuously, rushing toward the great bow. However, even though the light barrier around the big bow was trembling nonstop, it was still not broken. This large bow still has its spirituality. It is definitely a supreme divine bow. Lu Ming thought to himself. A fiery look flashed in his eyes. After a while, it was still ineffective. It did not break the light shield around the large bow. Our formation is set up too far away from the large bow. We can't fully unleash the power of the formation. We have to get closer and set up the formation near the large bow. Only then can we eliminate the killing intent on this large bow. An evil God tribe member said, "That's right. This is a treasure left behind from ancient times. After so many years, its spirituality has not completely disappeared. It is definitely a treasure. We can't miss it. Let's do it." Another evil God tribe member also spoke. Then, the 10-odd evil God tribe members carefully approached the large bow. When they were within 1,000 meters of the large bow, they started to set up the formation again. Buzz! Just then, the large bow let out a buzz and emitted a bright light. Then, a beam of light shot out from the large bow like an arrow. Pucci, an evil God tribe member, did not have the slightest ability to resist. The arrow pierced through his head, and he died. "Increase the speed," an evil God tribe member shouted. The purple light on the bodies of the 10-odd evil God tribe members became increasingly intense. They increased their speed to set up the formation. Beams of light entered the ground. Swoosh! At this moment, the large bow vibrated again. Another arrow shot out and killed another evil God tribe member. The remaining evil God tribe members were terrified. However, at this point, they could not retreat. They could only grit their teeth and continue. They increased their speed to set up the formation. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the process of setting up the formation, the great bows vibrated incessantly. Arrows shot out one after another, killing the members of the evil God tribe one after another. What terrifying power! This killing intent hasn't dissipated yet. Lu Ming's expression was somewhat solemn. He could tell that there was a trace of the bow's owner's killing intent in it. Any living creature that approached the bow would be mercilessly shot to death. This was also the reason why Blue Cloud and the others had asked Lu Ming to lead the way. If the broken sword from before still had spirituality, it would be extremely dangerous. As for these evil god tribe members, it was clear that they wanted to set up a great formation to erase the killing intent on the great bow. In just a short moment, 8 members of the evil god tribe died to the bow, and now there were still 9 members of the evil god tribe left. Success. Retreat. A member of the evil god race roared. Whoosh! Whoosh! The remaining 9 people retreated frantically. But at this moment, the great bow vibrated and another arrow shot out, shooting towards one of the evil god tribe members. No, that member of the evil god tribe roared in despair, filled with unwillingness. They had already succeeded and retreated, but at the last moment, the arrow shot out at him. Pooh! Without any suspense, this member of the evil god tribe was killed, leaving only 8 members of the evil god tribe. The remaining 8 people retreated at an astonishing speed. When they retreated to a certain distance, the great bow stopped emitting light and quieted down. The 8 members of the evil god tribe revealed expressions of lingering fear. If they had been unlucky, they would have already died. Let's begin. The 8 of them exchanged glances and then started to activate the Great Formation. This time, the inner and outer layers of the Great Formation were activated together, forming many ancient and profound characters that flew toward the Great Bow. Lu Ming reckoned that this Great Formation should be one that all members of the Evil God tribe had. The ancient characters flew toward the Great Bow. The Great Bow shone, and a layer of light enveloped it. But this time, the prowess of the ancient characters was clearly much stronger than before. The large characters shone like weapons, pressing down on the light barrier. Boom! Boom! The light barrier trembled incessantly, creating layers of ripples as if it would shatter at any moment. A few minutes later, the light barrier indeed could not withstand it. Like a bubble, it burst with a PU sound. Those large characters rushed toward the great bow, covering it. Buzz! At this moment, the great bow vibrated, emitting terrifying killing intent that permeated the surroundings. Those large characters covering the great bow crumbled one by one. However, more large characters would soon cover it. Every time the large characters crumbled, the killing intent on the great bow would dim a little and weaken a little. This was using the power of the Great Formation to grind away the killing intent on the Great Bow. As time passed, the killing intent on the Great Bow became weaker and weaker. Half an hour later, the killing intent on the Great Bow had completely disappeared. We succeeded, haha. One of the members of the Evil God tribe laughed loudly. The other members of the Evil God tribe also revealed looks of joy. They stepped forward and approached the Great Bow. The Great Bow did not react at all. In the end, they approached the Great Bow. One of the members of the Evil God tribe stepped forward and grabbed the Great Bow. Buzz! That member of the Evil God tribe held the Great Bow in his hand and tried to pull the bowstring. However, after pulling for a long time, the Great Bow did not react at all. As expected of a supreme treasure. With our cultivation, we can't pull it open at all. That member of the Evil God tribe laughed loudly, becoming even more excited. If they brought such a precious treasure back and handed it over, they would definitely receive generous rewards. Let me see. Another member of the Evil God tribe was very curious. He took the Great Bow and tried to pull it open, but it did not work either. In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. 3 4-star Void Emperors and 5 3-star Void Emperors. Lu Ming muttered. Earlier, these members of the Evil God tribe were controlling the Great Formation. Lu Ming already knew the strength of these members of the Evil God tribe. Originally, there were 2 5-star Void Emperors among these members of the Evil God tribe. However, they were too unlucky and were killed by the Great Bow. The strongest remaining was only a 4-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming decided to make a move and kill these members of the evil god tribe to snatch the Great Bow. Whoosh! Lu Ming soared into the sky and approached the area where the evil god tribe was. Lu Ming executed the divine aura art and did not release any aura at all. The other party did not sense anything at all. They just stood there and looked at the Great Bow. Now is the time. With a thought, Lu Ming swooped down like a bolt of lightning, killing his way down. As he swooped down, Lu Ming condensed a battle sword in his hand. This was a magic skill, the Sword of Death. Not good, there's someone. The members of the evil god tribe also discovered Lu Ming. They all roared, and purple light spread out from their bodies. Kill! Chapter 2195. Lu Ming slashed at a 4-star Void Emperor from the evil god tribe. At the critical moment, the third eye of the evil god tribe member lit up. A purple beam of light shot out and pierced towards Lu Ming. At the same time, his body shone with purple light. A giant axe appeared in his hand, and he slashed upwards. Boom! Lu Ming slashed downwards. The Sword of Death hit the purple beam of light from the third eye of the evil god tribe member. The Sword of Death vibrated. The death laws and the 5 types of laws vibrated continuously, forming a terrifying cutting force. It directly slashed the beam of light and continued to slash downwards. Then, the Sword of Death collided with the giant axe. With a violent boom, the Sword of Death vibrated. However, the giant axe vibrated even more violently. In the end, it directly exploded, turning into fragments that flew everywhere. Many fragments bombarded the body of the evil god tribe member. Bam! The body of the evil god tribe member flew out. Wounds appeared on his body and blood flowed out. However, he did not die. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's gaze sharpened. This evil god tribe member was only a 4-star Void Emperor. With Lu Ming's current battle strength, he could instantly kill an ordinary 4-star Void Emperor when he used the Sword of Death. Even a 4-star Void Emperor would be severely injured in one move. However, just now, Lu Ming did not kill the evil god tribe member in a surprise attack. He only severely injured the evil god tribe member. The battle strength of this evil god tribe member was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. He is not weaker than Xianxia from before. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Xianxia was also a 4-star Void Emperor. However, his battle strength was far stronger than the 4-star Void Emperors that Lu Ming had encountered before. This is the battlefield of the two worlds. These people are all from the military camps of the two worlds. They have been fighting on the battlefield all year round. Their battle strength is stronger than those of the same level. Lu Ming pondered and came to this conclusion. Of course, Lu Ming only had these thoughts for an instant. He did not stop at all and continued to attack the injured evil god tribe member. However, at this moment, the other members of the evil god tribe had already reacted. Beams of terrifying purple light pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only stop blocking and brandish the Sword of Death to block these purple beams of light. He discovered that the power of these purple light beams was also very shocking. The battle prowess of each member of the evil god tribe was stronger than the black-scaled evil god tribe that Lu Ming had encountered in the past. These were definitely the elites of the evil god race. Kill! Lu Ming broke through several purple light beams and charged towards a 3-star Void Emperor. Even if he could not instantly kill a 4-star Void Emperor, he should be able to instantly kill a 3-star Void Emperor. Stop him! Among the 8 members of the evil god tribe, there were a total of 3 4-star Void Emperors. Previously, one of them had been severely injured by Lu Ming, so there were still 2 more. Right now, these 2 people from the evil god tribe acted as the main force and launched a barrage of attacks at Lu Ming. As for the other 3-star faux Emperor evil god tribe members, they attacked Lu Ming from the periphery. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless and focused his attention to block. Although he could instantly kill a 3-star Void Emperor, it did not mean that he could ignore the attacks of a 3-star Void Emperor. Moreover, the attack power of these 3-star Void Emperors was very terrifying. If Lu Ming was hit, he would also be injured. Human race ant, how dare you sneak attack me? Kill. That member of the evil god tribe that was attacked by Lu Ming also charged back. Lu Ming was surrounded by the 8 members of the evil god tribe. For a moment, he could only protect himself and could not kill the enemy at all. I underestimated the enemy. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Back in the primordial realm, he could instantly kill a 4-star Void Emperor. In addition, his strength had increased recently. Therefore, he did not take the 4-star Void Emperor seriously before, unless they were top prodigies like Blue Cloud. Therefore, he attacked and directly charged out. Now, he understood that he had underestimated others. This was the 2-realm battlefield. Those who could participate in the battle here were all elites and did not lack experts. Looks like I can only borrow the power of the 3rd bloodline. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Immediately, a wave of power from the 3rd bloodline surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming did not dare to borrow too much power. The 3rd bloodline was too strange. If he borrowed too much, his mind would be affected. But even so, Lu Ming's power increased greatly. Kill. The 3rd bloodline contained a strong, killing intent. Lu Ming shouted loudly, and a cold, killing intent erupted. All the members of the evil god tribe could not help but shiver. How could Lu Ming miss such a good opportunity? He took a step forward, and the sword of death slashed toward the member of the evil god tribe that he had severely injured previously. Poof! This time, this member of the evil god tribe could no longer resist and was directly slashed into 2 by Lu Ming's sword. Immediately after, Lu Ming's battle sword swept out and killed a 3-star Void Emperor realm member of the evil god tribe. Kill. After killing 2 people in a row, Lu Ming charged toward a 4-star Void Emperor. That 4-star Void Emperor roared and used his trump card to block. But after the battle sword slashed past, all of his attacks collapsed. His entire person flew out and fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. Although he did not die, he did not have the strength to fight anymore. As the number of the other party decreased, Lu Ming's strength increased. With this, Lu Ming became even more invincible. Poof! Poof! Another 2 sword slashes, and another 2 3-star Void Emperors were killed. In a few breaths, only 3 of the 8 of them were left. The remaining 3 were finally afraid and turned to run. How could Lu Ming let them escape? His figure flashed, and he chased after them. With 1 sword slash, he killed the remaining 2 3-star Void Emperors. Only the last 4-star Void Emperor was left, and he had already fled some distance away. Lu Ming chased over at extreme speed. After 10 miles, Lu Ming caught up with the other party. Let's die together. Seeing that he could not escape, the evil god tribe member roared. His third eye burst out with a resplendent light like a small purple sun. Swoosh! A purple light beam with extremely shocking power pierced toward Lu Ming. After shooting out this light beam, the aura of the evil god tribe member immediately withered. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. This light beam gave him a dangerous feeling. Slash! Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and slashed down. Dong! With a loud tremor, the sword of death in Lu Ming's hand actually exploded. Lu Ming's figure retreated quickly, feeling that his palm was a little numb. What a strong power! The power of the other party's desperate attack was really shocking. At this moment, he had borrowed the power of his third bloodline, but the sword of death was still scattered by the other party. Seeing that his desperate attack still did not kill Lu Ming, the evil god tribe member revealed a look of despair. Ants of the human race, my race will trample all of you sooner or later. We will kill all of you lowly ants and not leave a single one alive. The evil god tribe member roared. In the future, the ones who will be destroyed will be you. Lu Ming's gaze was cold. The sword of death condensed once again and slashed out, killing the other party. After keeping the other party's storage bracelet, Lu Ming charged back and killed the heavily injured evil god tribe member. Lu Ming would not show any mercy to the evil god tribe. He would kill as many as he could. The evil god tribe was bent on breaking through the heaven realm and primordial realm. At that time, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Chapter 2196. At this point, all 8 members of the evil god tribe had been killed by Lu Ming. With a thought, Lu Ming put away the power of the third bloodline. What exactly is this third bloodline? Lu Ming couldn't help but wonder. This wasn't the first time he had thought about this question. The third bloodline seemed to be very mysterious. It had boundless power and endless killing intent. He didn't dare to borrow too much of its power. This power wasn't something he could control. Moreover, as his cultivation increased, his fear of the third bloodline became stronger. This was because no matter how much his strength increased, he was like an ant in front of the power of the third bloodline. Forget it. As long as my strength can continue to increase, I will be able to use this power for myself. Lu Ming shook his head. Then he put away all the storage bracelets of the evil god tribe, including those that had been killed by the Bao. These were all martial emperors. To Lu Ming, this was another bountiful harvest. Then, Lu Ming started to search through the storage bracelets one by one. Found it. Not long after, Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. A large Bao appeared in his hand. It was the large Bao that the evil god tribe had obtained previously. The large Bao was 5 meters long. It was made of an unknown material and was extremely heavy. The surface of the large Bao was covered in rust. Let's give it a try. Lu Ming grabbed the Bao with one hand and pulled the bowstring with the other. Then, he pulled with all his might. It didn't move at all. The large Bao didn't move at all. The bowstring didn't curve at all. With my current strength, I can't pull it at all. No wonder those members of the evil god tribe didn't move it either. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. This large Bao was really extraordinary. It was definitely a supreme treasure. Even after so many years, it still retained its spirituality. This showed how extraordinary it was. Let's give it another try. Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. This time, Lu Ming erupted with all his power of laws. Buzz. This time, the Bao vibrated slightly. At the same time, Lu Ming felt the bowstring being pulled. Although it was only a little bit, it was indeed being pulled. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth, as well as the saint energy in Lu Ming's body, poured into the Bao in a frenzy. An arrow that shone with 7 different colors appeared in the air. Success! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He loosened his grip, and the arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning, flying tens of thousands of meters away and hitting a mountain peak. Boom! A large hole was blasted into the mountain peak, and debris flew everywhere. What terrifying power! Lu Ming revealed an excited expression. This was an ancient battlefield. After experiencing a great battle between peerless powerhouses, energy and killing intent wreaked havoc here, causing the ground and rocks to become incomparably hard. Lu Ming's all-out attack only left a shallow mark on the ground. However, the arrow from earlier had pierced a huge hole in the mountain. The might of the arrow was extremely astonishing. However, the consumption of saint energy is also very shocking. I can't keep using it. This Bao seemed to require many laws to be pulled. Moreover, the consumption of saint energy was also very shocking. Lu Ming would not be able to use it many times before his saint energy was drained. With such power, I'm afraid even a 7-star Void Emperor would be shot to death by this arrow. Although the consumption of saint energy was shocking, Lu Ming was still very satisfied. With this Bao, he was not afraid of anyone below the true emperor. Moreover, he had only pulled the bowstring slightly just now. He was far from unleashing the power of this Bao. As his cultivation improved in the future, the power of this Bao would also become stronger. Lu Ming put away the big Bao excitedly. With a flash of his body, he left the place. Next, Lu Ming continued to wander alone without any direction. After a day, he had already lost track of how far he had traveled. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar in front. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming restrained his aura and quietly rushed over. Then, he saw some evil god tribe members besieging 3 humans. A young man, a middle-aged burly man, and an old man. The young man was slightly plump, and his cultivation was very strong. He had reached the level of a 3-star Void Emperor. Moreover, he had also mastered an ultimate law. Obviously, he was a top genius. As for the middle-aged burly man, he was a 5-star Void Emperor. The old man was a 6-star Void Emperor, and his combat strength was very strong. However, at this time, they were surrounded by danger. There were a total of 6 Evil God Tribe members besieging them. These 6 Evil God Tribe members were covered in purple scales, and their cultivation was very high. One of them was also a 6-star Void Emperor, and his combat strength was not weaker than the old man. There were also 3 5-star Void Emperors and 2 4-star Void Emperors. Such a lineup put the 3 humans in danger. Even if they resisted with all their might, they would not be able to stop it and were in imminent danger. "Young master, hurry up and leave. We will stop them," the old man shouted. "If you want to leave, let's leave together." The plump young man shouted. "You want to leave? None of you can leave. The reward for killing a genius of the human race is quite good." Hee hee. The 6-star Void Emperor from the Evil God Tribe laughed loudly. However, his attacks did not weaken at all and continued to attack the old man. Not only did the old man have to defend against the attacks of the 6-star Void Emperor, but he also had to defend against the 2 5-star Void Emperors. The situation was very dangerous, and a trace of blood was already flowing out from the corner of his mouth. "Die!" The Evil God Tribe member shouted. In the distance, a cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The big bow appeared in his hand, and then he quietly went to another direction. He planned to attack. If the people fighting in front were living beings from the heaven realm, he would not interfere and would not meddle in other people's business. However, one side was the Evil God Tribe, and the other was the human race. That was a different story. Similarly, if Lu Ming did not have the big bow, he would not interfere. The other party had 5-star and 6-star Void Emperors. With his current combat strength, he would be courting death if he interfered. However, with the big bow in his hand, Lu Ming was fearless. In a few breaths, Lu Ming went to another direction and then pulled the big bow, aiming at the 6-star Void Emperor. The big bow emitted a faint light. The energy of heaven and earth and Lu Ming's saint power were constantly injected into the big bow. A 7-colored arrow appeared. Swoosh! Lu Ming released his grip, and the arrow flew out. It instantly crossed a distance of dozens of miles and shot toward the 6-star Void Emperor. Its speed was astonishing. The 6-star Void Emperor reacted and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only use all his strength to defend. However, his defense was like paper and could not withstand a single blow. Poof! The arrow pierced through all his defenses and shot into his forehead. It took him tens of thousands of meters away and stared at short peak. A 6-star Void Emperor was instantly killed. At the scene, both the human race and the Evil God Tribe were stunned. Especially the Evil God Tribe. They were even more shocked. Kill! Chapter 2197. Retreat. An Evil God Tribe member roared. To be able to kill a 6-star Void Emperor with one arrow, they knew that a terrifying expert must have come from the heaven realm. How would they dare to stay? In fear, they turned and fled. Swoosh! Another arrow flew over, aiming at that 5-star Void Emperor. That 5-star Void Emperor screamed miserably and was shot to death. On the other side, the old man chased and killed the 5-star Void Emperor that he had severely injured. There were a total of 6 people on the other side. 1 6-star Void Emperor and 2 5-star Void Emperors were all killed, leaving only 3 4-star Void Emperors running for their lives. The 3 Evil God Tribe members fled in different directions. They knew that if they gathered together, none of them would be able to escape. Chase! The slightly plump youth roared and chased after a 4-star Void Emperor. The old man and the middle-aged man also chased after one of them. The Evil God Tribe member that the slightly plump youth chased after just happened to run toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped out, holding a large bow and aiming at that Evil God Tribe member. That evil god tribe member was shocked and almost scared to death. Just now, 2 arrows had killed a 6-star Void Emperor and a 5-star Void Emperor. Now that he saw Lu Ming appear with a large bow, it would be strange if he was not scared to death. He was panicking, and the slightly plump youth had already arrived. This kind of purple-scaled, evil god tribe member had very strong battle prowess. However, the slightly plump youth was a top genius. Although his cultivation was 1 level lower, his battle prowess was not inferior at all. In fact, he was even stronger. A snow-white and translucent saber light slashed toward the evil god tribe member. The evil god tribe member was fully on guard against Lu Ming. In his panic, he was directly hit by the slightly plump youth and was severely injured. The slightly plump youth hit the mark with 1 attack, and the subsequent attacks were endless. Snow White's saber light slashed toward the evil god tribe member one after another. The evil god tribe member was severely injured and was powerless to reverse the situation. They only had the power to defend and no longer had the power to counterattack. Defeat and death were inevitable. Lu Ming did not draw the large bow. Just now, he was just scaring the other party. Now that the matter was settled, he put away the large bow. Swoosh! A figure flashed, and the old man appeared. Clearly, he had already dealt with his opponent. After a while, the middle-aged man also appeared. Right now, the slightly plump young man had completely gained the upper hand. Saber light flashed, leaving behind many wounds on the evil god tribe member's body. Kill! In the end, the chubby young man shouted and chopped off his opponent's head. After killing the members of the evil god tribe, the chubby young man, the old man, and the middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming with shock in their eyes. Just now, the arrow had instantly killed a 6-star Void Emperor and a 5-star Void Emperor. They did not expect the owner of the arrow to be so young. Brother, thank you for your help just now. The plump man walked over and cupped his fist to express his gratitude, his attitude sincere. You're too courteous. How can we not kill the foreign races when we see them? Lu Ming smiled. What a good, how can I not kill you? What you said really makes sense. I am Lu Hao. How should I address you, brother? The chubby young man said. Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. So it's Brother Lu. Lu Hao cupped his fists. Little Brother Lu, thank you for your help. The old man and the middle-aged man also thanked Lu Ming. Lu Ming said a few polite words. Brother Lu, you seem to be very unfamiliar. Did you enter this battlefield alone? Lu Hao asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. It's not safe to enter alone. Now, the evil god tribe has also sent a large number of experts into this ancient battlefield. Now, the people of the Heaven Realm are gathering not far away, gathering our strength to fight against the evil god tribe together. Brother Lu, why don't you come with us? Lu Hao invited. Lu Ming pondered. After a while, Lu Ming nodded and said, All right, I'll go with you. Lu Ming agreed because he had his own considerations. First of all, Lu Hao and the others did not look like Blue Cloud and the others who were sinister, cunning, and shameless. Lu Hao and the others looked sincere and did not look like cunning people. In addition, he could not find a way out alone. Only with the people of the Heaven Realm could he find a way out and enter the supreme, clear sky domain. Seeing that Lu Ming agreed, Lu Hao was overjoyed. He gave the 6 storage bracelets of the evil god tribe to Lu Ming, saying that it was all thanks to Lu Ming's help this time. Otherwise, they would have been finished. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and kept all of them. Then, they went in a direction. They did not encounter any danger on the way. A few hours later, they came to a bare mountain range. There was a valley inside, which was quite hidden. The living beings of the Heaven Realm gathered here. In addition to the human race, there were also the divine beast race. There are quite a lot of people. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they looked around and found that there were more than 100 people. However, there were not many young people, only 5 or 6. The others were middle-aged or old. There were both men and women. Without a doubt, they were all martial emperors. Some people had very strong auras, faintly emitting the divine light of the world. True emperor. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. This ancient battlefield was very dangerous. The stronger the cultivation, the more dangerous it was to enter. True emperors were already in danger when they entered. They might be targeted by those powerhouses' imprints. Low-level true emperors were still fine, but high-level true emperors would definitely die when they encountered those imprints. Lu Hao greeted the few young people and introduced them to Lu Ming. The few young people smiled and nodded to Lu Ming. They did not have any reaction when they heard Lu Ming's name. Obviously, even if they had heard that the primordial realm had a peerless crippled body, they probably did not know Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming also smiled and nodded. Then, he stood at the side with Lu Ming. Lu Hao whispered. They entered this ancient battlefield this time to try their luck and see if they could get some opportunities and obtain some treasures. In addition, they had another thing, which was to find out why this ancient battlefield had changed. What exactly had happened? Was it related to the evil god tribe? The upper echelons of the heaven realm attached great importance to this matter. Therefore, they gathered together. Firstly, they could exchange information. Secondly, they would have a higher chance of success if they worked together later. As time passed, more and more people came here. Not long after, about 150 people had gathered. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this time, another rainbow light flew over. This time, more than 10 people came at once. Blue cloud. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This time, more than 10 people came. The person in the lead was actually Blue Cloud. Now, it seemed that his injuries had healed. Blue Cloud and the others landed in the valley and scanned the place. When he saw Lu Ming, his eyes emitted a strong killing intent as he strode towards Lu Ming. Brat, we meet again. This time, let's see how you'll die. Blue Cloud walked in front of Lu Ming and said coldly, with a ferocious expression. Chapter 2198. Blue Cloud and the others closed in on Lu Ming with undisguised murderous intent. Blue Cloud, what do you want? Lu Hao stepped forward and shouted. What do we want? Cripple this kid. Blue Cloud said coldly. Around them, other people cast curious gazes at them. Lu Hao's expression changed, and he said, Lan Yun, the two-world city has a rule. Once we enter the battlefield, the people of the heaven realm must be united. We are not allowed to kill each other. Those who break the rule will be punished by military law. Haha, violate the rule? Let me tell you, this kid has violated the rule. He attacked and killed an expert of my Lan family, so I'm going to cripple him and bring him back to Two World City to accept the punishment. Blue Cloud laughed. Two World City was a huge city located at the entrance of Hunyuan Heaven Domain and Taiching Heaven Domain. It was incomparably majestic and had countless experts guarding it. It was because of Two World City that the invasion of the foreign races was stopped. What? Hearing this, Lu Hao was stunned. If it was really like what Lanyan said, he had no reason to interfere. Ridiculous, Lu Ming said indifferently. He glanced at Blue Cloud and said, You and Lan Xianxia are afraid of death, but you want to get the treasure. You used me as a test stone when you encountered a broken weapon left behind from ancient times. You didn't dare to go, but you asked me to. I helped you get a broken weapon and wanted to leave, but you didn't let me go and wanted to kill me. If I didn't do anything, would I wait to be killed by you? Many people's eyes flickered. So that's what happened. If they were Lu Ming, they would have done the same. Blue Cloud, if that's the case, don't blame Brother Lu for taking action. Lu Hao said again, Nonsense. The three of us are searching for treasures together. Naturally, one of us has to go and test it. If all three of us go together, won't we be wiped out in danger? Blue Cloud argued. Then why am I the one going and not you? Lu Ming sneered. That time it was you. The second time, it will definitely be us. We will take turns. However, you were blinded by greed and suddenly launched a sneak attack. You wanted to kill us and take the treasure for yourself. You deserve to die. Blue Cloud shouted, a cunning look in his eyes. Lu Ming sneered. This Blue Cloud was really shameless. What do you mean by taking turns? It's all bullshit. They clearly wanted to use Lu Ming as a stepping stone. If Lu Ming wanted to leave, they would kill Lu Ming and threaten him. So that's how it is. Everything is clear now. This brat was greedy and wanted to kill others to steal their treasures. Killing his own people on the battlefield is a serious violation of the rules. He must be punished. It was a young man named Xianxia. He was also a genius. Lu had to know if Blue Cloud was telling the truth and didn't know what to say. Lu Ming, kneel down and destroy your own cultivation. Do you still need me to do it? Blue Cloud shouted. Come at me if you're capable. Lu Ming said coldly, and a big bow appeared in his hand. You're really audacious. Do you still want to resist? Do it. Blue Cloud shouted. Swoosh! Swoosh! Behind Blue Cloud, shadows flickered. More than 10 people surrounded Lu Ming. Powerful auras pressed against Lu Ming. 2 7-star empty emperors and 2 6-star empty emperors. Lu Ming looked around and revealed a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. The people brought by Blue Cloud were very strong. Lu Ming was definitely no match for them with his own strength. However, Lu Ming had a big bow in his hand and wasn't afraid of them. If these people were courting death, he didn't mind killing them. The one that made him feel pressured was Xianxia. He had a true emperor expert with him. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even with the big bow in his hand, he wouldn't be able to unleash such power. He wasn't a match for a true emperor. However, if he was forced into a corner, Lu Ming could use his heavenly emperor physique to kill his opponent. However, Lu Ming wouldn't use it unless it was a last resort. The others looked on coldly, and no one said a word. Blue Cloud, aren't you going overboard? If there's anything, wait until we return to Two World City. Lu Hao said anxiously. Lu Ming had saved his life. He couldn't just watch Lu Ming be destroyed. Lu Hao, get lost. If you don't, I'll take you down as well. Blue Cloud scolded coldly. Lu Hao's face turned ugly. He was the one who invited Lu Ming here, but this happened. He felt terrible. Brother Lu, this has nothing to do with you. They'll have to pay a heavy price if they want to deal with me. Lu Ming said coldly. He poured his saint energy into the big bow, causing it to vibrate slightly and emit a layer of light. That's an ancient imperial weapon. Blue Cloud's eyes fell on the big bow with greed. The big bow was ancient with mottled rust on it. There was a high chance that it was obtained in this ancient battlefield. A weapon left behind in this ancient battlefield with spirituality was definitely extraordinary. Lan Yun was just about to order them to attack when a disdainful sneer resounded from the sky. How despicable and shameless. You forced others to be a test stone and were killed in the end. Now, you're slandering others. The Lan family is really getting worse and worse. The voice was full of disdain, causing Blue Cloud and the others to turn pale. Everyone looked up at the sky. They saw a 14 to 15-year-old young man in a Taiji yin-yang Taoist robe. He had his hands behind his back as he walked over. It was a young Taoist. Who are you? How dare you insult the Lan clan? Do you understand that you're courting death? Blue Cloud said coldly. Don't use the Lan clan to pressure me. Others may be afraid of the Lan clan, but I'm not. The young Taoist was disdainful. He said with a strong sense of ridicule, Am I wrong? You're obviously forcing others to be your test stone. Naturally, they have to resist. How dare you frame others here? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that you're lying through your teeth. If the Lan clan were all people like you, they would have been annihilated long ago. The young Taoist had his hands behind his back, looking like a peerless expert. He looked at Blue Cloud from the corner of his eyes like a senior reprimanding a junior. You've insulted the Lan clan time and time again. You're courting death. In my opinion, this person is Lu Ming's accomplice. Attack and cripple him first. Blue Cloud roared. Swoosh! A middle-aged, burly man from the Lan clan rushed out. He had the cultivation of a 5-star Void Emperor. With his cultivation of a 5-star Void Emperor, dealing with a young Taoist in his teens was a piece of cake. Almost everyone thought so, except for one person, and that was Lu Ming. Why does this guy look so familiar? Lu Ming looked at this young Taoist curiously. Lu Ming was sure that he had never seen the young Taoist's appearance before, but he felt that his temperament was very familiar. At this moment, there was also a change on the field. The 5-star Void Emperor of the Lan clan rushed toward the young Taoist at an astonishing speed. With a wave of his hand, a huge palm grabbed at the young Taoist, wanting to suppress him. Chapter 2199. I'll kick. The little Taoist shouted as he kicked the middle-aged man's face. Bang! The middle-aged man was directly kicked. With a scream, his burly body flew out and hit the stone wall of the valley before stopping. He lay there twitching nonstop. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man and sucked in a breath of cold air. The middle-aged man was too miserable. Half of his face had exploded, and he didn't look human anymore. He was wailing nonstop. Many people were shocked. This little Taoist looked very young, but he actually had such terrifying strength. A 5-star Void Emperor couldn't even block a single move from him. Could it be that this little Taoist was transformed by some senior figure? Blue Cloud and the other members of the Lan family also looked a little solemn. This brat is indeed Lu Ming's companion. They are jackals of the same tribe. He publicly injured the experts of the Lan family. There's no need to talk about rules with such a person. Attack together and take him down. Blue Cloud roared. Swoosh! Swoosh! Immediately, all the experts of the Lan family moved. Their figures flashed as they charged towards the little Taoist. Lu Ming touched his nose and was a little speechless. He was about to start a massacre, but he could only stop at this moment. This was good too. If he killed all the people of the Lan family, it would be difficult to enter the Two-World City in the future. If he couldn't enter the Two-World City, he wouldn't be able to enter the Grand Pure Sky Domain. If he stayed in this battlefield for a long time, it would definitely be very dangerous. With this little Taoist taking action, he couldn't be bothered to take action. Nest, so many people are attacking me. Your Lan family has really fallen. Sooner or later, you will be destroyed. Ah, I'll kick, the little Taoist shouted, but his hands and feet didn't stop. His figure flashed, and his movement technique was actually extremely fast. He dodged all the attacks of the Lan family's experts and suddenly kicked out. Bang! A 6-star Void Emperor's face was kicked. He screamed and followed in the footsteps of the previous man. Half of his face exploded, and he lay on the ground, twitching nonstop. Ah, you're despicable, shameless, shameless. I'll kick, I'll kick. The little Taoist continued to shout and suddenly kicked out again. This time he kicked twice in a row. Bang, bang. The two figures were sent flying by the kick. They lay on the ground, twitching, unable to get up for a while. Many people gasped. This was because a 7-star Void Emperor and a 6-star Void Emperor had been sent flying. Everyone understood that this little Taoist's combat strength was terrifyingly high. That was a 7-star Void Emperor. He was already at the peak of the Void Emperor realm. However, such a figure could not withstand a single kick from the little Taoist. The other members of the Lan family were shocked. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. I kick, I kick, I kick. The little Taoist made a big fuss. His figure flashed continuously in the air, and his legs kicked out continuously. Bang, bang. The remaining members of the Lan family were sent flying one by one, lying on the ground, twitching nonstop. Blue Cloud stood there, dumbfounded. It's your turn. The little Taoist looked at Blue Cloud with a cold smile and walked towards Blue Cloud. You, how dare you? The higher-ups of the Two-World City have set a rule that the living beings of the Heaven Realm are not allowed to kill each other after entering the battlefield. How dare you defy the rule? Blue Cloud roared. I didn't kill them. How did I violate the rule? Also, what does it matter if I kill scum like you? Is it a waste of air to keep you alive? The little Taoist said casually. Blue Cloud was shocked and furious. He retreated quickly, but the little Taoist was even faster. In a flash, he caught up with Blue Cloud. Don't kick me, Blue Cloud screamed. Smack! The little Taoist slapped Blue Cloud's face. Blue Cloud screamed. His body spun a few hundred times in the air and smashed heavily on the ground. He lay there twitching nonstop. His face was swollen like a pig's head. I'll satisfy you. Don't kick me. Hit me with your hands. The little Taoist curled his lips. The others were speechless. Then the little Taoist rolled his eyes and said, It's a waste to let scum like you who specialize in framing others. However, there are rules in the two-world city. I'll spare your lives, but you have to be punished. I'll keep your belongings for you first. I'll let you reflect on it. You can take it back after you've thought it through. After saying that, the little Taoist flashed and took away the storage rings of more than 10 Lan family experts. Many people's eyelids twitched. This was too ruthless. They could tell that the little Taoist's safekeeping was just an excuse. He was just looking for an excuse to collect treasures. In the end, the little Taoist came to Blue Cloud. "No, don't take my storage ring." Blue Cloud screamed like an innocent girl who had been bullied. He curled up his body and grabbed the storage ring tightly with both hands. This storage ring contained his entire life savings. All of his belongings were inside. If he lost it, he would suffer a great loss. "Why are you grabbing it so tightly? Who do you think I am? I'm just keeping it for you. Do you think I'll be greedy for your treasures?" The little Taoist berated. No, how could Blue Cloud believe the little Taoist's words? Bang! Bang! At the next moment, the little Taoist kicked down twice. One kick landed on Blue Cloud's face and the other on Blue Cloud's crotch. Blue Cloud screamed. His body twitched continuously. His eyes rolled back and he was foaming at the mouth. A top genius of a generation had ended up in such a state. Many people broke out in cold sweat. A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. "I didn't want to use my fists, but you forced me to use my fists." "No, I mean my fists." Why? Why? The little Taoist muttered. He waved his hand and kept Blue Cloud's storage ring. After putting away the ring, the little Taoist's eyes fell upon Blue Cloud's robe. His eyes lit up. This robe is made from the silk of a million-year snow silkworm, right? This is a treasure. It's a waste to keep it on you, so I'll keep it for you. Having said that, he wanted to take off Blue Cloud's clothes. "Brother, aren't you going too far? Don't go too far so that we can meet again in the future." Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. He and Blue Cloud were friends. "Brat, you want to give me something to keep as well?" The little Taoist glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia's face was a little gloomy as he said, "Although you are very strong, you can't be so lawless." Having said that, Xianxia waved his hand. Boom! An old man stepped out from behind Xianxia. He exuded a terrifying aura with a faint glow of a world. This was a true emperor. Xianxia had brought a true emperor with her, so she was confident. "A puny one-star void emperor dares to act arrogantly in front of me? Fine, I'll keep a few more things today." The little Taoist sighed. However, he disappeared the next second and directly rushed towards the true emperor. "You!" Chapter 2200. A true emperor from the Yin clan unleashed his world power towards the young Taoist. However, the young Taoist's body flashed and split into 2, then 4, then 8, eventually 16 figures. Kick! Slap! The 16 young Taoists shouted at the same time. Some kicked while others slapped. However, there was one thing in common. Their legs and palms were covered in runes. Bam! Bam! The young Taoist managed to break through the power of the Yin true emperor's world. The 16 figures then unleashed a barrage of kicks and slaps on the emperor's face. The emperor screamed and followed in the footsteps of the Lan clan. He twitched on the ground, unable to stand up. The sound of people sucking in cold air, could be heard. They stared at the young Taoist with their mouths agape. This little Taoist was too strong. His opponent was a true emperor, but he was still able to take him down in one go. Xianxia was even paler. At this time, the little Taoist priest looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was drenched in cold sweat. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. You've taken a fancy to Lan Yun's treasure. Please do as you wish. I won't interfere. F***CK off. I'm interested in you now." The young Taoist sneered and rushed towards Xianxia. More screams came after. Xianxia's men and Xianxia herself were taken down as well. The young Taoist then began to take the storage rings of the Yin clan members. The most miserable ones were Yin, Shi, and Lan Yun. Their identities were not ordinary. They were top-notch heaven's prides. Their wealth was incomparably abundant. Even the clothes on their bodies, the accessories on their heads, and the accessories on their hands were all rare treasures. Therefore, the little Taoist had naturally plundered all of it. To put it nicely, he was keeping it for safekeeping. After that, Yin Shi and Lan Yun were stripped by the little Taoist until they were left with only their underwear. The others were drenched in cold sweat. They were glad that they didn't offend the young Taoist. Being stripped naked in front of everyone would be a big joke. Many were mourning for Blue Cloud and Yin Shi. Today's harvest is not bad. The young Taoist smiled and murmured after putting away the items. Though he spoke softly, others still heard him and felt a toothache. The little Taoist's gaze surveyed the surroundings and swept over everyone. After that, he put his hands behind his back and put on the appearance of an exceptional expert as he said, "These people are too despicable. They actually forced others to be test stones, and in the end, they even wanted to kill others. That's why they ended up in this state." Many people looked down on him. "Kind? You're the most unkind one here." Of course, no one dared to say it out loud. They only thought about it in their hearts. Otherwise, they might end up like Blue Cloud and the others. However, this guy wanted to show off in front of Lu Ming, but he was exposed by Lu Ming's words. "Ew, I haven't seen you for many years, but your cultivation has increased very quickly." Lu Ming laughed. He never expected to meet Dandan here, and he was also overjoyed. Who am I? The number one of all time, the leader of the top 10 battle beasts. Of course my improvement is fast. Unlike you, who haven't become an emperor yet. Dandan looked at Lu Ming with disdain, proud of himself. In the past, when he followed Lu Ming, his cultivation was often suppressed by Lu Ming. Now that his cultivation had far surpassed Lu Ming, he immediately felt refreshed. "Dandan, have you recovered your memory?" Lu Ming asked. "Almost, so you can follow me in the future. I'll take you to all kinds of forbidden areas, and there are all kinds of treasures. I guarantee that your cultivation will increase rapidly." Dandan's face was full of pride. "Why are you dressed like a young Taoist?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "After I transformed, I was originally like this. As for this Taoist robe, it's convenient for my movements." Dandan chuckled. "Fraud." Two words popped up in Lu Ming's mind. Dandan's appearance, coupled with his style of doing things, was a typical fraud template. "By the way, how did you come to the Heaven Realm? I heard that a group of geniuses came to the Primordial Realm, but you weren't there. And these geniuses are now cultivating in seclusion." Chapter 22:01. Immediately, Lu Ming explained how he came to the Heavenly Realm. "So that's how it is. Fortunately, the passage collapsed, or else it would be really dangerous." Dandan's face turned solemn. Then he glanced at Lu Ming and said, "You said that you've mastered many laws at the same time? Show it to me." Lu Ming nodded, and immediately the laws spread out. Dandan was dumbfounded. She looked like a fool. After a long time, Dandan came to his senses. "Nestle, 7 laws, and 2 supreme laws. How did you do it?" Dandan said with wide eyes. "So what if you have 7 laws? It's a pity that it's difficult to become an emperor." Lu Ming sighed. "It's indeed difficult to become an emperor. You have a peerless body." Dandan muttered and sighed. "Dandan, you're always bragging. Don't you know of any way to make me become an emperor?" Lu Ming asked. "You're the bragging one. What did I do that?" Dandan widened his eyes angrily, then frowned and thought carefully. After a long time, Dandan said, "There are people like you who have mastered many laws below the martial emperor level in the history of the heavenly realm, but in the end, no one became an emperor. Everyone failed. They either died on the way to break through by force, or died from exhaustion of their lifespan. Is there really no other way? I'm not willing to accept this." Lu Ming clenched his fists. "Actually, it's not completely impossible." Dandan said again, "Is there really a way?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In ancient times, I knew a person who was a peerless genius. It could be said that he was a rare genius. His ambition was higher than the sky, and he wanted to walk a brand new path, a path that no one had walked before. I don't know how he cultivated. Later on, before he became a martial emperor, he grasped many kinds of laws. He was invincible against those of the same level. No one was his match. Unfortunately, his path was cut short. It was difficult for him to become a martial emperor. No matter what method he used, it was impossible for him to become a martial emperor. Later on, he spent his entire life studying the secrets of controlling many kinds of laws below the martial emperor realm. It is said that in his later years, he finally made great progress. However, it was already too late. He did not have much time left, and his potential had been exhausted. As long as you know the method he came up with, it might be able to help you become an emperor. Dandan said, "It's been countless years since the ancient era. How can we find his method?" Lu Ming asked, but he wasn't sure either. After all, so many years had passed. According to Dandan, at that time, the evil god race had yet to attack the heaven realm. That person's clan is still around. They live in seclusion somewhere in the Grand Clarity Heaven domain. Once we leave this place, I'll take you there. Don't worry. If you stick with me, I'll treat you well," Dandan said proudly. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to bicker with Dandan. At this moment, he was overjoyed. There was finally a clue. As long as he could find the method left behind by that senior, he might really be able to break through his shackles and become an emperor. "When are we leaving?" Lu Ming asked. "Don't be anxious. This is the most famous battlefield in the ancient era. A terrifying battle broke out between the heaven realm and the alien race. Many experts died here. Although so many years have passed, there must be peerless treasures left behind. This is a rare opportunity that we can't miss. We'll leave after we've collected all the treasures here," Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. He wasn't in a hurry. "Dandan, you couldn't have participated in the battle here back then, right?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "No, I was in another battlefield. It was even more tragic than here," Dandan said. He seemed to have recalled something and didn't say anything else. The two flew. After a few hours, Dandan suddenly stopped. He landed on the ground, and endless runes spread out under his feet. After a while, he revealed a joyful expression and said, "There's something in front. Haha, let's do it." Having said that, he took to his heels, and Lu Ming followed closely behind. After climbing over a few hills, they saw two skeletons at the bottom of a cliff. One of the skeletons was the skeleton of a huge beast. It seemed to have been left behind by a tiger-shaped divine beast. The other skeleton was in the shape of a human, but its body was huge. It was 4 to 5 meters tall. The human-shaped skeleton was holding a spear that pierced through the beast-shaped skeleton's skull. One of the beast-shaped skeleton's claws had cracked the human-shaped skeleton's skull. Obviously, the human-shaped skeleton was an expert of the evil god tribe. As for the beast-shaped skeleton, it was a divine beast. The two experts had perished together. Dandan looked at the spear in the human-shaped skeleton's hand with a fiery gaze. In addition, there was a fist-sized crystal under the beast-shaped skeleton. The heart of the realm. Haha, after so many years, the heart of the realm can still be preserved. As long as it contains a trace of energy, it's a great opportunity. Dandan grinned. However, the two of them didn't get close. The things left behind by such a person would probably contain killing intent and be very dangerous. "Watch me." Dandan stepped on the ground, and endless runes spread out. At the same time, he waved his hands continuously, and endless runes shone. This contains the law of array Dao, law of alchemy Dao, law of tools Dao. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Dandan's runes were very profound. It actually combined 3 types of law of inscription Dao. Moreover, it was a perfect combination. It was incomparably mysterious. Dandan kept flashing around the area, and endless runes entered the ground. After a while, Dandan retreated and said, "It's done. Buzz." The ground shone, and endless runes appeared, forming huge words. They were the word destroy. These destroy characters flew toward the spear and the heart of the realm. Bang! When the words came into contact with the spear directly collapsed and turned into ashes. It's a pity that it has lost its spirituality and has become a piece of trash. Dandin shook his head, but in the next moment his eyes lit up, because the heart of the realm suddenly burst out with light. Kill! Kill! Vaguely, they could hear the sounds of killing coming from the heart of the realm. The cultivations of the experts who died here were too strong. Even after so many years, there was still an immortal killing intent lingering in the air. Ordinary experts definitely couldn't do it. Chi. Those destroy characters covered the heart of the realm and began to erase the killing intent on the heart of the realm. The function of this array was very similar to the array set up by the evil god tribe. It could erase the killing intent left behind by experts. Not long after, the sounds of killing in the heart of the realm disappeared and the light on it dimmed. Success! Dandin was overjoyed. He grabbed the fist-sized heart of the realm in his hand. Dandin sensed it and said regretfully, "So many years have passed, and its energy is almost exhausted. However, it is still very useful. Lu Ming, you haven't become an emperor yet. This heart of the realm won't be of much use to you. I'll keep it." Chapter 2202. Someone is coming. Suddenly, Dandin looked into the distance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Streaks of light flew over, and soon, 8 figures appeared in the sky. Each of the 8 evil god tribe members had a powerful aura. When their 3 eyes opened and closed, they were as cold as knives. Their gazes swept across the 2 skeletons, and their eyes lit up. They must have obtained the treasures. Kill them. One of the evil god tribe members roared and charged toward Dandin and Lu Ming. Among the 8 evil god tribe members, one of them had a terrifying aura that far surpassed the Void Emperor realm and had reached the true Emperor realm. There were also 6 and 7-star Void Emperors. The weakest 2 were 4-star Void Emperors. You dare target me? You are courting death, Dandin said coldly. Countless runes appeared on his body, forming a pair of wings made of runes. Lu Ming felt that this pair of wings contained at least 3 types of laws. Swoosh! Dandin's figure disappeared in a flash. His speed was shockingly fast. Lu Ming, I will leave the 2 4-star Void Emperors to you. Leave the rest to me. Dandin's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. He had already charged toward the other party. With a wave of his hand, 6 huge turtles flew out. These turtles were not living creatures. They were formed by the interweaving of energy and the power of laws. One of them was the largest, and it charged toward the true Emperor Evil God tribe member. The other 5 turtles flew toward the remaining 5 people, missing the 2 weakest ones. The 2 weakest ones were 4-star Void Emperors. They charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not take out his bow. He did not need a bow to deal with 2 4-star Void Emperors. The Sword of Death was formed, and Lu Ming charged toward the 2 evil god tribe members. Die! 2 purple beams of light shot out from the 3rd eyes of the 2 evil god tribe members, shooting toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out twice and destroyed the beams of light. The 2 evil god tribe members' expressions changed slightly. They took out their weapons and charged toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming clashed with the 2 of them. The bodies of the 2 members of the evil god race trembled violently, and they were pushed back repeatedly. Lu Ming followed up with extreme speed. His sword light did not stop. Within the Sword of Death, different laws constantly vibrated, forming a terrifying cutting power. The 2 members of the evil god race tried their best to block a few more moves, but they were completely at a disadvantage. After a few moves, one of the members of the evil god race was slashed by Lu Ming's sword light, almost cleaving him into 2. A deep wound appeared on his body, and the power of death and destruction frenziedly drilled into his body, causing him to cough up large mouthfuls of blood. His aura started to weaken. These 2 evil god tribesmen were both purple-scaled evil god tribesmen and could be considered strong. If it were two black-scaled 4-star Void Emperor evil god tribesmen, they would have been killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. With one of them injured, his battle prowess was greatly reduced. The remaining one was even less of a match for Lu Ming. "Come and help us," a member of the evil god race roared. But the only response he got was a scream. The other 6 members of the evil god race were in an even worse state. At this moment, 3 members of the evil god race had already been killed by Dandin. They were all 5-star and 6-star Void Emperor evil god tribesmen. Bang! Next, a 7-star Void Emperor was pierced through by Dandin's palm. A burst of energy burst forth, and the other party's body was torn into pieces. In an instant, only 2 of the 6 people who had been fighting Dandin were left. One was a 7-star Void Emperor, and the other was a true Emperor. With Lu Ming's cultivation realm, he could not tell how many stars they were, but their strength was extremely shocking. At this moment, the 2 of them felt chills all over their bodies. "How dare you attack me? Kill!" Dandin roared. His hands glowed, and a huge tortoise condensed. This huge tortoise was as big as a mountain, and it was very similar to Dandin's original body. The huge tortoise's size was astonishing, filling the sky. Then, like a huge mountain, it pressed down, completely enveloping this area. The 2 members of the evil god race had nowhere to run or dodge. They could only take it head-on. The 2 of them unleashed their full strength, and 2 terrifying attacks blasted towards the huge tortoise. This was especially true for the 1-star True Emperor. This was a true Emperor with frightening power, much stronger than a 7-star Void Emperor. He was even stronger than the previous 1-star True Emperor from the Yin clan. However, under the suppression of the huge tortoise, the 2 of them could not resist at all. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Bang! First, the 7-star Void Emperor's body directly exploded. Under the terrifying energy, he was reduced to ashes and scattered ashes. The True Emperor also roared, and his body erupted with a resplendent purple light. But it was useless. His body trembled, and the ground under his feet continued to explode. Bang! Finally, the arm of the evil god race's True Emperor exploded, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. Next, his body collapsed inch by inch. A powerful True Emperor was also killed by Dandin. When the 2 4-star Void Emperors from the evil god tribe saw this, they were scared out of their wits. How could they fight against Lu Ming when they were distracted? Lu Ming seized the opportunity and slashed one of the evil god race's True Emperors. The remaining one, who was already heavily injured, was even weaker. Lu Ming caught up in a few steps and killed him with 1 slash. Lu Ming, your usage of laws is wrong. It's too rough. You didn't cultivate any ancient scriptures, right? Dandin came over and asked. No, this divine art is something I created myself. I can barely exert the power of many laws, but it's not strong enough. I need to deepen my understanding of it. Lu Ming said. No wonder. It's a pity. Although you have mastered many laws, you can't exert the power of the laws very well. I know a few ancient scriptures, but they're very different from the laws you've comprehended. They won't be of much use to you. Dandin said, ancient scriptures could only be comprehended after becoming a martial emperor because they involved many different laws. Whether a martial emperor had an ancient scripture or not, it would have a huge impact on their cultivation and combat strength. An ancient scripture would record the comprehension and usage of at least 2 laws. A cultivator could use an ancient scripture to deduce and comprehend other laws. For example, an ancient scripture recorded the comprehension and usage of 3 laws. If a cultivator only comprehended one of the 3 laws, he could comprehend this ancient scripture to deduce the other laws and comprehend the other 2 laws. When the ancient scripture was cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, the 3 laws would also be cultivated to the great accomplishment realm. For example, an ancient scripture contained the fire, ice, and lightning laws. A martial emperor who cultivated the fire laws could refer to this ancient scripture to deduce the ice laws and even the lightning laws. Moreover, An ancient scripture would also have a corresponding divine ability technique. For example, if Lu Ming could obtain an ancient scripture that recorded the chaos, death, array Dao, alchemy Dao, tools Dao, force Dao, and devour Dao, he would be able to cultivate the divine art. His strength would skyrocket. These divine arts were all comprehended by previous cultivators. They could perfectly fuse the power of various laws and fully erupt. The more laws an ancient scripture contained, the higher its grade. For example, if an ancient scripture contained 9 laws, the value of this ancient scripture would be immeasurable. This was because a cultivator could follow this ancient scripture and comprehend it until they reached the great emperor realm. There was no need for them to take detours. Referring to an ancient scripture to cultivate was many times better than fumbling around alone. Chapter 2203. An ancient scripture could allow a force to flourish. Similarly, a powerful force couldn't do without an ancient scripture. With an ancient scripture, a martial emperor expert could continue to move forward. Otherwise, they would have no direction and had to rely on themselves. That would be much more difficult. For example, Lu Ming was like that now. He could comprehend any new law as he pleased. If he had an ancient scripture, he could follow the records in the ancient scripture and deduce it. That way, his cultivation speed would naturally be much faster. Unfortunately, the Primal Chaos scripture is incomplete, and I can't go to the Primal Chaos Palace now. Thinking of this, Lu Ming frowned. Previously, too, he had told him that as long as he defeated the Son of Chaos, he could go to the Primal Chaos Palace and inherit it completely. Now, he had already defeated Yuan Xin. However, when he was in the Primal Realm, Lu Ming had used the Primal Chaos token many times to enter the Primal Chaos Palace, but there was no response at all. If he had the Primal Chaos scripture, he wouldn't have to fumble around like this. Dandan, your cultivation has reached the true Emperor realm? Lu Ming asked. Dandan's performance was incomparably fierce. A true emperor from the evil god tribe was killed by Dandan. Lu Ming was very curious. No, I'm just a peak void emperor. But killing a few low-level true emperors is easy. Dandan said proudly. He glanced at Lu Ming and said, Kid, don't think that you're so great just because you've comprehended 7 laws. I'll show you mine. After saying that, Dandan waved his hand. In the void, the power of laws gathered crazily and filled the air with a bright radiance. 1 type, 2 types, 3 types, there were a total of 9. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Dandan had mastered a total of 9 laws. Among them, Lu Ming saw the strongest law, the primordial law. The other 8 were all King Dao laws. Array Dao, Pill Dao, Equipment Dao, Immortal Flame, Destructive Lightning, and some of the laws were extremely powerful. At least 5 of them had reached the 2nd level. No wonder why Dandan was so strong, able to kill a true emperor as a peak void emperor. Seeing Lu Ming's dumbfounded expression, Dandan's vanity was incomparably satisfied, and he laughed strangely. Brat, did you see that? This king is unparalleled in this world. I've already grasped 9 types of laws, and 6 of them have reached the 2nd stage. Coupled with the ancient scriptures I've grasped, what's the point of jumping realms to fight? Not to mention a 2-star true emperor. I can even kill a 3-star void emperor. Dandan was immensely proud of himself. With his hands behind his back, he looked unparalleled. This guy, Lu Ming, pursed his lips, but at the same time, he felt relieved. Dandan did not die at all back then. He was only heavily injured, so he turned into an egg and was reborn. Now that he had recovered all of his memories, his cultivation speed was naturally astonishing. No one could compare to him. He was different from Bubble. Bubble was a brand new life, so he had to comprehend it step by step. After being proud for a while, Dandan looked at Lu Ming with his hands behind his back and said, Brat, I see that you've also comprehended the Tao of Equipment, Tao of Array, and Tao of Alchemy. I can teach you a divine art. It won't increase your combat strength by much, but it will greatly increase your ability to escape. Oh, what divine art? Lu Ming asked curiously. Dandan had been by his side in the past and had been suppressed by him. She had not been able to make a name for herself. Now that her cultivation level had surpassed Lu Ming's and she had regained her memory, she naturally had to show off in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming cooperated with him and let him show off more. When he felt comfortable, Lu Ming could even gain some benefits. Sure enough, Dandan was incomparably comfortable, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. He took out a jade talisman and engraved it before tossing it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He realized that it was a divine art. The six-feathered mystical wings was a divine art. This divine art was made up of 6 types of laws. Only by mastering these 6 types of laws could the divine art be cultivated to the highest level. Of course, 3 of them could also be cultivated, but their power was relatively weaker. These 3 types were the Tao of Array, Tao of Equipment, and Tao of Alchemy. What a magical divine art. Unfortunately, it's not an ancient scripture, but a pure divine art. I can't use it to deduce other laws. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Let's leave this place first. You can slowly comprehend it along the way, Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded, and the two immediately left the place. Next, Lu Ming split a portion of his attention to hurry on the road. Most of his attention was on comprehending the 6-feathered mystical wings. A few days later, Lu Ming had already comprehended it. With a thought, the 3 types of laws, Tao of Array, Tao of Equipment, and Tao of Alchemy, filled the air. A pair of transparent wings appeared behind him. With a flap of the wings, Lu Ming's speed increased exponentially. He flickered in the void as fast as lightning, and it was difficult to capture his trajectory. Amazing! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Using this divine art allowed his speed to increase by several times. This was only cultivated with 3 types of laws. If he mastered all 6 types of laws, his speed would be astonishing. I've just cultivated it. As I cultivate in the future, my speed will be even faster. Moreover, the Tao of Equipment and Tao of Alchemy are not perfected yet. If they are, my speed will increase too. Also, the other 3 types of laws to cultivate the 6-feathered mystical wings are all Tao of Kings. One of them is the Tao of Penetration. Should I cultivate this type of law in the future? Lu Ming's mind continued to ponder. In the end, he decided to take it slow. As the Tao of Alchemy and Tao of Equipment were not perfected yet, he planned to cultivate these 2 types of laws to perfection first before considering comprehending other laws. Even so, his speed had increased exponentially, and his ability to protect himself had greatly increased. Very quickly, another few days passed. Lu Ming's control of the 6-feathered mystical wings was becoming more and more proficient. In the past few days, they had also gained something. They had obtained a total of 2 world cores. Although the loss of energy was very serious, there was still some left. To a martial emperor, this was definitely a treasure that could help increase one's cultivation. This time, Dandan was kind enough to give one to Lu Ming. Lu Ming naturally took it without hesitation. If he became an emperor in the future, this thing would be of great use. Wait, there's someone. Suddenly, Dandan said in a low voice. Then, he restrained his aura to the extreme. Dandan had also mastered a concealment technique. Its effect was not inferior to the divine aura technique at all. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he activated his divine aura technique. Then, the two hid under a rock. Whoosh! In the sky, a rainbow light flew past at an astonishing speed. Such a strong cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The rainbow light swept past, but Lu Ming still saw it. It was a powerful evil god tribe member, definitely not an ordinary true emperor. A peak true emperor dares to fly at such a fast speed? Courting death. Dandan muttered and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Kill. At this time, a battle cry shook the world. Chapter 2204. Lu Ming and Dandan hurriedly walked out from under the stone and looked ahead. They saw a resplendent radiance in the void before them as a figure appeared. This was a human. His killing intent shook the sky. With a loud shout, the sky shook. He held a saber in his hand and slashed at the evil god tribe member. The evil god tribe member roared and unleashed his full cultivation. However, it was useless. The saber light slashed, and the evil god tribe member was split into two. After killing the evil god tribe member, the figure stood in the air. After a while, it turned into specks of light and dissipated. It was an indestructible mark of an expert. When it sensed an expert approaching, it would appear and kill. Even true emperors will be in danger if they enter this ancient battlefield. It's fine if a high-level true emperor keeps a low profile. Flying at such a high speed is simply courting death, Dandan said disdainfully. Immediately, the two of them rushed over and put away the true emperor's storage ring and bracelet. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. However, they didn't find anything during these few days. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion came from ahead. The two of them retracted their auras and flew into the sky. They hid in the clouds and slowly floated forward. Not long after, they saw a castle in front of them. At this time, a group of evil god tribe members surrounded the castle and bombarded it continuously. The castle was built with an unknown material. It looked very old. The gate of the castle was tightly shut, and there was a layer of light on the gate. Those evil god tribe members were bombarding the gate of the castle, wanting to break it open. There's actually a castle here. Lu Ming was incomparably astonished. They had been here for so many days, but this was the first time they saw a building. A castle here is probably no small matter. It might be the palace of a peerless expert in the past. Dandan's eyes were shining. Dandan, could it be that you want to go in? But there are so many evil god tribe members in front. The two of us are far from enough. Lu Ming said. There were at least 100 evil god tribe members in front of the castle. From the way they attacked the gate of the castle, it could be seen that there were many experts and true emperors. There were even high-level true emperors. The Fiend God tribe sent a large number of experts this time. High-level true emperors were in danger here, since they could be sensed by the imprint and killed. However, there would always be some lucky ones who wouldn't encounter the mark of a powerhouse. Dandan was strong, but he wasn't a match for a high-level true emperor. The two of them frowned as they tried to think of a countermeasure. I can lay down a great killing formation in advance. If I can lure the evil god race into the great formation, I can kill them. However, I need to lure them in first. Dandan frowned and muttered. I'll do it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. You going to lure them out? No, you might have learned the 6 feathered god wings and increased your speed, but you're still not fast enough against a true emperor. You can't escape. Dandan shook his head. Don't worry. What if I attack from over 100 li away? Lu Ming smiled, and the big bow appeared in his hand. Dandan looked at the big bow carefully and said, Fallen Star Bow. This is the Fallen Star Bow. Brat, you actually got the Fallen Star Bow? As she spoke, Dandan almost drooled. She reached out to grab the bow. Lu Ming quickly put it away. Dandan looked at Lu Ming with a sad face. You know the origin of this bow? Lu Ming asked. Of course, this bow was famous in the ancient era. It was the weapon of a peerless expert. It was said that one arrow could shoot down the stars in the sky. Unfortunately, it has lost too much of its spirituality. It's not as powerful as it used to be, Dandan said, but his eyes were still burning. Fallen Star Bow, Lu Ming whispered. He was already very satisfied. Even though his spirituality was severely damaged, it was enough for him now. He could only pull it apart a little. Dandan, let's go back and set up the formation. I'll go lure people out. Lu Ming changed the topic so that Dandan wouldn't keep thinking about the Fallen Star Bow. Dandan sighed and lamented the unfairness of the heavens. Why was it that someone as brilliant and peerless as him wasn't as lucky as Lu Ming? Eventually, the two retreated and chose a spot several thousand miles away. Dandan began setting up the formation. Dandan's mastery of formations and runes had reached an unimaginable level. Any law could be turned into runes in his hands, and fused into the formation. This was a realm that Lu Ming was far from reaching. An hour later, Dandin shouted, "It's almost done. This formation is enough to kill a peak true emperor. Go and lure people out. I hope they haven't broken into the castle yet." Lu Ming nodded and flashed in the direction of the castle. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived 100 miles away from the castle. Lu Ming stood in the air and took out the fallen star bow. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could shoot from 1,000 miles away with the fallen star bow. However, the power would be relatively weaker. At a distance of 100 miles, the power of the fallen star bow could be maximized. Lu Ming pulled the fallen star bow. Then, a rainbow-colored arrow pierced through the void and shot toward an evil god tribe member outside the castle. The speed was too fast, and it was a sneak attack. The other party couldn't react at all. Bang! A 6-star void emperor from the evil god tribe was directly killed by the arrow. "Who is it?" The other evil god tribe members roared. They looked around and immediately found Lu Ming. "It's a human. You're courting death." An evil god tribe member roared. Lu Ming turned and left. He executed the 6 feathered divine wings. His speed was astonishing as he ran toward the place where Dandin had set up the formation. "The gate of this castle is about to be breached. Attack the gate first." A true emperor from the evil god tribe spoke. They didn't chase after Lu Ming. Lu Ming ran for a while and realized that no one from the evil god tribe was chasing after him. "Nestle, it seems like killing one isn't enough. Let's kill a few more." Lu Ming returned and landed 100 miles away. Swish, swish, swish. This time, Lu Ming pulled the bow and shot 3 arrows. This time, the evil god tribe was prepared. However, it was still useless. 2 6-star void emperors and a 7-star void emperor were seriously injured. Damn it, that human is simply courting death. "The few of you, follow me and kill him." An evil god tribe, true emperor roared and chased after Lu Ming with a few high-level void emperors. Lu Ming executed the 6 feathered divine wings and turned to run. The distance of a few thousand miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Boom! In the sky, an incomparably huge turtle suppressed down. An evil god tribe true emperor and a few high-level void emperors were directly suppressed to death. Dandin stepped down from the sky and said, "It's just a 1-star true emperor. I don't even need to activate the formation. Lu Ming, you can't do it. Lure a few more experts over. How about this? Leave the fallen star bow to me, and I'll lure them over." Dandin's eyes darted around. Without guessing, Lu Ming knew that Dandin was eyeing the fallen star bow. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.